Utah. This is being called the Smithfield trial. We're going to go straight out to Carla Cabran, who is outside the courthouse in Utah, where this trial is underway as we speak. And then we're going to play you clips from inside the trial. One of the defendants, Wayne Hsiung, who is representing himself, extraordinary testimony. Carla, what's the very latest?
Well, right now, they are just wrapping up before lunchtime. It's been a very exciting morning with testimony by Andrew Sharo, one of the individuals who was present during the rescue, as well as Rick Pittman, who is a turkey farmer who has been working with Wayne over several years. Incredible testimony by Mr. Pittman. And now there is a rebuttal witness, the veterinarian who previously testified for the prosecution, is on the stand rebutting Dr. Kirsten Rosenberg's testimony from yesterday. The judge has been trying to move this along quickly, hoping that everything will be wrapped up today, but I'm not sure that's going to be the case. We're just going to have to stay tuned and find out.
Now, thank you so much. Stand by. You are outside the courthouse, Carla. We have an incredible team, attorneys, and amazing activists. I want to play a clip of Wayne Hsiung, who is one of the founders of DXC, talking about his life on the stand. Now, keep in mind, he is representing himself. So he's asking questions of himself and then answering them on the witness stand. I thought this was some of the most poignant stuff, where he actually talks about his childhood.
I was the co-founder and lead organizer of a grassroots animal rights network by the name of Direct Action Everywhere. And despite the fact that it's called Direct Action Everywhere, the acronym is DXE. Complicated explanation for why it's DXE. It has to do with math. DX is the symbol for change in mathematics. But in my former employment and role as lead organizer of Direct Action Everywhere, our mission was to go where places where animals are being mistreated, where the government and corporations who are mistreating them have not been able to provide them aid or care, not have been accountable to our requests, at least for some degree of transparency, and try and shine some light on what we believe to be abuse. But you'll hear more about that soon, because that will be the subject of my testimony. What about your family? My parents were Taiwanese immigrants. They moved to this country in the 1970s after their families had fled from communist China in 1949. And they grew up in a very difficult environment, a war environment. And if you don't know Taiwan is a very, very small island with a lot of people and not much agricultural land. So for them growing up, eating food was a privilege. They didn't have any meat. They didn't have any sweets or candy.
To a narrative, could we have some questions pending?
So the question was what about your family?
I ask questions that don't call for a narrative response.
Okay. And one of the reasons my parents wanted to come to this country was because American GIs saved their lives. They did not have enough food to eat.
We're now into a narrative.
Unbelievable. I mean, he's trying to tell his life story. Nathan Semmel, you are an attorney. What do you make of her constant objections to him trying to tell his life story? Just like the prosecutor in his opening statement said, you know, I grew up here and I was this, that, and the other. Nobody stopped him.
Yeah, if nothing else, this prosecution team is consistent throughout in terms of hiding the backstories. And in this situation, Wayne had an opportunity, rightfully so, to tell his personal story, to give his background so the jury can assess him as more than just the quote unquote defendant in the case. He should be given the opportunity to tell his personal story. Obviously, he can't go on and on and on, but this is important information for the jury who is being asked to assess whether he is guilty or not guilty of a crime that carries a lot of prison time. So he should be given great latitude. And I think it is it's wrong for the prosecution to do it. I think it can backfire. I think a jury can resent it. He should be given that opportunity.
So you're talking as an attorney, Gwenna Hunter. founder of Vegans of LA and Vegans for Black Lives Matter, you've been watching this trial. What would you think the jurors' reactions be to that exchange we just saw?
Well, I listened to this yesterday and I listened to some things today. And, you know, like I mentioned yesterday, I heard things about Wayne, about his childhood and him growing up that I didn't know myself. And their constant objections to me are they're trying to prevent the jury from falling in love. Because when you hear how he grew up, you hear about his parents, you know, it's like the American dream that he was talking about that his family wanted to have. He talks about his love for dogs, his compassion for dogs. Who can't relate to dogs? So listening to him, it's like, how can you not fall in love and feel empathy for this person and realize that maybe something's not right here? So to me, they're just trying to block all the emotion, all the compassion, and the connection to him. So
Donny Moss, you are the founder of TheirTurn.net, an independent journalist organization. I am flabbergasted. As I uploaded these clips that were sent to me by St. George News, I was like, I wonder where these clips are online. I started looking for coverage of the trial itself, and I honestly couldn't find any. It seems like only the Intercept, and we're going to have the reporter from the Intercept on in a second when the trial breaks for lunch, Marina Bolotnikova, who's done incredible journalism, UnchainedTV, which is our global streaming network, and we are going to tremendous lengths to cover this on Facebook, on Twitter, on YouTube, and on our streaming network, UnchainedTV. But where is the New York Times? Where is the Washington Post? Where are the major networks? I mean, this is there's so many things happening. You can't play the video of the alleged crime in progress. The trial is an anonymous jury. There's tremendous legal questions here that go even beyond animal rights to issues of freedom of speech and the Constitution.
I mean, it's as the trial has unfolded, it's become more clear to me that it's historic in nature, which makes it all the more frustrating and disappointing that the mainstream media isn't covering it. At the same time, I'm not shocked, Jane, because we all know that the mainstream media gets a lot of its advertising dollars from big meat and dairy companies. So they're walking a tightrope, I guess you could say. They don't want to alienate their readers. They don't want to, who don't necessarily want to learn the truth about what goes on inside of factory farms and slaughterhouses. They don't want to alienate their advertisers. At the same time, it's a dereliction of duty not to report on an historic case like this.
Wow. I want to play another clip from Wayne because he had so many really incredible moments in court. And remember the complexity of defending yourself. And Wayne is a constitutional law professor, but also being a witness. So let's go to what looked kind of like an opening statement. I don't know if technically it was, but here's Wayne in front of the jury.
Probably already figured out this is a little bit of an unusual case. And I'm going to make things even more strange now because against the advice of my co-counsel and pretty much all the attorneys I've talked to, I'm going to tell you exactly what we did on the night in question. And the reason is because I believe in the people of this country, I believe in the people of Utah to make the right choice. So some things I'm going to admit and say to you right now. I was there on the night of March 7th, 2017. So there's no dispute about that fact now. You will hear evidence in this trial that I was there from me. I did remove 2 piglets from Smithfield Foods on the night of March 7th, 2017. And we did not return those 2 piglets to Smithfield Foods after we removed them on the night of March 7th, 2017. While the prosecution has tried to construe these facts as a burglary and theft, that's not what actually the story tells. And this is where our stories diverge. Because this case is not about burglary and theft. It's not. It's about animal cruelty and animal rescue. So the 3 holes I'm going to try and put in the prosecution's story and filled with the actual facts of what happened on that night are reflected in these 3 questions. And I'll turn these questions into statements. And I find it easier to remember things if there's some sort of mnemonic device. So I remember, and I was thinking about what I wanted to say to all of you, just 3 P's. And the 3 P's are, 1, there are no piglets taken from a gestational crate building on the night of March 7th, 2016. This is count 1. It just didn't happen. We did not expect to see piglets. We did not take any piglets. We were there for one reason, to find out what was happening to those animals. What 2? While we did find piglets inside a ferret crate, we never had any purpose to take anything of value from stock foods. Our purpose there was just to save 2 babies from certain death. And
I think we're getting into exactly what we said, which is we have an order from the court to talk about
And point 3 is that there's no fair market price at which anyone would purchase these 2 piglets, because they were in a condition that left them totally commercially unviable. In fact, they were liable.
All right, sorry about the echo. It adds a certain sinister Halloween-like horror movie quality to it, so maybe it has some impact. This is all new technology. We're doing here what the network should be doing to cover this extraordinary case, and we're doing it off a laptop. So there you go. But let me ask you, Simone Reyes, as an animal rescuer who rescues animals on a consistent basis, day in, day out, he's trying to say this is an open rescue. He's trying to bring in the whole issue of open rescue, which is when you see suffering and you can prevent it, even if it means going into somebody's private property. If there's a child or an animal suffering in a hot car, you could break the window and take that being out and save the life, and you wouldn't be considered a criminal. You'd be considered a hero. Is he getting that across?
Well, sadly, it shouldn't be such a radical idea when you're talking about piglets, because if you were talking about children or adults or even a dog or a cat, he would be seen as a hero in most circles. But because they're piglets and they are seen for the majority as commodities, the mothers are seen as machines to produce more animals for profit. It's a hard sell on many levels for him. And he's got his hands tied because the state, in agreement with the judge, has handcuffed him where he's not allowed to talk about animal welfare. Well, if this was, obviously, a sanctuary where the animals were being treated well, there would be no reason to go in and document what was going on, would there be? But because it is, a place of horror, then it makes sense that you would go in and need to document it so that you could potentially bring charges against them, so that you could cut them down potentially, or at least allow the public to see what's going on. So I think he's doing a beautiful job with what he is allowed to do, but he is very much handcuffed in what he is allowed to do. The fact is, animal welfare should be a central part of his argument, and he's not allowed to make it.
So I want to go back to Nathan Semmel as an attorney and ask you a question. There was mention yesterday or the day before in court about the huge numbers of tonnage of dead pigs that are permitted to be disposed. Can you bring us up to date, because we have an environmental expert with us today?
Sure. I mean, the judge has made it very difficult for Wayne to discuss the conditions on the farm. It's like Simone said, unfortunately, the defense is very much handcuffed by the judge's rulings. In terms of the number of dead pigs, the jury, I think, has heard it many times, so that's good. They're told to disregard it. I don't think you can disregard something so horrible. I think it becomes relevant in proving Wayne's intent. We heard testimony regarding dead piglets outside the farrowing barn. And I use the term barn very, very loosely here. So I think, he's done a very good job considering what he is left to work with in discussing the conditions that existed that day.
All right, so let me bring in Hoorik Telle, who is an environmental expert who can talk to us about that aspect of the case, because it's not just an open rescue, it's also a wake-up call to society about the environmental wreckage that these massive facilities cause. And before I ask you to answer that question, I would like to play a little bit of the video that shows the depth and the extent of this facility, which is just pretty extraordinary.
So Circle 4 is a farm that processes and kills 1.2 million pigs every year.
We're about to head into Circle 4. This is the heart of evil. You can already hear the screams of the mother pigs inside. They're cramped, they're suffering, and we're going to try and expose what's actually happening inside. You guys ready to go? Mm-hmm. Let's put our lights on.
So, Hoorik, tell us when you see that, and it gives you a sense of just this is, I believe, arguably the largest pig slaughterhouse in America, or indeed the world. What is the environmental wreckage? You certainly can't address this specific facility in detail, but in general, to the animal agriculture industry on the environment.
Right, Jane. As you said, the atrocities towards the animals is mind-boggling and horrific for those of us who care about animals. And as you said, for this issue to stop, for animal agriculture to stop, not only people who love animals, but those who are indifferent about animals, those people who care about the environment, those people who care about human health, everybody should get involved. And because it is a over-encompassing issue. On environmental pollution, which is what you're asking me, animal agriculture, be it in the form of the so-called factory farms, like the Smithfield facility or grazeland, is a major driver of global warming, soil degradation, biodiversity loss, environmental contamination, and all of our health problems. This industry alone destroys ecosystems, be it to create grazing land for cattle that are loose in the fields, or to produce food for these animals in the factories. Because some people think that, or if it's free range, then maybe it's okay. Well, what do you think these poor animals eat in the factory farms? Obviously, food is produced in the fields. The amount of green gas that is released, they use precious water resources, which are so scarce, and causes so much environmental pollution globally. Just to focus on factory farms, the contamination of the soil and the water, especially in, I would say, underprivileged communities, is just unimaginable. Not only in terms of the pesticides that are used to produce this feed for these farm animals, but also the hazardous waste that's generated at the facilities, and it's released into the communities. It's just, and that's just the starting point. Then you go to the toxic chemicals that are used to manufacture leather, as I said, the pesticides in the fields, and then we wonder, how come so many people are immunocompromised? How come so many people are dying of cancer?
And the antibiotic resistance as well. Yes, you've given us an overview. So when we say that this, trying to limit this to a burglary trial or entering and robbery trial, breaking and entering and robbery trial, it's like there's a cosmos of relevant facts that are being left out. And we're just giving you a sense of how many are being left out. Now, getting back to the trial, there are two people on trial. There's Wayne Hsiung and Paul Picklesimer. And I want to play something and then get Carla to react to this, because the attorney for Paul Picklesimer, who is not representing himself, made an argument saying, you need to throw the case out against him. There's no case here against him. And the judge, who has been, according to, I think, everybody's analysis, very, very anti-defense, complimented her and called her masterful. Listen to this.
After the jury was dismissed and after the state rested its case, we heard a motion for directed verdict for Mr. Picklesimer. I noted then, and I'll note again, it was well made. And the counsel did a masterful advocacy job. And I indicated she'd have the ability to do that in front of the jury, that I wasn't going to grant a directed verdict. It's the same thing and so I'm just putting that on the record.
I got to go back to Carla. It was very shocking for me to hear that, because he has been so stern and sustaining all the a lot of the prosecution's objections. What is that about?
You know, I could only speculate what it's actually about, but, you know, the judge has softened, we feel, somewhat over time due to things like Mary's masterful, you know, words, her ability to advocate on Paul's behalf. You know, I don't understand sometimes why he makes the decision he does, but he definitely has shown a difference over time, thanks to how well both Mary and Wayne have been doing as lawyers. Yeah.
And speaking of lawyers, Nathan, so good that we have a lawyer here. What does that mean? What she was essentially asking for? I guess the point was that there was no direct proof that Paul left with any piglet. And so she asked for something. Can you explain it in people terms?
Sure, I'll try. At the end of the prosecution's case, in any criminal case, the defense makes a motion for a directed verdict, essentially saying that even if you accept everything that the prosecution put forth, it doesn't establish that the client, in this case, Paul, is guilty of the crimes that are charged. And she made a really, really eloquent argument. And, you know, the judge complimented her that when she made it. He did it again today. And essentially, the argument was that the evidence that they presented didn't actually prove that Paul was even there, that there's no clear picture, there's no witness, there's no statement, no video that established he was even present at that time. Now, we all know he was, but that's not the standard. The standard is, was the jury shown evidence that he was? It's a very, very close call. And the judge was sort of telegraphing, you know, you have an argument to make for the jury. Now, that probably doesn't exist anymore, because after the judge denied that motion, Wayne took the stand in his own defense. And in doing so, he had to answer to the prosecution's questions, which included who else was present. And when he did, he couldn't lie, obviously. You know, he had to say Paul was there. So it causes Paul's defense team, and obviously none of us are privy to the strategy that's happening. But it's going to cause them to pivot a bit. And, you know, they're not going to be able to get before a jury now and say that there's no evidence that Paul was even there. There are plenty of defenses still available to them, but not that one. But the judge was right. You know, I mean, to some extent, he's killing her with kindness, because he still denied the motion, but she did it. She did a terrific job.
Wow. Now, you know, there's an old saying, anybody who represents themselves has a fool for a client. But The difference here is that Wayne Hsiung is a constitutional law professor, or was a constitutional law professor. I mean, he's not just somebody getting up there, and we've always seen these crazy videos of people representing themselves because they've seen a couple of episodes of Law and Order and they think they can do it. But Donny Moss, he is doing an amazing job.
Yeah. He also, first of all, I think those of us who have seen Wayne speak over the years know that he's a visionary. And while no one in the legal community will say that he should be representing himself, it could be that Wayne is also thinking about this from an historic perspective, or he knows something that the rest of us don't. You know, he started this small ragtag organization several years ago called Direct Action Everywhere, with a vision, and that vision is being realized right now with a trial that, when while this trial might not be getting mainstream media coverage, his open rescues and DXC's open rescues have gotten a lot of mainstream media coverage. Never enough, but over the past several years, as you're showing now. And so, you know, I can't help but think that someone as brilliant as Wayne doesn't have some sort of thoughtful reason for representing himself. And I hope that he proves everyone wrong who said he shouldn't be doing this. I also want to just clarify or just raise one issue, Jane, and that is that there's no proof that Paul Picklesimer took chickens out. And that's one of the felony charges against him. So it's established that he was inside because Wayne just testified to that, but he didn't take out the chickens. He wasn't part of
pigs.
I'm sorry. Right. Pigs. I have Kaporis in my head. Yes, pigs.
Yes, right. Well, here's the irony of the whole thing. There is a video of the entire thing. And to talk about the New York Times, it's on the New York Times website right now. I mean, this article, which was published shortly after they committed this alleged crime and went in there and took out those two piglets, that article, which pretty much backs up what they're saying, here are some quotes from it. Pigs, dead piglets, a sow wedged into a crate so tightly she cannot move away from the mess. Pregnant sows, mangled teats, piglets clambering and nibbling, dead siblings. This is the New York Times analysis of that video. And, you know, if you go to this article, which is still online, and you click the link, you see the actual Operation Death Star video, which the jury is not being allowed to see. So it's so interesting to me because normally, obviously, prosecutors would want that video. And I'm wondering if they did play it, would it have shown Paul there? I assume it would have to have, because it's a 360-degree high-tech video that shows everything happening simultaneously, that a high-tech firm lent them this equipment to shoot. So it's ironic that she almost had a chance to get Paul completely off, because since the prosecution didn't play the video, there's no direct evidence except for Wayne's testimony that Paul Picklesimer, his co-defendant, was inside that facility. I just find that fascinating. So let's talk a little bit about what's happening today and how long this trial is going to go on. It's Friday. The judge had said he wanted 5 days, but then I heard that he said something yesterday about we're going to go into the weekend if we have to, Carla?
Yes, yesterday at the end, the judge made it very clear that he wanted this trial to be finished today, but he understood that perhaps it would need to and could possibly go into the weekend. He stated that the jury was not going to be happy if that happened, so I'm not sure what to make of that, but I know he does want the trial to be done today, but he is absolutely willing to let this go into the weekend.
And by the way, here's an image the jury will not see. And the whole idea, Simone, was that it would make the jury too emotional if they saw Operation Death Star, if they saw the footage. And before you answer, let's just take a look. It's so disturbing. Just downloading and re-uploading this footage, I have PTSD, really. Look at it, and then we'll talk about the jury not being able to see this footage of what Wayne and his team videotaped inside the facility.
So you can see most of these crates are intact, but some of them have literally been busted open because these poor mother pigs are so desperate to escape, they smash their faces up against these steel bars until there's a hole that's broken open, and they had to jury rig this crate door shut with tape. And you can see she's falling on the side of her face. She's got a nasty cut.
It's gut-wrenching. Simone, he wants to wrap up the trial quickly, even going into the weekend, and yet the key aspect of this case, motive. Why did Wayne go in there with his team? While Wayne has managed to squeak in by hook or by crook some testimony to that effect, one picture would tell 1,000 words.
Well, here we are, right, seeing how animals are always given, the worst case scenario, and this is the worst case scenario, honestly, of not being able to show this footage because it's so incredibly unfair and unconstitutional. Because think about it. Every single juror that we've ever seen at a school shooting trial or a murder trial or whatever it is, the most horrific evidence that you could imagine, blood-soaked this, autopsy pictures, people, horrible things, and they're like, sorry, but we have to show this to you. It's part of the trial. That makes sense. To actually withhold this images and these sounds, certainly a very good move on the prosecution side, on the state side. Who would ever, expect people to not be moved to a place of, of feeling physically ill by seeing and hearing this? So it makes sense on their side, which didn't make sense to me is on the judge's side to not allow it. It's a huge disservice, not just in this one trial, but going forward. It's similar to the ag-gag laws that keep coming up, and just millions of ways that animal suffering is silenced.
Now, Wayne was able to, I want to ask Nathan and Carla after why it is that Wayne is allowed to play this video clip, which he videotaped, which is not part of Operation Death Star video. And he did show a very small clip of to the jury of one of the piglets he took to explain that piglet was very underweight and sick.
So can you tell us which piglet is Lily the pig? This is Lily, the one marked on the bottom. And I'll show you a screenshot from the video in just a moment that shows that she was anywhere from 1/4 to 1/3 of the size of the other piglets. I just note that she is being pushed away from her mother and is not able to access food in this video.
No, objection, that was not part of what we were doing. And he testified to something while he was up here watching, while we were watching the video. He just made a statement, I moved to strike it.
No, I was just describing what my observation of the video. I asked myself, what is happening in this video?
But your observation was the jury will make their observation. So show the video. I don't need you to do a narrative while you're doing it. But I'm allowing that to stand, counsel.
Yeah, Your Honor, just add that the state's witnesses were able to observe video and photo and describe them as well.
And all I'm asking is that you ask a question first.
Okay. So I shot this video with the Sony DSLR, and then I personally actually took this screenshot, Exhibit 23. And Dean, I'm going to ask you to distribute these in just a moment. Exhibit 23 is a timestamp. I think it's around 5 seconds from this video. And it is a true and accurate depiction of the scene that unfolded on the night of March 17, 2017, inside the crate. And I would move to admit Exhibit 23. This is Defense Exhibit 23. It just depicts the size of Lily relative to the other piglets. And again, I would estimate just visually, she was anywhere from 1/3, 1/4 the size of the other piglets, which reflects very poor body. This exhibit is a screenshot taken from the video, the virtual reality video that we published in the New York Times and the Huffington Post. The Huffington Post article was penned by me, describing exactly what I did and why we did it. And the piglet that's removed in the video is this piglet, and behind the bar. So there's a tiny one here. And so you can see kind of the relative size But the piglet next to her, the piglet behind her, and honestly, she's probably much less than 1/3 the normal size. It could be 1/5 or 1/6. So compared to a fully grown adult is 30 pounds. 150-pound adult, imagine a fully grown adult, but for whatever reason is 30 pounds. But I'll let you assess for yourself. But it was my assessment when I was observing her, and this exhibit verifies it, that this is a piglet that was a very small fraction of the normal size.
So, Nathan, why is it that he's allowed to show that, but not Operation Death Star?
Well, first of all, we have to remember that, in this country, the Constitution does not require the defense to put on any case when somebody is charged with a crime. And if you think about it, had Wayne not put on a defense, had not testified in his own defense, the jury would see nothing. He is allowed to show, the judge ruled that he can show these photos, these short video clips, mind you, with no audio, because it goes directly to what Wayne's beliefs were as to the condition of the two piglets. His conclusion that they had no economic value. So I think that's why he made an exception. But that the Death Star video showed the conditions of the entire farm, and the judge has made it very clear that that's not going to be allowed in this case. One other thing I would just note is that I remember back on day one of the trial in the prosecution's opening, then they talked about the beautiful highways and the drive along whatever the highway was and the fields, and painted this, this beautiful picture, and never once mentioned that Smithfield, is an industrial farm. Never allowed the jury to see what this place actually looks like. So the idea that the defense, can't rebut that by saying that this is not some beautiful portrait. This is not a poem. This is not a beautiful place. Is just remarkable to me.
And let's just go around and just get reaction from everybody too. You've seen clips of the testimony of Wayne representing himself and testifying by asking himself questions, which seems so strange. Let's do a little round robin. What's your reaction to that? Starting with Gwenna Hunter.
Well, he's holding his own. He's doing great. There was something he said earlier when I was watching that I thought it went by so quickly, but I caught something. He said verbatim, the goal was to save 2 babies from certain death. So I appreciate how he used the word babies versus he could have used the term piglets, but he used the term babies, which is more humanizing and more relatable. And he said to save them from certain death. So I think he's using great wordplay. I don't know if it's intentional, but he's doing an amazing job.
Wow, that's a very good point. Every word counts. And somebody had mentioned, I think even the judge started calling the pigs Lily and Lizzie, which were the names. So, Hoorik, your reactions to those clips.
I feel that he is doing a better job than his attorneys could have. Not necessarily in the legal sense, but because he's able to put in images, words, phrases that only he is thinking in his head and quickly asking the questions and answering. And honestly, he's a young man and his life is on the line here. He's not a 70, 80-year-old person who says, I've lived a whole life and now, so what if I go to prison for 10 years? So to be able to keep his composure and his wits and his mind, he is a hero, and I think he's doing an incredible job.
And we're going to move around then. Let's hit Simone Reyes.
When I first heard that he was going to be representing himself, I think like everybody, I was like, ooh, we always hear that's such a bad idea. And then when you realize, jurors are humans. And we all try to be very fair and impartial, but we come into every situation as having at least some preconceived ideas. And the media, for the most part, unfortunately, mainstream media has positioned us in the animal rights community as extremists, domestic terrorists, crazy people, eco-terrorists. I mean, it goes on and on and on. It would be hard for him to show that he is simply a compassionate person from the future who cares about the welfare of animals. And so I think having him representing himself, you get to know who he is. You get to see his heart. So I completely flipped, and I'm like, you know what? It's a really good thing that he's representing himself, because we're seeing him as a human being who cares.
I agree with you. I also thought it was a bad idea when I first heard about it, having covered a lot of trials where people who aren't lawyers represent themselves, which is almost always a fiasco. And a lot of times halfway through, they decide to change their minds. But in this case, you have somebody who was a constitutional law professor representing themselves. Now, I want to go to Carla Cabran. I understand that the Direct Action Everywhere followers and members who are there are watching the coverage on a WebEx feed in a stadium somewhere or some kind of theater. Tell us about that, because I think a lot of people are interested. You're right in front of the courthouse, but hundreds of people, or at least more than 100, have come. This is a remote area. It's a beautiful area. I've been there, St. George, Utah, but it's out of the way. I mean, it's a few hours drive, I think, from the nearest major airport, at least. So what's the scene there?
First, if you'll allow me, I just want to say that, Wayne, I've known Wayne for several years now, and it is precisely because of Wayne's incredible ability to connect with people on such a personal and emotional level that I myself quit my job as a research scientist in Tucson and moved out to California to be part and become a member of Direct Action Everywhere. And Wayne is always very precise in his verbiage, and I respect that so much. So now I'll answer your question. Yes. Over 100 activists from many different states either drove or flew to come out here. And in order to allow all of us to be able to have this experience together, DXC was able to rent out a theater, a beautiful little theater just down the street for everybody to be able to come together and experience this and discuss the issues openly. There has been a little bit of a COVID concern. And so today, actually, many activists are in 2 large Airbnbs, also still together, experiencing this and discussing it. But we, as members of DXC, we really like to come together as a community. And that is what we're doing out here.
Now, I want to say that St. George News, which is the pool camera inside, and there's a reporter, Jeff Richards, has done a very nice job sending us the video every day. And it's a lot of video. It takes a long time to download. So it didn't download last night till quite late at night. And then I started doing the clips. But I did, and I don't think he was speaking out of school. He was just explaining. I said, where's the trial coverage on St. George News? And he basically said that they're going to cover it at the end, and that's what they do even with major trials. Now, they have done a couple of reports about the situation on the outside, which I think is important, protests and other things. We'll play that. But again, I mean, we're uploading this and we're doing this coverage, but I don't see it anywhere else in terms of the actual testimony inside the courtroom. I've been looking for it online. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but obviously, even if I'm wrong, it's sparse, because we would be able to find it if we Googled it and there was considerable coverage of the trial. It boggles my mind because this is such an important case. But let's take a look at this story, and then we'll talk about that on the other side.
Animal rights activists gathered in St. George Monday evening to march in support of 2 men facing burglary and theft charges connected to the Circle 4 farms in Beaver County. In 2017, Paul Picklesimer and Wayne Hsiung entered the pig farm run by Smithfield Foods after nightfall as a part of an overall effort to expose alleged instances of animal cruelty at the facility. Well, inside, they found 2 piglets they felt were in need of aid and took them from the farm for veterinary care and placement in an animal sanctuary. Allison Morikawa Bernard, a member of Monday's protest, shared more details with St. George News.
Yeah, so we're out here day one of court support for Wayne Hsiung and Paul Picklesimer, who are some of our friends that are facing potentially 10 or more years in prison just for an investigation and rescue of 2 sick piglets from a Circle 4 facility, a Smithfield Foods facility farm in Beaver, Utah. And the trial is out here, so that's why we're here. They're finally facing their day in court, and we're out here from different parts of the country. I live in the Bay Area of California. Some people are coming from Utah, Minneapolis, and other places to show their support. We're unable to even show the footage and the pictures of the conditions of the animals in court. The judge ordered against that. So we have some of the pictures out here showing the conditions of the pigs from the investigation that they took. And we're trying to elevate the message as much as possible and just establish that we do have a right to rescue animals from places of exploitation and distress, and that the whistleblowers who are investigating these places should not be serving any prison time, and that this whole system is really set up against the activists, the whistleblowers, the people.
So kudos to St. George News for doing that story and another. And I'm just going to read what the reporter said. Yeah, I said, thanks so much for the videotape. Sorry to nudge, but it's so crucial. Is your news organization doing stories on what's happening inside the courtroom? I was looking and could not find it. Let me know. Just wondering. Thanks. He said, yes, I will be doing a full recap story about the trial after it wraps up. 2 of my colleagues have already done stories on the protests, et cetera, happening outside the courtroom. And a very nice person who's been very cooperative. That was one of the stories. But I'm still very perplexed that even the pool camera has not published photos of the testimony inside court, and I don't see it anywhere else. Again, I could be wrong, but if it was all over the place like a Kim Kardashian video, we would have seen it. Okay, we haven't seen it. What's the reaction, Gwenna Hunter, to that?
Well, it seems like, again, they are, shaping the narrative. It looks to me like it's a small town. I think you said, Jane, you've been there before. Probably a small town where it's probably very easy to influence and easy to create a mental shift. So they're doing all that they can to protect that and to keep this thing wrapped and sealed as tightly as possible.
Yeah, and here's Tom asking, why isn't this being shown on court TV? Why isn't a clip of this in the New York Times, the Washington Post, CNN, MSNBC, a progressive station, Fox News? I mean, what is your reaction, Hoorik, as somebody who's also observing the trial and who's covered a lot of environmental stories over the years, being an environmental expert?
Right. Because I think that this is beyond just the meat industry and whether Smithfield, the community over there are farmers or they're all related to it. This industry is bigger than itself. Don't forget there's the manufacturers of all the cages, the manufacturers of all the feed material, the manufacturers of the pesticides and the chemicals that they use to process all their so-called protein and leather and byproducts. Then don't forget there's the research institutions that take all the grant monies to come up with genetically modified meat so that there's more better food available for the human race. There's the pet food industry.
Well, it's actually not better food for the human race.
Yeah, by better, I meant quote unquote better. I'm being very sarcastic about it because actually the biggest culprit of all of this is the big pharma and the medical research institutions, because it's the whole nation and the world is based on the sickness care, not healthcare system. So we eat all these products. We are sick because of what we eat. And then they got to torture even more animals now in labs to come up with so-called cures and remedies for us. So it's not just the town and Smithfield and the animal ag. It's global healthcare, research, laboratory research, agricultural products, environmental pollution, you name it. They're all in it together. And that's where everybody needs to understand the entire connection for this to, we have a chance to stop this.
I thank you, Hoorik, for that analysis. Well said. Carla Cabral, we're getting word that the jury is asking multiple questions relating to animal welfare, and the prosecution is telling the judge to not allow any of the jury questions. What does that tell you?
Yeah, well, just a few things. The 2 days ago, it was very interesting. One of Wayne's character witnesses had to give testimony by WebEx, and upon completion of that, the judge stated, "I'm so sorry that you can't be here, as this is the most interesting trial in St. George's history." So even he recognizes how important this trial is. And when the jury has been asking questions, he also said that after Wayne's testimony, the jury asked so many questions. It was actually a record number of questions that any jury has ever asked anybody in any trial that he has been part of. So clearly, this is very interesting to the jury, and we're extremely happy that they're able to ask questions. But yes, it has been disturbing that they do have an interest in the welfare. They do have an interest in the conditions at Circle 4 Farms, owned by Smithfield Foods, and they are not being allowed to ask any question that they want. And the state is trying to make sure that any questions dealing with the welfare, the conditions, do not get asked or answered.
And there is one of the piglets, so you could see a bloody snout. Nathan Semmel, as an attorney, can the judge simply say, well, no jury questions will be answered? Because apparently the overwhelming majority of the jury questions are about animal welfare. So now even the jury is being suppressed.
Yeah, I mean, first of all, that's music to the defense's ears, right? You can't think of anything else you want to hear more from the jury other than, why are we here? This is hard. This is a real disservice. But short of that, that's really music to the defense's ears. And I remember yesterday there was a question from a juror, I think two jurors actually, asking why Wayne didn't take more piglets. So those are good signs. If you're reading the tea leaves, those are good signs. To your question about would the jury be upset that that their questions are not being answered? I think for sure. If this is something the jury is focused on and they're being denied that, obviously not by the defense. If they are going to resent anybody for it, I think they're going to resent probably the prosecution, who is probably objecting to the question. The jury sees the parties conferencing at the bench, and while they probably can't hear what's being said, I think they could probably read body language and see that the prosecution is objecting to the question. And nobody likes not having their questions answered. So
I know I do these panel discussions and wait an hour and a half on Zoom to ask a question. And then, that happened with a couple of New York Times events. And then we came up with a strategy where we got our questions in. Those were food events. But let me ask you, Gwenna, you had noticed something regarding a juror question and turkeys?
Yes. I didn't get to watch a lot, but I caught when the judge said the jury has a question. It was when I think Rick Pittman was speaking, who, first of all, we need to talk about that. His testimony, I think, was very powerful and very favorable for Wayne. But when they were talking about that.
Who was he?
Rick Pittman, he had a turkey farm that DXC went to investigate. Mm-hmm. And he talked about how it was a very peaceful, he was nervous at first, but how it was a very peaceful situation, and how he ended up talking with Wayne, and he realized that Wayne was really there to, had a true concern about the animals, and he ended up pardoning 100 turkeys. to DXC that they ended up taking to some sanctuaries. And then the judge said the jury wants to, and they started giggling. Everybody started giggling. The jury wants to know what happened to those turkeys. And they started giggling. And then Rick expressed how that they were being taken care of and that they were in good hands. And that whole testimony was extremely powerful, in my opinion.
Wow, that's really interesting. And I have to say, I think I was there for that turkey event. And it was very interesting. It was a shift that occurred. And what happened was exactly as you stated. At first, the owner of the turkey farm facility was very hesitant when all these activists showed up. And then there was singing, there was guitar playing, there was all sorts of kumbaya. And then there was a discussion. And then he ended up giving 100 turkeys. And I remember that this was like a shift. Do you think a similar shift could happen in this case, Donny Moss?
I just want to say first that Rick, the turkey farmer, actually went to the sanctuary to testify that he went to the sanctuary to visit some of the turkeys who he liberated from his factory farm. And he also said, and this was so surprising, well, first of all, it's very surprising that he was a witness for the defense and not for the prosecution. Here he is, a factory farmer serving as a witness for the defense. But he said that the crime here isn't stealing. He said that they were, when animals are in trouble, that really what was happening was a rescue. That's just remarkable that came out of the mouth of a factory farmer coming to the defense of the defendants here. It's really remarkable.
Wow. This is such an extraordinary trial. I really feel, and there is a documentary that's going to be done on this, correct, Carla? I know that it certainly deserves a docuseries, with literally that's how people are absorbing these kinds of stories with actors portraying, and then they intercut it with actual footage. But is there a documentary being done about this?
Yes, in fact, there is a documentary crew that has been following Wayne and many of the activists around for quite some time. So there will be a documentary that will come out. And I just want to say, yes, the Rick Pittman thing was incredible. He actually said there's a big difference between stealing a turkey and rescuing a turkey that's suffering. It was amazing, those words. But yes, there will be a documentary.
Wow. This is really, like I say, these high profile cases are runaway freight trains. I've seen it so many times covering trials, some of the biggest trials in memory. And you never know. You never know where it's going to go because there's so many factors at play. And it's really, I always say, runaway freight train. I wish I could come up with another example, but that's really what comes out in my head. You don't know when it's going to go off the rails, and whatever the prosecution's plans were, or the defense's plans were, or the judge's plans were, boom, it can really go in a totally different direction. Now, I want to play again. I didn't play the entire thing, but I'm going to play again. Wayne, it's 3 minutes, but I think it really, there's a moment where he gets very emotional. So wait for it. Where he talks about his dog and his really tough childhood.
I was the co-founder and lead organizer of a grassroots animal rights network by the name of Direct Action Everywhere. And despite the fact that it's called Direct Action Everywhere, the acronym is DXE. Complicated explanation for why it's DXE. It has to do with math. DX is the symbol for change in mathematics. But in my former employment and role as lead organizer of Direct Action Everywhere, our mission was to go where places where animals are being mistreated, where the government and corporations who are mistreating them have not been able to provide them aid or care, not been accountable to our requests, at least for some degree of transparency, and try and shine some light on what we believe to be abuse. But you'll hear more about that soon, because that will be the subject of my testimony. What about your family? My parents were Taiwanese immigrants. They moved to this country in the 1970s after their families had fled from communist China in 1949. And they grew up in a very difficult environment, a war environment. And if you don't know Taiwan is a very, very small island with a lot of people and not much agricultural land. So for them growing up, eating food was a privilege. They didn't have any meat. They didn't have any sweets or candy.
Into a narrative, could we have some questions pending?
So the question was what about your family?
I ask questions that don't call for a narrative response.
Okay. And one of the reasons my parents wanted to come to this country was because American GIs saved their lives. They did not have enough food to eat.
We're now into a narrative.
It's background testimony, Your Honor, about the basis for my beliefs, the credibility of my testimony about animal cruelty.
But try and ask a question that would maybe elicit a sentence or two response rather than getting into a narrative.
I was lucky enough to do something very different from what families do in China. What was that? Well, in China, for the most part, even companion animals like dogs are not treated so well. They're not allowed to roam.
Relevance.
I agree with that. Try and focus on it a little bit more. I don't want to spend a lot of time. Sir, go ahead.
I understand. How did I become an animal advocate? Well, I became an animal advocate first and foremost because I had a lot of struggles as a kid. I was overweight. My family was quite poor, and so I had to wear my sister's hand-me-down clothes. And an overweight child who's wearing his sister's clothes is not going to do so well. And so my dog, and my neighbor's dog, first and foremost, became my best friend. And I think a lot of people have this experience of being in a tough place and having their animals give them so much. And it happened to me as a kid. And I still feel that way today.
All right, I want to go straight out to Karen. There's apparently breaking news from inside the courtroom.
Hi, you guys. I have breaking news.
Oh, we're hearing. Sorry, we're going to have to.
Hi, you guys. I have breaking news.
Oh, we're hearing. Okay, we're going to remove you. Sorry. The breaking news is that this is from somebody who was watching the trial. The judge is talking about a possible mistrial. So that is pretty shocking. I don't really know much more than that. We will try to get. Do you have anybody who's walking out now, Carla, who might be able to tell us more about that?
Yeah, let me walk over and see if I can get somebody live. Hold on.
Wow. That is really, really shocking. So I will do this. I'm going to call somebody who's watching. Happens to be your brother. We'll get the story right now. We can't have Karen on because it's creating an echo. Hey, Mick, we can't have Karen on. It's creating an echo, something technical. But what happened? You're live.
Oh, they're on break right now. So
hold on. We've got it. Wait, I think we've got it. So sorry, my dear. Let's go out here to Carla. Yeah, what happened? And we've got Elmara Tanner there.
Yeah, Carla just ran up from the courtroom. That was a very dramatic last 10 minutes. Basically, the prosecution, sorry, it's very sunny. So the prosecution, I believe, just opened the door to animal welfare evidence because they started talking about how Smithfield has 2 vets, which for 1.2 million pigs, for the record, but they have vets and people who are trained to talk about these issues or to treat these issues and all of that stuff, which opened the door to animal welfare evidence. And when the veterinarian and their next witness, who they recalled, who's a farm manager at Smithfield, when they were done, the jury had so many questions, more questions than the judge had ever seen. And he said they were all about animal welfare. The jury wants to know this stuff. They're thinking about it. They can't just make this about burglary and theft. Like, they know that this is about animal cruelty. And so there was a very incredible moment just now where Mary was arguing, like, you cannot unring this bell. Like, you have to enter this evidence. And the judge put his foot down and he said, there is no witnesses are coming back. We are not reopening testimony. The jury is going to deliberate this afternoon or tomorrow morning, or else I'm declaring this entire thing a mistrial. And you have 30 minutes to think about that. So that is an incredible decision that now the people have to make. If you take the mistrial, obviously that means we just do it all over again. Perhaps the prosecution.
Wow, this is amazing. Can you just tell me that last part again? I want to make sure I got it right.
The judge said this jury is going to deliberate this afternoon or tomorrow morning, or else I am declaring it a mistrial. Basically meaning, like, if you don't wrap this up and do your closing, it's a mistrial. And the reason for that, the reason on paper is that this jury was told this would not go longer than a week, which I don't know in what world anyone thought this was only going to be a week. But the reason I think is because the judge realized, he just opened the door to this evidence and we should be able to present all this stuff, but he's absolutely not going to stand for it. And I think this is an incredibly, incredibly difficult decision to make, because I think things are going pretty well for us. There were some ups and downs today, but overall, the end is just amazing. Rick Pittman was amazing. But you're also gambling with 11 years in prison. If you decide, no, we're just going to push forward and we're going to let the jury make this decision, you're taking an 11-year gamble versus get off now. It's a mistrial. It's not going to happen again for a couple months. You get another few moments of freedom, but the prosecution might get their shit together and actually present a good case, because I'm standing in front of the courtroom, so I should not maybe say that loudly, but I just think their evidence was, they just did a bad job. And their witnesses did a bad job, especially today. Dr. Taylor admitting the piglets would have died. Dr. Taylor admitting that the piglets needed medical care that valued, even though he disagreed with our expert how much that medical care cost. It was more than $42.20. Then admitting, he hasn't treated pigs in years and only 40 or 50, and he has no idea what the mortality rate was. I feel like that has been I've been watching a TV show, but it's real life. It's been very, very intense in there, and I don't know which way Paul and Wayne and Paul's attorney are leaning.
Wow,
Yeah.
We got to dissect this. I don't want to use the word dissect. We've got to break this down.
I'm just going to
Nathan, what do you make of this?
That's a lot to unpack. Obviously I wish I saw it. A mistrial is a very, very rare remedy.
Not to interrupt you, but explain in people terms, what is the basis for the potential mistrial? And usually, isn't it one side or the other that asks for the mistrial, not the judge saying that he wants to declare a mistrial?
Yeah, absolutely, Jane. And it's really unusual. And it sounds like the judge's issue is the timing, that this could add time to the trial. It seems like that's what he's focused on.
What could add time to the trial?
I guess the opening of the door to evidence that regarding the animal welfare and the conditions at Smithfield, that could extend this trial. And it seems something that the judge is hell-bent on not allowing to happen. It's remarkable to me that the judge has set sort of this 5-day, timeline. He has set the expectation of this jury that this is going to be a fast trial. Anybody who's been doing this for any length of time knows you always tell the jury, that it's going to be a little longer than it probably will be. So, because you're always going to anticipate there's going to be problems. And you don't want to upset the jury. So if you think a trial is a week, you tell them it could go 2 weeks. So this way their expectations are managed. But this judge has told them, I guess from jump, that this is going to be a quick trial, and he seems so focused on that. But the issue is, it sounds to me, is that the prosecution has opened the door to the animal welfare issues. So the notion that the judge can declare a mistrial because of that doesn't make any sense to me. You're right. I think one of the parties would have to ask for a mistrial, and it sounds to me that it would be the defense, maybe, for not allowing them to now explore that. But from what I'm hearing from these questions that are being asked by the jury that go to animal welfare, we got to be careful what we ask for, because this might be as good as it gets in terms of the jury that we get, because Carl's right that the prosecution could get themselves together on a retrial and not make the same mistakes that they've made again.
And I just never heard of such a thing where the judge says, "Hey, I'm going to call this a mistrial. If it's not wrapped up by today, you decide." That's not how it works.
Never.
You don't invite either side to declare to seek a mistrial. And you're right. It's like behind door number 1, behind door number 2. I mean, the lives of these people. As a reporter, I had to go into prison several times. Once they made me do a whole profile where they arrested me and made me go through the whole process for some special report. I was there for 12 hours. I was losing my mind. This is 11 years in prison. Oh my God, Gwenna, I'm like shocked now.
Yeah, this is weird. That's the best word I can use. It's weird. And like you just said, and kind of like what Almira was saying, this is somebody's life. So if you have these jurors feel like they have to hurry up and rush this process because of the judge's, influence, you just can't do that. And I don't know if, I'm definitely not an attorney. I don't know who here has that expertise, but is there something that Wayne can do or implement in the event that, or even right now, just to make sure that this doesn't go in the wrong direction? Because like you said, Jane, this isn't right. I've never heard of this. I'm not an attorney, but I've watched enough shows to know that this isn't how it's done.
Yeah, I am just shocked. What is your reaction, Hoorik?
Honestly, I don't know if this is, it's very difficult to find out where this judge is coming from, because he can't be that stupid to do things that potentially can damage the defense or the prosecution. Because, I mean, doesn't he think that this would have ramifications for himself as a judge? So I don't know. I'm just baffled. I really am.
I've never seen anything like this. And we've got some people over there on the ground. Let's go to Carla. Carla, we're going to unmute yourself.
Yeah, there we go. Oh, hey guys. So I just heard that if it is a mistrial and it's the state's fault, they can't try them again because it would be double jeopardy. So that would be good for the defendants. It would.
Wow.
Yeah, do you guys have an opinion on that?
Well, let's ask Nathan.
It's funny. I have it written right here. Exactly that. It just sort of hit me that, if you can prove, I think that it was, the prosecution's fault for the mistrial. Now, time is not really the prosecution's fault. If they did something improper that caused the mistrial, then yes, it can't be tried again because double jeopardy was triggered as soon as the first juror was sworn. So it'll be interesting to see. My guess is this is probably a lot of bluster from the judge who's probably annoyed by something. Mistrials are very, very rarely issued. We'll see what happens. Again, I didn't see it, so I'm a little bit in the dark. But it'll be very, very interesting to see if he does and whose fault it was.
I want to go back to Carla. We're going to have Marina from the Intercept join us in a second. She's going to be getting on. The lady who's talking right now, tell us again what triggered all this in people terms.
Oh gosh, it's kind of complicated, but it's all the discussion about the welfare stuff because the state has repeatedly brought up welfare things when it worked in their favor. But when the defense brought it up, it was objected to, shut down right away. And so now it seems like, I don't know what's going on exactly, but maybe the jury might be asking questions related to animal care and welfare. And the state wants that, wants their witnesses to be able to respond to that.
And who are you? Why are you qualified to talk about it?
I'm not a lawyer, but I'm a veterinarian. My name is Dr. Crystal Heath. So I was watching with rapt attention as to all of this animal welfare stuff that they were talking about. And it was very frustrating that I couldn't be there in person asking them questions. It was very frustrating to hear what Dr. Dean Taylor was saying, refuting Dr. Kirsten Rosenberg. I mean, Dr. Taylor, his interests working for the Department of Agriculture in Utah is to protect and promote and expand animal agriculture. And so he's very biased against anything that would potentially hurt the industry.
Do we know what all the questions were? Because as somebody asked, and I think it's a very apropos question, if I were a juror, I'd be like, when are we going to see the video? When are we going to see that Death Star video? Which, of course, would expand the trial because it's a 360-degree video of everything that happened as they went in. So either they'd have to put virtual reality glasses on, which is, of course, Wayne Hsiung's dream. That's why he shot it that way, to get people to watch it. So you can imagine the jurors all with their virtual reality glasses on watching this. Or they would have to possibly, I don't know the technology, but sometimes it would be several cameras, right? So they'd have to watch hours and hours of footage of each and every camera if they didn't have the virtual reality setup. So that might be one of the—
And that wouldn't work either.
Oh, and we've got Marina Bolotnikova is joining us. She's writing and reporting for the Intercept. And wow, this really just went off the rails. Tell us what happened in your, because we're getting different stories like Rashomon. Everybody's telling a slightly different story.
Yeah, everything is changing really quickly. And what just happened is really interesting. We're in a break now from court. So as we know, the judge has ruled that animal welfare evidence is not allowed in this trial, but that has clearly not been viable from the beginning. You can't separate animal welfare on factory farms from all the issues in this trial, and it hasn't worked. Animal welfare has come up in the defense's testimony and also in the prosecution's testimony. The prosecution has realized that the jury is interested in animal welfare, no matter what the judge says about it being irrelevant. So the prosecution has also started they brought their witnesses today to try to imply that Smithfield had positive animal welfare, and as a result of all, it's gone kind of gone off the rails, as you said. The animal welfare genie has been let out of the bottle, and about 15 minutes ago, the judge was talking about, without the jury present, he was talking about the possibility that I think his exact words were, if we have a mistrial, or if we need a mistrial, we'll have one, because he never wanted animal welfare to be a part of this, and now now it is, and so they're going to discuss and decide more about that.
Who's they? I mean, the prosecution and the defense are going to sit down over lunch and to say, hey, do you want to have a mistrial? I've never seen anything like this, as I mentioned, and we have Nathan, who's an attorney here. Usually one side or the other calls for mistrial, not the judge saying, oh, I'm going to declare a mistrial because I don't want to spend more time on this trial. I've never seen anything like this. It's crazy.
Yeah, he's going to be consulting with the state's attorneys and the defense's attorneys without the jury present. They were talking through some technical issues about what they're going to do next, and whether they're going to be allowed to have more witnesses. That I didn't entirely follow, but it sounds like the bottom line is this has gone off the is not gone according to his plan. Animal welfare is very much at issue, and I think it was really smart of Wayne to basically, he's basically been ignoring the judge's orders to not talk about animal welfare and sneaking it in anyway, which has forced the prosecution to try to confront it. And we may get a mistrial out of that. We'll see. And if we do, I think it'll be interesting, to see whether they keep pushing this and have another trial.
And I want to just thank Gwenna Hunter, founder of Vegans of LA and Vegans for Black Lives Matter, for being here today. Before you leave, I know you have to leave now. What are your final thoughts, given, wow, this explosive development of the judge saying, well, I'll declare a mistrial, and thank you for unmuting. If you could unmute, thanks.
Yeah, like Lindsay is saying, this sounds like a movie. Like, I thought I knew the direction this was going. I have no idea now. I have no idea. I'm on the edge of my seat. I'm biting my nails, pulling my hair, trying to figure out exactly the route this is going to go, all because you want it wrapped up today, which is a really selfish reason. This is someone's entire life on the line. So I'm going to have my phone on, listening to the audio of what's going on in the court, and I just really hope and pray that this goes in his favor.
Thank you, Gwenna Hunter, for all you do and for joining us. I know you're very busy. If this goes into Saturday, we will provide live coverage, as we have been doing, from 11 a.m. Pacific to 1 p.m. Eastern or beyond, if there's jury deliberations or whatever. I mean, you never know when a trial is going to wrap up. Jury can deliberate for 5 minutes or 5 days. But I just think this is so interesting. Now, somebody, and of course, you know, not everybody who's commenting are lawyers, but somebody said, oh, this is going to be decided right away. Is that your understanding of it, Marina, that this is something that in a couple of minutes the decision is going to be made, or is it going to be a long drawn out argument in front of outside the jury's presence?
You mean about whether or not there's going to be a mistrial?
Yes.
I really can't say, you know, you know, you know, the judge has asked the, you know, attorneys for both sides to think about whether or not they want a mistrial during this break. So they might come back and say, you know, we don't want this, or we do think it's the right thing. There's one other thing I was going to say, and I'm curious whether or not the defense thinks that a mistrial would be good for them, or what, you know, do they think that it's better to have a jury vote on the evidence that they've been shown instead of risking having to do another trial where you know, where there might be even like harsher restrictions on their ability to talk about animal welfare.
So my idea is, correct me if I'm wrong, Nathan, if the prosecution were to say, yeah, we're good for the mistrial, then that's double jeopardy, because, or I'm not understanding. I'm confused.
I'm a little confused also. You know, I think, you know, I don't think the prosecution is going to ask for a mistrial, because that's dangerous waters for them. I think if you're the defense, I don't think you're necessarily asking for a mistrial. I think you're going to couch it in terms like, if this court is going to declare a mistrial, as the judge, as Your Honor has indicated, the record should be very clear that this is because of missteps by the prosecution, nothing that the defense has done, because you want to be able to make that double jeopardy argument later on. If a mistrial is granted here, it's a huge win for the defense, I think, in the big picture, because they will be able to make that double jeopardy argument. It sounds to me like it's completely the result of prosecutorial misconduct here. I mean, they have violated the court's order, an order that was requested by the prosecution in the first place, which is to not allow any evidence in this case of animal mistreatment. So I find it hard to believe that the prosecution will want a mistrial. I think the defense just has to be very careful in the language that they use, and not make it sound like they're the ones who are necessarily asking for it.
Wow. Well, okay. When right before this came up, where the judge said, if this goes in, tell me exactly what the judge said, Marina, to your best recollection, and what triggered that comment. Because I understand there were jury questions about animal welfare, but do we know what those jury questions were? And do they concern, when are we going to see the video? Because in my opinion, when you think about questions, that's not necessarily long to answer. But if they're saying, we want to see the video, and many lawyers have said over the course of several days, they've opened the door, the prosecution, by mentioning the video to the defense saying, let's show the video. That could be a several day event of just like a film festival, essentially.
Yeah. Sorry. Let me mute this. They haven't, it's not that they've specifically requested to see the video that they've been banned from seeing, although I'm sure they're wondering about it, but they, you know, the jury is allowed to submit questions to each witness, and they have been, you know, this morning, they were submitting a lot of questions to the Smithfield witness about what kinds of care they give their animals, how, what kinds of veterinary care and their various kind of management practices around their animals. They are clearly, as defense attorney Mary Corcoran said, animal welfare is clearly like front of mind for them, no matter what the judge wants. And defense wants, defense now wants to bring back their own witnesses to talk more about animal welfare and refute what the Smithfield manager was saying, like their witness, Kirsten Rosenberg, the veterinarian, and the judge is saying, well, I don't want this trial to be drawn out forever. I'm not going to keep allowing more testimony. And, and if it's true that this issue that wasn't supposed to be at issue is in the jury's minds, and we can't take that back, then we might have a mistrial.
Well, yes, that's a good point. Yeah, that's a good summary. The other thing that I've noticed just covering trials is that these trials are very expensive. They're expensive to the county. Who's paying for all this? The taxpayers. The taxpayers, for the lights to be on in the court, for all the security, for law enforcement that keeps chasing Carlo here down the street and telling her she can't be in front of the courthouse. It's all costing money. So a lot of times when there's a mistrial, you'll hear the prosecution going, we've elected not to retry this case. And I would think, I don't know, if it were me, what would I do? I'd say the longer I can stay out of jail, the better. I'm going to go for the mistrial, even though, other people have said here, well, then the prosecution could get its act together and come back with a really strong case and really not make the same errors they made before. I don't know. That's what I say off the top of my head. I would be tossing and turning. It's nerve-wracking. It's agonizing. Carla, you've been there from the very beginning. I mean, what's the mood?
Yeah, I mean, it's really from day to day. The mood has changed even from moment to moment, from witness to witness. We've been trying to get a feel for whether things are going more for the defense or the prosecution. I would say that I can only speak for myself when I say that I don't think that anybody wants a mistrial, but also it is unfair to not have all of the jurors' questions answered, especially when dealing with something so important as the animal welfare in this case. So I don't know.
I think what's really fascinating is the prosecution was worried about the defense, but they should be worried about the jury. Okay. And it almost seems like Mutiny on the Bounty. Hoorik, it seems like the jury is doing a little bit of a, hey, we want to know, and you can't keep this information from me.
Right. When from day one, when they were refusing to allow the footage, and then there was the footage of that poor Lily or the other one suckling from the bloody teeth of the mother, and they asked Wayne to cut the picture with scissors in half before they could present it to the jury, right? So I'm thinking to myself, the more they play this game of you can't show, you can't know, if I were a juror, I would be more suspicious of saying, I have a lot of reasonable doubts as to why there's something going on here. And my hope is that if they come to a conclusion, a verdict, that they won't be forced to look at, I think, what's called the letter of the law, or specifically what the charges are, and that they can actually, see that they didn't have all the information to make the right decisions. So that's what I'm doing.
With jurors, we all know, we've seen trials. There's court TV. There's many famous trials where it ends up that there's a split in the jury, right? And I could see that very easily happening here, because they try to orchestrate, in my opinion, a jury that first is an anonymous jury, which telegraphs, it's usually only used in organized crime cases or terrorism cases, which the prosecution has tried to describe this as some kind of terrorism case. remember, these piglets at best are worth $42. And Wayne made a powerful argument that they're actually valueless because they would be discarded like so many of the other hundreds and thousands of piglets who are just thrown in the dumpster, which is a word the prosecution has tried to keep out. But my point is that there could be a long, long trial just in jury deliberations because the prosecution did what it could to keep the defense from knowing the backstory of these jurors. But remember, all it takes is one juror who cares, okay? There's that famous movie about that. But I want to play what Paul Picklesimer said the other day about this, about how the defense wasn't allowed to learn the backstory of the jurors. Like, are they animal lovers, or were they in 4-H, or are they working at a factory farm?
The defense argued that because the questionnaire asks if you or someone who you know works within the animal production industry, yes or no, they were saying that will let you know if you have a bias or not. When we know that's not the case. People get tattoos of quote-unquote bacon. Like, we need to be able to really know what people are about, what they care about, how they feel about animals in general. And these are things we're just not going to be allowed to find out.
But so what if there are one or two, Marina, who care about animals? I remember covering the Michael Jackson case that during jury selection, they allowed onto the jury one juror who had gone to Neverland as a child and who had had a glorious time there as a child. And I was like, what on earth are they thinking to allow that jury on the prosecution? The person went to Neverland and had a great time at Neverland. Well, I don't know if it was that person, but he was acquitted on all counts. It turns out jury selection is so absolutely pivotal. So is there any sense, talk, Carla, about this jury? We don't want to ever talk about names or identify, but we can talk about, and I've done this myself in the courtroom, well, the juries took notes in this moment. The jurors seem to smile or cry. Some jurors have cried. I've seen them cry during terribly gruesome murder cases. What read are you getting? You were in the courtroom, were you not, once or twice?
Yes, I was inside the courtroom yesterday and was able to witness how the jury was responding to everything. And I will say that they all seem very engrossed. They do seem to be taking notes, and that's evident by the mountains of questions that they have. They're very intrigued. They are paying attention. And I'd like to say that's why it's so important that just because they filled out a questionnaire, that doesn't tell you everything that you need to know. And actually, just because they have maybe family members that are in law enforcement, or maybe they have worked on a factory farm or know somebody that worked on a factory farm or is involved in animal agriculture in some way, that does not necessarily preclude them from being a very good member to have on the jury for the defense, because we ourselves get so much information from whistleblowers that work at these places and are disgusted with what's going on. So it's important that you're able to question the prospective jurors and get a sense for where they fall in those industries, you know, how they feel about things.
Yeah, but I mean, when you were looking at the jury, did you see, like, I would always look for telltale signs. Do they smile at the defendant? Do they scour at the defendant? Some lawyers have told me they can almost predict when a jury returns with a verdict from the expressions on their faces what the verdict will be, and that they guess it right most times, because if they're going to acquit, they're kind of like this, and if they're going to convict, they're kind of like, I don't want to look at the defendant that I'm about to send away.
No, they're very engaged. And, you know, I made sure that I looked over and smiled just to see what kind of response I would get. And every juror that I smiled at, they smiled back. And they have, as I said, been very, very pensive, making sure they're paying attention. And from what I observed, you know, I did not see any scouring or anything of that nature. So, I mean, you cannot tell what's in the mind of an individual. But from what I observed, they did seem very pensive on these matters, and they're not taking it lightly, which is great.
Yes, thank you, Carla. Marina, I just have to ask you your overall take on this. You're writing for The Intercept. You've probably covered this more in depth than any other journalist. What's your take on the fact that this is such an explosive trial and it's basically like you and me covering this? I mean, honestly, I keep going and Googling to try to find trial footage online, and I'm not seeing any news organizations playing the trial footage, which we've played here and will continue to play throughout the hour.
Yeah, it's well, although I've been following this trial really closely. I've been live tweeting constantly and posting videos on Twitter and stuff. I haven't actually published a story yet. I will in The Intercept once there is a verdict or a mistrial. But, and so it's possible that there will be more stories once there's an outcome. I know that DXC is in touch with the New York Times, but I don't know if the Times will ultimately have a story. But yeah, I mean, to me, like, I think this is one of the biggest, stories in the country right now. And the footage of, there's so many clips from the trial that I think, should deserve to go viral. Like the clip that I think you probably showed on the show of Wayne's testimony, trying to talk about factory farming and being interrupted by Janice McConaughey like 5 times. She's one of the prosecutors from the Attorney General's office. I just think that incredible. And Wayne, the way that Wayne handles that, and he's so well spoken. I just think it's like it's an incredible film. It's like a fascinating and vitally important trial. I don't really understand why it's not getting the coverage it deserves.
I understand it. I was in the mainstream news media for 40 years. Just look at the advertisers. Meat, dairy, and pharmaceuticals, fast food and pharmaceuticals is why I fought like hell to get these kinds of stories on when I was in mainstream media. And, that's why I created this network, Unchained TV. This is streaming not only on Facebook, but on Twitter, YouTube, as well as our global streaming app and our website, UnchainedTV.com, because we have to, in the age of social media, use every technique, tool, and technology available to get the word out. Simone Reyes, you are back. What do you make of this whole thing where and correct me if I'm wrong, anybody, the judge is basically saying, okay, the jurors want to know about animal welfare. I want this trial to end today. I don't want this to drag on. So if either side, if the defense is hell-bent on having animal welfare included, I'm going to just declare a mistrial. You guys can decide. Do you want a mistrial or are you going to wrap it up? I mean, is that a fair, just yes or no assessment, Nathan?
Sounds like that's what's happening. It's bizarro world, to be honest with you. The parties aren't going to come to some agreement on that issue for sure. Again, I would be surprised if the judge does it. It sounds to me from all accounts that if it is done, it is wholly the product of the prosecution making a lethal error in their case, one that's totally inconsistent with what their position has been.
What is the error, the specific error?
I guess the error would be that they've opened the door to evidence that they themselves have completely prevented from coming in the first place. I mean, their whole strategy here has been to limit this case to these 2 piglets and the elements of the charges. So now they suddenly open the door to animal welfare issues. I'm not, again, I didn't see it, so I don't know what was said or
what was that opening of the door? Because in my opinion, sorry to interrupt you, Nathan, they opened the door in their opening statement. The prosecution said they went in there because they had a cause. I remember the word cause was used. So if you're talking about a cause, that's the cause is animal welfare. Wouldn't that right there open the door to animal welfare discussions, Marina?
Yeah, it's it's weird, right? I mean, I think what the prosecutor Von Christensen said in his opening statement was that he gave a strange opening statement that that I thought got a lot of things wrong. But he said that he called it basically old-fashioned livestock kidnapping or livestock rustling with a modern twist. He implied that DXE was doing it to raise revenue and and to get attention for themselves. He wouldn't have talked about animal cruelty in that opening statement. But I think that what has happened is Wayne did a really great job yesterday. Wayne and Kirsten Rosenberg did a really great job talking about factory farm cruelty, despite the fact that they are officially not allowed to. And the prosecution realized, well, this looks really bad for us, and the jury cares about it, and we better bring back our witnesses to try to refute this, and that's what they did. They brought the Smithfield guy today and the Utah State veterinarian, to cast doubt on the defense's narrative.
Well, can I interrupt you there for 1 second?
Mm-hmm.
Why would you possibly try to refute the animal welfare issue? I mean, I could show you one photo that, in other words, the reason they didn't want to talk about animal welfare, Simone Reyes, is that they can't win on that because it's a horror show. This is a photograph. Look at all those dead piglets. And there's tons and literally tons and tons of dead piglets discarded. Look at this. This is one of the pigs they took out. Look at the blood on her snout. I mean, I have PTSD from just screening the video of the Death Star operation because I had to download some clips. I was like, I'm embarrassed to be a human being. Why would they come back and try to rebut or refute the claims about animal welfare problems when it's so obvious to anybody that, yes, there are animal welfare problems in this facility. They may be legal. Who knows? They may be within the law, but there's cruelty happening there.
They want to win the case, right? And they'll say whatever they need to. Smithfield will certainly say whatever he needs to. I mean, it was almost, I'm so deep in this issue that I can't always tell how this is reading to like a average person or the jury, but listening to the Smithfield guy testifying about how much they give their animals medical care and they go in every day to assist any animal that needs care. It was, I thought it was comical, but they're doing that because they know that they look really bad.
Simone. Oh, you have a guest.
Wants to give her opinion as well. My Wi-Fi just came back on, so I hope it's okay.
Yes.
Basically, it would be a slam dunk, right? On so many levels, we have to believe if people actually had access to these horrendous conditions in not just this factory farm, in all of them. And it's sad commentary on the state of the world. We are making such incredible, leaps and bounds with showing people what animals go through before they reach your plate. But at the end of the day, there still seems to be so many soldiers of the old regime, which is keep people stupid. And then we can control them and we can control their money. And so unfortunately, we would like to think that, courtrooms are completely devoid of any of the old regime, but that is clearly not true. Because again, in any murder trial, the jury is allowed to see the most disgusting and horrific photographs of humans, and it helps them make a determination on the punishment or the guilt or the innocence of the defendant. And animals should have that same right.
Jane, you're muted.
Sorry about that. You're outside court. They're on a break, lunch break. The lunch breaks are very short in the idea of moving this trial along. So are we going to hear this when we come back? Are we going to hear, is it a mistrial or isn't it? Because we'll stay live. I mean, if it's a question of, wow, any second now they could decide that this is a mistrial, how is that process playing out? Do you have any idea?
Well, I know that several people have already gone back in, but I don't know when things are going to start back up. I will be here and I will bring things to you from the people when they come out. So I don't know. I mean, there's no way to tell. This has been from day one very odd as far as when they want to go quickly through things and when they're willing to take their time with things. So we're just going to have to see.
Marina, you've been covering it. So what do you anticipate in terms of a timeline?
Yeah, I think it sounds like the counsel are privately talking to the judge right now. And have been for maybe 10 minutes. And they could, they could come back. They could come back any minute. It's really hard to say. It reminds me of the debacle on Monday when everyone showed up and realized that the defense wasn't given a list of the full names of the jurors, so they couldn't do any research on them. And they had to meet privately in the judge's chambers for, I don't know, like maybe an hour. People who are there on the ground would know better than me because I'm not in Utah. But yeah.
No, wait a second. They didn't. Okay, first they say it's an anonymous jury. Then they didn't even give the last names of the jurors to the defense so they can look up and see, oh, is this the president of a butcher shop? I mean, I don't understand that. That sounds like a mistrial right there.
Yeah. Mary Corcoran called for one. So they none of this was on WebEx, so I didn't see it personally, but my understanding is that the prosecution did get a list of the full names of jurors and the defense did not. So they couldn't do any social media research on them or anything like that. I think that this was a clerical error because the judge said he did intend for the defense to get the full names, and obviously it's not fair to give one party the full names and not the other. And Mary Corcoran, the defense counsel, argued for a mistrial based on that, but that didn't happen. And he said, well, we're going to move forward, and you can kind of do social media research on them now throughout the day and tonight.
Yes, everybody's saying, please stay live. We will stay live. And we're all curious. I mean, I find that verdicts are very nerve-wracking. And I want to go to Nathan on this. Like covering these big trials, sometimes I joke, you think I was on trial because I'm very nervous. And the longer it takes a jury to come back, the more nervous I get. And yet, there's seasoned reporters who I admire. I'm pretty seasoned, but obviously with the wrong seasoning because I get nervous. And others, there was a lady from the Associated Press who would just sit there and she was cool as a cucumber. Nothing ruffled her. But I mean, this is nerve-wracking because the lives of two people are hanging in the balance. 11 years in prison is a hell of a long time. And it's astounding. There was a question, why is this not even in small claims court if the official value of these two piglets is $42 each? And the defense made a very powerful argument that they're actually completely worthless to the company because they would be amongst the many, many piglets put in the dumpster because they were underweight and sickly. Nathan.
Yeah, I mean, Jane, on the point of being nervous, waiting for a jury verdict, there's really nothing like it. I mean, you can feel your heart beating through your chest, and that's as the attorney. We form relationships with our clients, and whether they are guilty or not guilty, we learn a lot about them and their lives and their backgrounds and their families and the circumstances for why they may have committed the crime for which they're charged with. And, there's a humanity there, and we don't want to see our client, generally speaking, we don't want to see there's a competitive element to it. Nobody likes to lose. But more than anything, we're invested in these people who are our clients. And in that moment when you learn that there's a verdict, and when you see the jury walking in, it is really, really a very, very tense situation. The courtroom is dead silent, and I can't even imagine what the client is feeling. I just know that my heart is just pounding through my chest.
And you know, I've often said to Wayne, having interviewed him before this trial about this, I said, it feels like I'm more nervous about you going to prison than you are, because he's just got this sort of way of compartmentalizing. Let's hear Wayne on the stand describing the injuries of one of the two piglets he admits that he removed.
Exhibit 32, as I said, was a close-up of the foot. And what I observed was significant inflammation in one of her toes and pus forming on the outside. And this was part of the reason we were already concerned just about her low body weight. But the fact that she had a very significant injury that was preventing her from walking properly led her to rush her that night to the emergency vet after taking her initially to an animal rescue for intake and diagnosis. So did Lily have any other injuries? Yes, she did. What other injuries did she have? She had significant facial scarring, and I'm going to move now to Exhibit 21. Tell us about Exhibit 21. Exhibit 21 is a photograph that I took on that same morning of Lily's face and just kind of the facial condition. And I shot it with a Sony camera that morning. I reviewed these photographs before I came to court today, and it true and accurately depicts Lily's facial scarring and wounds on the night and morning of March 7th and March 8th.
So, you know, most Americans describe themselves as animal lovers. There have been national polls that Americans say they don't want pig gestation crates. California passed Prop 12, which is currently about to be argued before the U.S. Supreme Court, which says if you raise an animal in a pig gestation crate, you cannot sell their body parts here in California. California being the 5th largest economy in the world, that will have a ripple effect around the globe. So how is it, Simone Reyes, that Wayne is able to testify about those specific injuries to that little piglet and actually show photos of the piglet, which is allowed because that relates to what he's specifically accused of, not the general animal welfare? How would the prosecution think that no human being amongst the jurors would have care, concern, or feelings about this animal with pus and battered face?
Honestly, I watch a lot of trials. It's sort of the thing that I enjoy doing to wind down, oddly. And I've never, ever seen any courtroom where there is actual footage of the so-called crime that is not allowed in its entirety and showed to the jury. It absolutely makes zero sense. And the fact is that, again, you know, animals are being shut out of what they would have given to them if they were human, which is full disclosure of exactly what went on and the surroundings of what they saw and what they experienced. It's absolutely unfair, and I think quite unconstitutional.
Now, Hoorik, when Anita Krines, the founder of the SAVE movement, was put on trial in Canada, she and her lawyers very successfully made it basically animal agriculture on trial. Not only did they bring in evidence of animal cruelty, but they were really able to just sort of take the ball and run with it and talk about environmental consequences of animal agriculture. I mean, it was open season. Maybe the criminal justice system here in the U.S. saw that and said, we don't want that to happen here. I mean, if you start talking about animal welfare and then the many, 18 tons of dead piglets and pigs they're allowed to throw along with garbage into dumpsters, or I need to clarify that, but there's something like 18 tons of dead animal parts plus insemination materials and gloves that they're allowed to discard some way, somehow. But I mean, doesn't that open the door to take it even further? Why stop there? Why not talk about environmental carnage?
Yeah, I don't know where this particular judge is coming from, that he thinks that suppressing or hiding this information is somehow going to not open up more questions for the jury. And it's very sad that even though we talk about all this freedom of information, freedom of expression, that in the court cases, you even see that one judge, from what I understand, can decide whether or not such crucial information can be shared or cannot be shared. And I'm not surprised that he doesn't want it shared, because even though, as much as I hate to think, and I know that people are desensitized towards a lot of cruelty generally that they hear about, whether it's about animals or it's about the war in Ukraine or whatever it is, because that's sort of a defense mechanism for us to desensitize ourselves. But as everybody is saying, there's hardly not too many human beings that's going to say, I'm going to see this crazy horror going on, and yet I'm going to think that it's okay just because. I honestly think that, things don't change, people do. And when people change, things will change. Laws, hopefully, slowly, one by one, are being passed so that the state and federal level, animals are not considered property, because that's the problem right now. The animals are considered property, which adds to the horror that religion says God supposedly created all these animals for our use. So unless that mentality changes, and then the laws change, that animals become perceived as sentient subjects, just like every one of us, I think little by little things are happening. And media is critical. Like what you're doing is critical. I'm not surprised that the big media is not covering this. I'm not surprised this at all. Unfortunately.
Okay. Very interesting. Now, thank you, Hoorik, for that big picture. Now, Carla Cabral, they're going to come back, right? And I think it could even be as soon as 4 minutes. Are you seeing people come back? I know you're now in your car. I love this coverage that we have. We have unique coverage where you continue live. But honestly, I think it's social media and OTT technology and digital technology. We use StreamYard. Give StreamYard a shout out. We wouldn't be able to do this without the technology, and then we would really be shut down, and we would really be unable, just like in repressive countries, they control the internet, they control what is seen, and people don't get to see any of it. That's why we do this. We do an end run around the mainstream media blackout. And so does the Intercept, an independent journalist organization, to try to get the word out. But right now, the clock is ticking. We are approaching the top of the hour. And are you seeing, Carla, people come back? Because we could have a momentous decision when we come back. And then all hell's going to break loose depending on what happens.
Yeah, so I came into my car for several reasons. One, to charge my phone back up so that I can remain live with you guys and bring you news from the courthouse as it happens. But also I have streaming in front of me a chat where we are breaking news also from inside. So I wanted to be able to monitor that because several people have already gone back inside. They were already supposed to start back up and have not. So we think that they are still deliberating right now.
Oh, when you say deliberating, now, Nathan, you're the attorney here, and thank God we have you, because these are legal issues, and no matter what our emotions are, how many times have I heard jurors say, oh, we had such sympathy for the defendant, but the jury instructions, we had to stick to the letter of the law. We had no choice. And so, again, I really caution against just kumbaya. Yes, it can all look really good right now. It looks a heck of a lot better for Wayne and Paul, the defendants, who are advocates of open rescue, much as if you see a hot child in a car and the car is locked, you have a moral obligation to commit that crime, break the window, and get that child out before the child dies. That's not a crime. You're a hero. It's open rescue. Those who ran onto the NFL football fields in the last couple of nights and weeks to make that point were wearing open rescue T-shirts, and they were dragged out. There's a young woman, Emick Echo. They were arrested. Their whole point was, this is not a crime. This is open rescue. And by the way, if you're talking about the lack of mainstream news media coverage, that's one of the reasons why DXC has their team members go out there and not violently, but non-violently disrupt major televised events with the words openrescue.com on their shirts to try to alert people that this is going on. There you go. That's why they do it. They do it in order to send a message because, again, the mainstream media is not covering this. I am shocked and shamed to say, having been in mainstream media for many years, that I literally cannot find any footage, and correct me if I'm wrong, Marina, of this trial, which is in day 5, but 4 days have been videotaped. 3 days are available for videotape dissemination through St. George News, which has done a good job. Reporter Jeff Richards getting us the video. And I'll give you an example of some of the video that I don't see anywhere.
Probably already figured out this is a little bit of an unusual case. And I'm going to make things even more strange now because against the advice of my co-counsel and pretty much all the attorneys I've talked to, I'm going to tell you exactly what we did on the night in question. And the reason is because I believe in the people of this country, and I believe in the people of Utah to make the right choice. So some things I'm going to admit and say to you right now. I was there on the night of March 7th, 2017. So there's no dispute about that fact now. You will hear evidence in this trial that I was there from me. I did remove 2 piglets from Smithfield Foods on the night of March 7th, 2017. And we did not return those 2 piglets to Smithfield Foods after we removed them on the night of March 7th, 2017. While the prosecution has tried to construe these facts as a burglary and theft, that's not what actually the story tells. And this is where our stories diverge. Because this case is not about burglary and theft. It's not. It's about animal cruelty and animal rescue. So the 3 holes I'm going to try and put in the prosecution's story and fill with the actual facts of what happened on that night are reflected in these 3 questions. And I'll turn these questions into statements. And I find it easier to remember things if there's some sort of mnemonic device. So I remember, and I was thinking about what I wanted to say to all of you, just 3 P's. And the 3 P's are, 1, there are no piglets taken from a gestation crate building on the night of March 7, 2017. This is count 1. It just didn't happen. We did not expect to see piglets. We did not take any piglets. And we're there for one and only one reason. To find out what was happening to those mother pigs. What 2? While we did find piglets inside a farrowing crate barn, we never had any purpose to take anything of value from Smithfield Foods. Our purpose there was just to save 2 babies from certain death. And
I'm
point 3.
going to object. I think we're getting into exactly what we said we wouldn't, which is we have an order from the court that we would not talk about animal welfare.
And point 3 is that there is no fair market price at which anyone would have purchased these 2 piglets because they were in a condition that left them totally commercially unviable. In fact, they were a liability on the farm.
All right, so right there you hear the prosecution objecting, okay? Objecting to the entrance of animal welfare. She goes, this goes beyond the scope, and this is the court's order that we would not address animal welfare. But it seems like every time, Marina, that the prosecution says don't address animal welfare, it goes into the jurors' brains. Animal welfare, that's what, it's like a kid. You say you can't have candy, that's all they want, you know?
Yeah. Yeah, I think that's exactly right. And by the time they have objected, Wayne has already made his point. They've heard it, and I think that's something that he's really good at. You know, and it's why the prosecution has felt the need to you know, to bring additional testimony to try to say that Smithfield has great animal welfare.
Oh yeah, and you know, we've been on for a while. We're not we are a network. We are a global streaming network, and I invite everybody, please, if you support our independent coverage, just like I support the internet, the Intercept, rather. The Intercept is a great independent media organization that covers stories ignored by mainstream media. Please download Unchained TV. It is a free global streaming network advocating a compassionate lifestyle. You can download it on your phone. This is live on the phone right now. You can download it on your TV via Amazon Fire Stick, Apple TV device, or Roku device. And you can also watch it online at UnchainedTV.com. We're doing this. I was in mainstream media for 40 years, okay? I want to be on a beach reading a trashy novel and eating vegan bonbons. I'm doing this for one reason and one reason alone, that it outrages me that these important stories are ignored. And if you go and look at the front page of the major news organizations, and I have a subscription to the New York Times and the Washington Post, not everything is about life or death matter. Sure, there's the war in Ukraine, there's nuclear possibility threats, there's all sorts of things, but there's also sports stories, there's recipe stories, there's lifestyle stories, there's profiles of people's apartments and homes. They can cover this if they want to. I mean, it's outrageous. It's absolutely outrageous. I just want to go to Simone on that, because you are in media. You've been on reality shows. You're on a reality show right now on Unchained TV called Pig Little Lies, which is a fun way of introducing a very serious issue, is that pigs are highly intelligent, highly emotional beings. They are the 5th smartest animal on the planet. Simone.
Of course, it's very, very distressing and disappointing in mainstream media, though not surprising on any front. However, thank goodness we have the most critical, weapon in our arsenal, which is social media. That is how the younger generations are getting their news. It's how they're getting their information. It's how they're sharing their information. So the fact that we have that, and the fact that we are able to have Unchained TV and other networks who might possibly pick this up that are not on mainstream media, that is critical. People are learning about this trial. Certainly having it on ABC or NBC or CBS would be fantastic. But right now, we do have a really, really good leg up, because people are getting their information now by scrolling on their phones and their tablets.
So it's been a couple of minutes. The court is back in session. I'm going to add Carla back. Are you getting any word from your peeps who are, you're on a thread where you're getting updated on what's happening in court?
Yes, I'm on the thread right now, and I'm not seeing any breaking news at the moment.
So, but is lunch over? Like, in other words, are they back in session? Are they still in the judges' chambers having discussions? Because, the judges' chambers, usually people don't talk for that long. I mean, an hour is like a year in the judges' chambers. So I'm just wondering where is this? Nathan, give us, I don't even know what to say anymore. Bring us up to date on what this legal issue with the judge saying, well, you want a mistrial? You better, if you don't, wrap it up today.
Yeah, I mean, I imagine the discussions in chambers are, just trying to sort out what they're going to do based upon the prosecution opening the door to animal welfare issues. The judge has made it very clear he wants this trial to move along. But, trials are supposed to be about getting to the truth. And, the prosecution and the court really has has gone to great lengths to keep that from happening. And now they're up against the rights of the accused, which is they should be allowed to now present. They weren't allowed, and they should have been allowed previously, but now the prosecution is trying to have it both ways, which is they're asking the court to focus this case solely on the elements of the crime and have nothing to do with animal welfare. But then they want their cake and eat it too, and they want to be able to sort of cherry pick and open the door, but not allow the defense to now rebut whatever it is that they open the door with. So I imagine, Paul's attorney, who's clearly, a very experienced attorney, is trying to make the case that this is not about rushing a trial, that the lives of these people, of their client, of Paul and Wayne, are at stake here, and it's worth keeping this jury longer than they may want to be kept. And it's presumptuous, I think, to think that they want to go home right now. I think jurors take their responsibilities very seriously. And sure, I'm sure they would like it to end sooner rather than later, but they're invested in this case also. And I think they probably understand the magnitude of their responsibility. And I think they should be allowed to, to hear all the evidence, see all the evidence. And I think if I were representing Wayne or Paul, that's the case I would be saying is, like, let's not worry so much about ending this case. Let's do it right. And let the chips fall where they may.
Yeah. And you, Simone, had mentioned, thank God for social media. DXC is doing a lot to get the word out about this. I want to play an Instagram, and Carla is featured inside a pig gestation crate here, which you really brought the point home right outside court. Watch this. Covering up animal cruelty. So that very emotional. And I want to ask you, Carla, you got into a gestation crate to make the point. And wow, I mean, just hats off to you to do something that bold in front of the courthouse. What was the reaction to that?
I mean, everybody was very emotional. We all took turns, just taking a minute or two to be inside the gestation crate. I mean, nobody can imagine what it must be like for these pregnant mother pigs to have to be inside these extremely tiny metal cages, unable to turn around. I mean, it's unimaginable what they go through. And so just being in there for just a brief time, you can get a sense for how awful it is. And I can't describe it. Everybody should, at some point in their life, put themselves into that situation to just try and understand what these wonderful sentient beings go through all day long for months on end, unable to move.
It's torture. Take me to court. I don't care. It's torture. And, it's just unbelievable. After the people of California basically said, yeah, it's torture to keep an animal immobilized in a crate where they can't turn around or scratch themselves. They cannot turn around or scratch themselves. I mean, this is, Wayne explains it when he went inside Operation Death Star. The jurors will never see this video unless their doors open.
She'll be stuck here for at least 4 years, sometimes 5 or 6 years, living in a crate this size, forcibly impregnated over and over again, and then finally killed when she can no longer produce as many piglets as this farm wants her to produce. Once it becomes unprofitable, she'll be killed. She'll never step outside her entire life.
So this is a farrowing crate. This mother pig was taken from a gestation crate facility to here to give birth. She's going to be with her kids for 3 weeks, and then they're all going to be taken away from her and soon sent up to slaughter.
And you can see the piglets just like strewn around there. I mean, my God. What was it that was said at the McCarthy hearings? Have you no decency? I mean, the emperor's got no clothes. Okay, the emperor's got no clothes. Carla.
Yeah, I just wanted to interject because I just heard back from Almira, who is inside, stating that they're all just waiting, that counsel, and I misspoke about the word deliberation. I apologize for that. The counsel is still in chambers.
Wow, that's a long time. Have you ever heard of something this long being in chambers, Nathan, as an attorney?
I mean, it happens, I guess. The legal issues always present themselves at trial. This is obviously, this is a doozy. I don't know what else can be said. I don't know why it's taking this long, but they're obviously they're working towards some conclusion. Maybe there's a middle ground here. Maybe the judge is going to allow Wayne and Paul to present evidence on animal welfare issues, but it's possible that the judge is putting sort of a scope on what they can and can't do. Of course, that in and of itself sets up more appellate issues, but maybe the judge is trying to reach some sort of compromise, and they're going through video and maybe proffering possible testimony to reach a consensus on what the judge is willing to let in. That's possible.
Marina, having studied this trial, and I think you probably know this case better than anyone except for Wayne, can you predict or give us your theory of what that middle ground, splitting the baby as it were, would be?
Sorry, I'm doing like 50 things right now. I'm
going to get a glass of water while you're talking, so please talk till I come back.
Reading my story and listening to your broadcast and checking if court is about to come back and checking Twitter. I think that I think a number of things are possible. I think that it's possible that the judge would stop all the testimony now, right, and start concluding arguments and send it to the jury. I feel like, if I had to guess, I feel like that's the most likely thing to happen more than a mistrial. But it is, it's so unpredictable. I feel like we don't get a lot from idle speculation.
No, but it's not idle, because you really have been studying this case on a granular level. But I don't know exactly where at the moment this sort of erupted, where the judge had what I would describe as, not being there, forgive me if I'm overcharacterizing, a hissy fit, and said, I want to end this week. And sure, we all have weekend plans. I'm going to go to vegan street fair nights. Well, if the trial's going on, I guess I won't go. That's what happens when you cover a trial. It becomes all consuming. So whatever his plans are, or whatever reason he wants to wrap it up by today because it's Friday, that's no reason for declaring a mistrial. But I want to ask, at what moment was this trial when he made that comment? Was it during the rebuttal case of the prosecution? Because you have opening statements, and you usually have the prosecution case, the defense case, then the prosecution goes back with a rebuttal, then there's a surrebuttal by the defense. Correct me if I'm wrong, Nathan. Is that pretty much it?
You're on fire. You got it.
Okay. So what point were we in the trial when this happened?
Yeah, I think that Carla can add to this, but I think that, so first the state brought all of its witnesses starting Tuesday into Wednesday, and then the defense brought all of their witnesses. That finished this morning, and then the state brought back 2 of their witnesses to refute to rebut the defense's testimony. They brought back the Utah State veterinarian and the Smithfield manager, and at that point, Paul's attorney Mary Corcoran said, "Well, if you're going to allow them to say all this stuff, we need to be able to get our witnesses back too to rebut what they are saying, and the prosecution has added all this testimony about animal welfare at Smithfield that we need to respond to, and it's now clear that general animal welfare conditions at Smithfield are inseparable. General animal welfare conditions at Smithfield, not just the health of the two individual piglets, are inseparable from the question of the value of the two piglets. Based on
what you just said was very significant. In other words, when Wayne was allowed to show some photos of the two piglets. Okay, we lost her for a second. But she was
Sorry,
allowed-
guys, if I can break in for a second, the jury is back on, or the trial is back on. The WebEx has started.
Oh, okay. All right.
So
well, that's good to know. Thank you. Thank you and that's probably why she jumped off, because she's lickety split on getting back there to the trial. And we understand that because that's her primary job, reporting for the Intercept. And it could be a very big moment. But when we say that the WebEx is on and the jury is back and the judge, we still don't know what is going to happen. That's the thing. We also have people monitoring this for us and who will bring us to the very latest as it happens. I mean, this is really, really nerve-wracking because the lives of Wayne Hsiung, he's a young person. I don't know his exact age, but he hasn't lived his life, as Hoorik mentioned. There he is. He's a young person to the right. And then the gentleman with the beard is Paul Picklesimer. And then that's Mary Corcoran, the attorney for Paul, and Wayne is representing himself. These two men you're looking at here could find out whether they're going to prison for 11 years or whether this trial is going to be declared a mistrial. It really is up in the air right now. And we've been waiting during the lunch break. They're back. And let's hear any second now. We're going to hear from, we'll find out. Now, as an attorney, Nathan, let's say, the case. Okay. I'm getting all sorts of people pinging me, telling me things, and I don't want to repeat something hearsay. A lot of people think they understand a trial and then they don't. And what they're saying is inaccurate. So I don't want to quote that. We're going to wait any second now to get the actual input from, I'm going to call right now. We're going to call Mick Davutian and see what he is seeing and hearing, because he's watching it. And you know what? We could easily show you the WebEx, but we are legally not allowed to. So what's happening? We're live.
They're back in court.
Yeah.
Hi, they're back in court. The defense, in this case, just a moment ago, told the judge that their preference would be to continue and have the opportunity to cross and address the questions from the jurors. I believe a lot of them are pertaining to animal welfare. And Paul's attorney said, I understand, Your Honor, you will probably decline that, but I want it on the record.
Oh, in other words, so the defense came back and said, well, you just heard it. What is your analysis, Nathan, as an attorney?
Yeah, I mean, I think the defense wants to be very protective of the record. They know what the judge is going to decide because that decision's probably been made in chambers already. So when Mary Corcoran says, I anticipate Your Honor is going to deny our request, it's because she knows that the judge is going to deny the request. But it's very, very important that she preserve the record for if there were a conviction and a subsequent appeal, that she make a very clear record of what she's asking for, to make it clear that she's asking, she's letting the future appellate court know that the prosecution opened the door to this animal welfare issue, and that the judge is not allowing them to go through that door. Basically, the prosecution's getting everything.
It just occurred to me, and the reason you're seeing that black dot is Marina Bolotnikova is a reporter for The Intercept, and she's going to come on when she can, but she's reporting on this case, so she has to be there. Mick, what are you saying now in terms of what's happening?
So I'm trying to listen. Paul's attorney basically said, reiterated the fact that they want to have a speedy trial, that Paul has decided he does not want a mistrial, and they are proposing that they can do all that they need to do and answer the questions and properly protect their rights by continuing through Saturday morning.
Okay.
And she repeated by saying, I understand, Your Honor, you will likely not allow that, but she's repeating it herself.
They will not allow it to go to Saturday morning. You know what's really occurred to me right now, which is really horrifying? It's a 3-day weekend. Monday is it Columbus Day? I don't know, but I know the banks, I think, are closed on Monday. So is this all about, we don't want to ruin our 3-day weekend? Could it be that mundane? I mean, crazier things have happened. So basically what you're saying, Mick, and again, we're talking to Mick Davudian, who's watching the feed. We could easily just flip it around and show you the feed, but we are legally prohibited from doing so. That would be contempt of court. I would be in contempt of court. We are not allowed to broadcast that feed. After I was rejected for the feed for being the pool camera, Marina was approved, and then they rejected her because she had a WebEx feed that she could turn around very quickly. And then they approved St. George News with an actual camera in the courtroom. Nobody, to my knowledge, but myself and Marina's Twitter feed has put that video out. I mean, wow. Yes, Chloe says Monday is Columbus Indigenous Peoples Day. So yes, it's a bank holiday. It's probably a court holiday. And I think that is factoring into the judge's decision. So if I think that's really unfair. If you're saying, well, we can wrap this up. You're saying, Mick, that the defense is saying we could wrap it up by tomorrow morning. We just come in the morning. That's correct.
That is correct. Unfortunately, because exactly what you said, we're not allowed to broadcast this. I turned off the volume so that I'm on now. I didn't want to break the rules and jeopardize my own legal case. In my case, but basically, that's what she said. She said that both counsel have agreed, in this case, Wayne and her, and their client Paul, that they think they can have a speedy trial and do everything they're saying by continuing and wrapping things up by Saturday morning, is what she said, which is tomorrow, obviously. But again, I don't know what I see the judge talking. The volume is off, so maybe somebody else from the inside.
Well, okay, you can watch for 5 minutes, and I'll call you in like 3 minutes and find out, because this is the decision right now being made.
Yep.
Or I'll put you on mute. You can look. I'll put you on mute, Mick, and then you can text me when we have a decision. You know, we do workarounds. We do workarounds to the mainstream media blackout, because if it weren't for like Marina Bolotnikova's Twitter feed, EXE's Twitter feed, Unchained TV's trial coverage, and that's about it. All the animal rights organizations that gave me permission to cross-post, like Vegan FTA, Earthlings, Animal Save Movement, and all their various pages, National Animal Rights Day, and all their various pages, the Ratty Girl Sanctuary, and all their various pages. All these different pages have allowed us graciously to cross-post, and that TheirTurn, all these different pages. And of course, I'm probably missing some of them, and my apologies, but something like 40 pages we're cross-posting this to try to get the word out, to do an end run around the mainstream media blackout. This isn't, it's actually dumb on the part of mainstream media, because I've covered a lot of court cases. Lisa Bloom, who was on yesterday, had a show on Court TV. I used to fill in for her, so I was on Court TV. And some of them are not as exciting as this. And there are murder trials, and they are not as exciting as this trial. Your thoughts, Simone Reyes?
I love court TV and all of those shows, so I'm very, very familiar. And some of them are absolutely boring. And but even in the boring trials, they seem to allow a lot more evidence than is being brought forth here, which is just very, very distressing. Again, in any other trial that had an absolute like beginning to end video of the so-called crime that's being committed would obviously be allowed as evidence. It makes absolutely no sense unless you're trying to protect people from seeing something that could sway them emotionally, which is fair game when you're talking about animals that are being tortured and ultimately killed.
So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to mute my microphone while I bring Mick on. So go ahead, Nathan.
Yeah, I was going to say, Jane, one thing that I've learned in the last couple of minutes is it sounds like there was sort of a middle ground that may have been reached here, which is that the questions by the jurors are not going to be answered, but they're also going to be instructed to disregard all of the prosecution's rebuttal evidence, that it's all going to be stricken from the record. Now, again, it's hard to, as Mary Corcoran said, it's hard to unring the bell. And when a jury hears something, it's hard to just, poof, it's gone. It's obviously there, but it's meaningful. I think it does send a message to the jury that the prosecution has played a little bit dirty here. They went to great lengths to put on a rebuttal case.
Wait. Okay. I want Carla to try to get the information we're getting from Mick. Mick is saying something pretty extraordinary. Are you getting it too?
Well, I mean, I have been listening on the WebEx just now. I know that they did strike all of the rebuttal witness testimony. They are continuing forward. Mary made a plea for them to drop charges, I believe, or find Paul not guilty due to lack of evidence. But that's what they're kind of deliberating, or that's what they're talking about now.
No charges have been thrown out, because I think we're getting some. Trial watchers are watching, and they don't necessarily have,
count one has been dismissed, is what I'm hearing. No.
Wow. Count one has been dismissed.
Whoa. Let's just, so it sounds like the charges regarding gestation barn have been dropped.
Whoa.
Paul,
that's huge. Oh, count one.
Yeah, I want to verify. I'm just getting tons and tons of messages right now.
Yes. Wow. This is now. I'm gonna mute myself while I ask Mick to unmute, so we don't hear trial coverage, so we're not held in contempt of court. So hold.
Yeah, no. Let me just clarify. They were facing 2 burglary charges each. Now they're facing 1 and theft still. So they dropped one of the burglary charges.
Jane, you're
muted.
Sorry, overexcited here. Okay, Mick, mute yourself and tell us what happened, because we're also getting Marina is telling us some pretty extraordinary things on her texts and communication. Marina said, Jane, one of the burglary counts is dismissed for both defendants. That reduces their potential prison time from 10.5 years to 5.5 years. It's going to go to the jury.
Yes, that's correct, Jane. That was my understanding, and this is one of the few times I wish I had a law degree because it's really hard to understand. But Paul's attorney did ask. She said she's going to renew her motion for a directed verdict and for counts 2 and 3. And for the judge to dismiss count 1. And he asked Wayne if he concurred, and Wayne said he did. And then he said, yes, motion granted, count 1 dismissed for both defendants.
Wow, well, that's a huge victory. Nathan, as an attorney, give us the import of this.
Well, it's obviously big. It's the first count in the indictment. Their exposure was doubled because there were 2 burglary charges. I imagine the thinking was that there is just not sufficient evidence for a jury to conclude that they were guilty of breaking into the gestation barn for the purpose of committing a crime therein. And quite honestly, I mean, I haven't watched every minute of the trial, but I just don't think there's any view of the evidence, any logical view of the evidence that one could conclude that they went in there for the purpose of stealing. And obviously, the judge, having heard all the testimony in the case, has come to that very conclusion, that he's not going to allow the jury to even consider it, because there's no way under the law that the allegation or that the evidence that's been put forth proves a burglary of that gestation barn. Now, obviously, there's still count 2 that still remains, and Mary's going to renew her argument based upon the prosecution's case. I don't know whether she'll be successful. That ruling probably won't change, but their exposure is now less. And it never looks good for the prosecution to have their number 1 charge thrown out. I mean, that's really a big development.
Yeah, and Mick, I'm going to mute you while you continue to listen, and then I'll come back to you in a second.
Yeah, Jane, I have a quick thing to tell you. So you might want to verify this with someone who's there inside the court, but I believe the judge is telling the jury that today's testimony from the state with regards to the veterinarian who was contradicting what Dr. Rosenberg had said is to be stricken off the records, and they are to ignore that entire testimony. If you could please verify that.
Yes, that's what Carla's saying is accurate. Carla, as a DXC member who not so long ago, a couple of days ago, was in a pig gestation crate outside court, what is your reaction to this, to make a point about how cruel they are? What is your personal reaction as a human being who, you said you left a high-powered job to join DXC? What is your reaction to this? We don't know if it's a complete victory, but we can certainly say it's a partial victory.
Well, I do think that it is a partial victory, and I think it speaks volumes to the jury when the jury is going to hear this, and that puts in their mind, okay, if they've already been, these charges have been dropped, I think that's really going to affect them and how they think about the rest of the charges.
Yeah, but your personal reaction, did your heart go pitter patter?
Of course. I mean, of course. I can't imagine facing 10, 11 years in prison, and now knowing that has gone down to, still any time in prison that is unwarranted. I think it touches me deeply. I used to work with an organization that it still exists, ABO Comics, that does a comic strip and deals with LGBTQ plus prisoners all across the nation. And I've written to these inmates. And so my heart goes out to so many incarcerated individuals who do not deserve to be there. And so understanding this case so in depth and understanding the circumstances, and myself having performed these investigations, I don't want to say too much on here, but, having performed investigations myself, I can see myself being in this same position. And so, of course, it makes me happy to know that charge has been dropped and that there are less years on the table, even though any time I think is an injustice. So we'll see where it goes from here. And if I have to think about it from the point of view of I were on the jury, what I would be thinking if I am given this news. So I think it's wonderful.
Well, that I want to do a little roundtable. Hoorik, what would you say if you were a juror sitting there listening to all this, and, well, you're not listening to that, right? But you find out that here we are at the 11th hour and a key charge has been thrown out. What is your reaction to that?
Yeah, if I were a juror and somehow they were trying to show that these people are terrorists to start with, and then slowly it turns out that no, wait a minute, there's animal cruelty stuff in play, and then all of a sudden one of the main prosecution's cases is dropped. It's, I would say, why did they even put that case if they had enough evidence? And so if they did that in the first case, why should I believe that their second case has any merit? And so I think if I were a juror, it would just open up a whole amount of doubt in my mind, and I am hoping that's what's happening in the minds of these jurors, which I believe from that first day that I was watching on Tuesday, they started to ask a whole bunch of questions about animal welfare. So obviously there was concern amongst them. So yeah, I like to think it's looking really bad for the prosecution.
I want to say that this has been an extraordinary day. We're not done yet, but I want to acknowledge, because in doing an end run around mainstream media and the blackout on animal rights, to wit, when COVID was sweeping through the slaughterhouses and slaughterhouse workers were dying while the managers got to stay home and work remotely, even the few who covered that never used the word slaughterhouse. They said meat processing facilities or meat packing facilities or food processing facilities. They never use the word slaughterhouse. So that's one reason why we are trying to bring you really unbiased coverage, in the sense that we're talking about what's really going on in factory farms and slaughterhouses. So in order to do that end run, we have this feed going on our global streaming network, Unchained TV, which is on television, a Roku device, Apple TV device, Amazon Fire Stick. You can get it that way. You can also get it on your phone. It's 100% for free, and via UnchainedTV.com. But we are also streaming not just on Twitter and YouTube, but also on our Facebook page. And we've cross-posted to all these pages. I want to acknowledge, because I had to ask permission of these pages, and they all gave them to me. So let me very quickly read them. Animal Alliance Network, Animal Rights, National Animal Rights Day France, National Animal Rights Day Germany, Animal Save Movement, Animal Save UK, Climate Healers, Climate Save Movement, Direct Action Everywhere, Earthlings, Forward Latino, League of Latin American Citizens, Council 307, Los Angeles Animal Save, National Animal Rights Day Dallas, National Animal Rights Day Berkeley, Phoenix, New York Class, Our Planet Theirs Too, Rancher Advocacy Program, Refarmed, Rowdy Girl Sanctuary, Veganic Farm, Southwest Citizens for Responsible Development, National Animal Rights Day Australia, Canada, Denmark, Germany, National Animal Rights Day UK, USA, Vegan FTA, Vegans of LA, Veg Fest LA, Veg Up, Toronto Pig Save, Toronto Cow Save, and as I mentioned before, TheirTurn. Those are all the organizations who said, sure, yes, we need to have this trial out there. I thank them for doing so, because that expands our audience, and I urge everybody watching to please share out. Once again, to bring us up to date, Nathan, will you summarize all the crazy developments that just happened within the past, I would say, 45 minutes?
I'll try. It sounds to me like during, the sequence of events generally today, the plan was that the defense would finish presenting its case. Wayne called some witnesses, and then the prosecution put on a rebuttal witness, which was their expert to rebut the testimony of the defense's expert, to say essentially that she exaggerated, that the piglets were not so sick, and then while she was testifying, and while we were all on air here, apparently the prosecution asked him a question that had to do with animal cruelty in animal welfare in general at Smithfield Farm. And, it sounds like, it became just it was fireworks in the courtroom, because that was completely inconsistent with every prior ruling, everything the prosecution asked for previously. And the judge, started to talk about the possibility of a mistrial, and they needed to figure out how to rectify it. And my understanding from your reporters is that they then went into chambers for a very long time in making a decision as to whether there would in fact be a mistrial or there was some way to remedy it. I guess they found a middle ground, and they struck the entire testimony of the expert rebuttal witness. And since then, Mary Corcoran and Wayne Hsiung made a second motion for a directed verdict on count one, that there was just no evidence whatsoever presented to this jury that they were guilty of entering the gestation facility with the intent to commit a crime. And to much to, I think, everyone's surprise here, the judge reconsidered his earlier decision and in fact dismissed count one of the indictment. So when Wayne and Paul were originally facing 11 years on this case, they're now facing a maximum of 5.5 years. Still a ridiculous amount of time. Shouldn't be any time, shouldn't be any prosecution, in my opinion. But it's a really big difference from where they were at only 45 minutes ago.
And it appears that then what the judge gets is the trial gets to end today, right? I'm wondering if he was also thinking it's a 3-day weekend, and with one charge instead of two, we might be able to get a faster jury verdict. I mean, if this timeline is so important to him, I'm not putting words into his mouth, but it's certainly worth a question. Like, we all have plans for the weekend. I mean, that shouldn't be the main criterion. Okay, what do you think is going to happen now, Carla? Do you think it's just going to move like lickety split, and they're going to go to the jury this afternoon?
Oh, absolutely. They're actually on break right now. They took another break, and the judge said when they reconvene, the jury is going to get their instructions, and that's it. Then they're going to go into deliberation. So, it's just going to, oh, I'm sorry. Did I say something wrong?
No, I was just going to add one thing, which is they still have to give summations. I would think they have to give their closing argument. So that's going to take. Yeah, so you have two defendants. I imagine those are going to take some time. You have the prosecution. I don't know how Utah works in terms of the order. I don't know if it's a state that the prosecution goes first and then gets to present a rebuttal. I don't know if it's one of those states, right? So then you have the jury charge. Then the jury gets the case. So I just can't imagine that happening all this afternoon.
Yeah, and let's not forget about jury instructions. They take a long time. And doesn't the judge sometimes take a day to ponder the jury instructions? Like, I guess that's not going to happen in this case. All right, Mick, if you can turn down your sound so you can tell us what's happening? Mick Davudian. Yes.
Hi. Right now, the court has been on a break, so I really can't tell you what's happening. It's I'm looking at the court.
Well, let me ask you this: does it look like when they come back, they're going to go into closing arguments?
Jane, you put me in a bad position because I'm not an attorney and I'm not.
No, okay.
Very well versed.
Well, no, you've been doing a good job bringing us up to date. Yeah.
I don't know.
Okay.
My hope is, my gut tells me that's the case. I don't know what time it is. They're an hour ahead of us.
Yeah.
So it's almost 3 o'clock there. So if the judge really is pushing to wrap this by close of day, I think that's what would happen. He did take everyone back in chambers. Again, their live stream is right now just gray windows, like it was for almost 2 hours at lunchtime when they were deliberating on the situation. So I would expect when they come back, he's going to bring the jury back in and maybe send them back with instructions.
Well, there's closing arguments. We have to have the closing arguments first.
True.
Yeah.
That's what I
Yeah.
mean.
So, okay. All right. Well, thank you, Mick. I'll put you on hold, and if anything happens, you were the first to tell us that it was that this tremendous development's happening. So don't knock yourself. You've been doing a great job.
No,
I mean,
I just don't want to misstate something.
Of course.
I'll be on hold.
Okay. All right.
Important.
Okay. Thank you. Okay. So yes. So let's say they go back in. Now, wait a second. I mean, honestly, sometimes do you have your closing argument prepared? Like, I would be a little bit freaked out right now after all of this. Okay, you're on. Closing arguments. Like, gee, I don't see maybe. Well, explain, Nathan. Is that something that can happen in? See, this is the irony. This seems like a very small case, right? Oh, it's just 2 piglets allegedly stolen from a pig slaughterhouse, but it's actually a monumental case. Bigger case, more preparation, more laboring over every word. But the judge is hell-bent on getting this wrapped up quickly. So if he could say, now you have to have your closing arguments, Wayne is representing himself. Has he had time to prepare his closing argument? I mean, honestly, these are practical questions that are running through my mind right now. If the judge is saying you have to do closing arguments, my gosh, he's also prepared his entire testimony. He's also prepared cross-examination of these witnesses.
Yeah, I don't think there's any attorney who doesn't want one night to be able to really write their best summation. When you prepare for a trial, you're always thinking about summation, always. Every question you ask a witness, everything that you do is geared towards the summation because pretty much what you want to say. So they'll be able to do it, particularly Mary because she's so experienced. But you want one night. I mean, you want to be able to go through every single witness who's testified and be able to sort of, take their point, make points about what they said and have that be consistent with the argument you want to make in summation. So, I just gave a long answer to an easy question, which is anybody would love to have the night to present their best argument.
It seems, Simone, that this whole idea of it's got to be done today is just, I've never heard of this. Like, sure, I've seen judges try to rush things along, and I've seen judges erupt and have hissy fits. Judge Ito, right, became famous. They had Saturday Night Live skits based on him because of his, drama in the courtroom. But the idea that ending something on a given time frame when somebody's lives are at stake is more important than giving them the chance to prepare their closing statements, it just seems really outrageous to me.
Well, it's
Simone.
yet another step of what's outrageous, right? In the way that we've seen this entire courtroom drama unfold. The fact that, the most important evidence has not been allowed. They've been crippled in some ways, hopefully not in a devastating turn. Hopefully they will still prevail, but, they have not gotten a fair shake of it, in my opinion. And this is yet another illustration of how when the subject matter involves animals, that they are not given the same respect or consideration that a human would. I don't think if this was, something that involved humans, that we would see this sort of rush to get everybody, out of the courtroom so we can enjoy our 3-day weekend. That's what it feels like, for most of us, I think, watching as spectators.
Well, I want to thank everybody who's been here. This has been a long time to be on live video. Thank you, Carla. Thank you, Simone. Thank you, Nathan, and all the others who joined. we had no idea that this was going to be this dramatic turn of events where the judge starts talking about a mistrial and where the prosecution apparently opened the door to animal welfare issues, which would have been, I mean, books have been written about animal welfare issues, many books, many documentaries. I mean, you could, once you open that door, oh my gosh. And then he wants to wrap it up. There was this conference, correct me if I'm wrong. And then afterwards, he said basically the testimony that the prosecution presented with, I believe it was a veterinarian, saying something to the effect of, oh, the animals aren't in such bad shape. You know, that was telegraphed. And that opened the door to overall animal welfare issues at the factory farm where there's many, many hundreds of thousands of pigs, that all that testimony should be stricken and that the jurors should not consider it. Of course, easier said than done. Once you've heard something, you've heard something. Then the judge goes and knocks 2 of the charges out, 1 for each of the defendants, correct? Yeah. And so there's only 1 charge left? 1 charge? Is that it? 2 charges left. Maybe you could bring us up to date on what's left, Carla.
Yeah, so originally there were 2 counts of burglary and 1 count of theft for each of them. So 1 count of burglary was removed for each of them. So now they have 1 count of burglary and 1 count of theft.
Okay. And what's the difference, Nathan, between burglary and theft?
Burglary is by far the more serious charge. It's the felony charge. It's the charge that carries the prison sentence. So that's which is why that first one getting knocked out is so big. I imagine I don't know Utah law, but I'm guessing that the theft charge is either a misdemeanor or a lower level felony that doesn't carry nearly the same amount of punishment as the burglary charge.
Yeah. And so let's say they come back from this break, which, we didn't anticipate being on this long, but how do you walk away from something like this? It's like watching an entire movie. And then when you finally going to find out the secret, right? Oh, I'm going to go to sleep, right? No, you're going to stay and watch the ending. So when they come back from this short break, I kind of guess this, I have no proof of this, but I'm sort of getting the feeling that they might say, start the closing statements. Now that could be an hour each. It could be 10 minutes each. I think that if you don't give somebody, jury, let's see, hold on. Now I'm getting, again, people telling me things, but I don't know if they're true or accurate.
Now, I can tell you, sorry to interrupt, but I can tell you that the jury is not in there because I'm looking out my window and I can see Dean, who is Wayne's assistant that stays right by his side, and a couple of people who have been inside the courtroom are all standing outside right now. So
Wayne's out there?
What's that?
Yeah.
No, his assistant.
Oh, his assistant is out there. He was the guy putting up everything. So yeah, if it were, so it's interesting. Well, what are they doing now? I mean, why this break? They just came back after this long thing. He says he wants to rush it, but now they're in a break. That doesn't make it doesn't make sense to me. Okay, we want to finish it today. It's Friday. It's a 3-day weekend. We got to end this now. I'm going to declare mistrial if you don't do this. And then boom, all this stuff happened. Now we have come to some kind of deal where the problematical for the prosecution statements that their witness made are tossed out. So where is it now? And is this the judge giving either side a few minutes to prepare their closing? That's what I wonder, because I really can't imagine. I've never seen it where it's just all sorts of motions and debate in the courtroom and suddenly the judge says, okay, start your closing arguments. No, it just doesn't work that way. Not that I've seen, but again, I've mostly covered very big trials. This is a big trial, but it's been treated as if it's just, nothing to see here, but it is a big trial. So let's see what Karen says. She's been watching the trial. He wants to give the defense some time so they can wrap it up today and then have the prosecution will have tomorrow to themselves. Oh, that wouldn't be good, because that means that the prosecution gets the last word and they're left with that last word. What do you think, Nathan?
Yeah, I mean, we always, as defense attorneys, we hate the fact that the prosecution gets the last word. I mean, we all want the last word. But more than that, the prosecution gets a night to sleep on it. They get a night to, to think about the arguments that the defense is making, and they get to do what I was talking about earlier, which is every attorney would love to have the night to write their summation, and they're going to get that, and the defense won't. As it's,
Well,
it's
yeah,
very unfair.
if that happens. Now, that was Cava. She's been doing a good job, but we don't know. Like, a lot of times, not being a lawyer myself, I interpret something and it turns out I'm interpreting it wrong. But what is the big picture here? I want to play a little something that we put together that just kind of summarizes a little bit and has a few clips of, little this and that, just to give you a sense of what it's like to be there.
There's a broader pattern of suppression, for one. Ag-gag laws, the ATA, activists getting prosecuted in cases like ours. This is the heart of evil. You could already hear the screams of the mother pigs inside. Thanks to everyone on live. That was a very intense day. Really appreciate all you join in, and please share this. Go to righttorescue.com. These mother pigs are desperate to get out of their crates. They're smashing their heads up against these crates to the point that they have swelling on their faces.
We've been offering daily trial coverage here. We really scheduled guests for 4 days because the judge said he wanted it to end today, and we didn't know. So we just scheduled for 4 days. But if this happens tomorrow, we'll be there and we'll cover it and we'll get people. Simone, can we count you in?
I will do my best.
Okay. How about you, Carla? Okay.
Absolutely.
Yeah, wonderful. Well, you've been so helpful being there right at the courthouse. And Nathan, would you, you've already given us a lot of your time. I know you're a busy New York City lawyer, prominent lawyer. If they do take this to Saturday, well, first of all, do you think it's going to happen? Do you think they're going to take it to Saturday? Or will they, how late has court gone in terms of, like, I've seen court go pretty late, but don't they shut off the lights at a certain point at the courthouse? Like, they can't go to 11 o'clock at night.
No, I don't think they would go to that late, but they'll go past, they could go past 5 to complete, both summations perhaps, or complete a discussion about whatever the jury charges will be. They don't have to stop at 5. They can continue on. To answer your question about whether I'm available tomorrow, Jane, you do so much. You are the only one covering this, on a daily basis. There's no way I could say no to you.
Oh, yay. And you've given us such good insight, because really, if we don't have a lawyer, it really makes it hard, because it's so easy to make mistakes with cases like this. You really don't know what could happen. Now, what's really interesting is, so let's say the prosecution does their closing tomorrow and then they go deliberate. We don't know necessarily that they're going to come to a decision on Saturday. Could they deliberate Sunday, or would they have to come back on Tuesday, because Monday is a holiday? It's Columbus Indigenous Peoples Day. What do you think, Nathan?
Yeah, I mean, you can never predict how long a jury is going to deliberate for. I've seen juries deliberate for a week. Sometimes they deliberate for an hour. I would be shocked if this is a case that was decided quickly. So I think that even if the jury were to, it depends. If the jury gets the case in the morning, could they have a verdict by the end of the day? Certainly. But if they don't, the judge has no option but to bring them back. I imagine.
Bring them back when, though?
I imagine on Tuesday.
On Tuesday. So it's going to.
So.
Now, Karen LaCava says the longer it goes on, the better for the defense. I don't know if I agree with that, because sometimes the jury gets resentful, if they decide that if they conclude in their minds the reason this is being prolonged is because of one side or the other. I don't know. I honestly, I'm going to take a bet right now. I would say either this is going to be very quick after this break when they come back, and each side is going to do like a 15-minute summation, and then they're going to get, the jury is going to get the case. And we know, and I know this because I've covered this with other big cases, the jurors will want to deliberate rapidly because they want to have the weekend. They're no dummies. They know if they don't make a decision that they're going to have to come back on Tuesday. Some of these people may have taken the week off for work. So then they have to go in for their employers and get more time off for Tuesday. So I honestly think that if they get the case today, they will do everything in their power to decide the case today. That's just my guess from having observed juries that are people too, and they don't necessarily want to have this hanging over their heads for 3 days, because those are the kinds of things we'd like to think in a perfect world, people are only going to decide this issue based on the facts and, the seriousness of the crime or the alleged crime, the open rescue, according to Wayne. But it could be that they also want this to end and they want to enjoy their weekend. So they're going to wrap it up tonight. And we could find out that there's a verdict at 7 p.m. tonight, 7 p.m. Mountain, which would be 6 p.m. Eastern.
I'm going to step outside for a moment because everybody is out here. I want to see if anybody out here can. What?
Can you show us?
There are some people who are out here that may not want to be on camera.
Okay.
So I'm just going to step out for a moment to see if anybody who is here has any breaking, any updated information.
Yes. Thank you. Yes. Well, we'll wait for you. And, you and I, Simone, could talk about this for hours. So we don't have to worry about the fact that these folks, this is extraordinary. We're now more than an hour past what we were scheduled to do in terms of coverage. But we're doing that because it's a cliffhanger. It's a cliffhanger. We don't know what's going to happen. But we know that some significant counts were thrown out for each defendant. And that means that the most they can spend in jail, if they threw the book at them, is 5.5 years. Correct me if I'm wrong. Each defendant is charged with 3 things. Now they threw out 1 charge for each defendant and 2 charges remain, 1 burglary, 1 theft. Correct, Nathan?
That's correct.
And can you tell us what everybody keeps asking these questions, which is the ultimate question. How is it possible that this is a jury trial for something that is worth, 2 individuals who I consider priceless, who are now living out their lives in a lovely sanctuary, but 2 individuals the industry, the pork industry, regards as mere objects that are worth, at best, if they were in perfect health, $42, but at worst are completely valueless and would end up in the dumpster, something that the prosecution objected to when Wayne tried to bring that up, that they have no value because look at the number of pigs, the thousands, even maybe millions of pigs over the years that have ended up in dumpsters when they don't fit whatever criteria for, here it is. It's the disgusting shot. That's just one of the shots of all the dead pigs in the dumpsters, that they have no value. So I don't understand why this isn't a small claims court case like the kind that Judge Judy hears.
Well, it shouldn't be a crime in the first place, right? There should be a right to rescue. But Unfortunately, this is where we're at. And because it's a crime that's charged, fortunately, there's a right to a jury. So the defense obviously is availing itself of that. It's not a civil case. Could be a civil case, I suppose, but this is a criminal case. So that's why we're in front of a jury. But as for whether there should even be a criminal case, it's a sad state of affairs that there is one.
And this is the judge, Jeffrey Wilcox. He just threw out two charges rather. Okay, you were out there checking out, trying to find out what's going on. Carla, bring us up to date. You're in Utah, outside the court.
So I just spoke with several individuals who are going to go back inside the courtroom, hopefully shortly. And what they told me was that that the jury is going to get their instructions prior to the closing statement. So the jury will receive instructions first, and then they will hear closing statements, and then they will go into deliberation. And it was explained that that they will be going into deliberation today. Whether they are able to come back with a verdict today, nobody knows. But the thought is that the jurors would like to come to a conclusion today.
Wow. Well, okay. Nathan, you got to give us your reaction. Again, this is the craziest case I have ever covered, and I've covered so many of them. Jury instructions before the closing arguments? WTF? What's going on, Nathan?
Jane, this is my first time on with you. How are we ever going to top this? I've never seen anything like it. Yeah, I mean, I don't know that it makes a huge difference for practical purposes when the charges come, but I've never seen the charges come before summations. But I guess that's the way this judge wants to do it. But you know, this idea of putting a clock on the jury and making the jury feel like they should come to a verdict tonight is just so contrary to the rights of the accused. I mean, the jury should be given all the time it needs, and it should be made very clear to them that the court will stay open as long as they need. And if that means coming back tomorrow or Tuesday, that's what they'll do. That this is a case of great importance to the people charged here, and time should not enter into their consideration, and they shouldn't feel any pressure. And I really hope the judge says something like that to the jury.
Okay, so we're getting a shot now outside court. Here it is, the courthouse in Utah, St. George, Utah, which is a relatively small town, but a beautiful town. It's beautiful, beautiful natural world there, the cliffs and the desert, etc. Now, there was a change of venue. This was originally in Beaver County, but the Beaver County sheriffs were caught on camera, I would say, harassing the Direct Action Everywhere members who were trying to talk to the public. And so now there's a lawsuit about that too. Some DXE members are suing over their treatment and alleging that they were deprived of their First Amendment rights. Around that time, a change of venue occurred to St. George, which is better for the defense because St. George is not the home of this particular factory farm. In other words, back in Beaver County, the majority of people, the Smithfield factory farm was the largest employer. So it was going to be very hard to find an impartial jury in Beaver. So that was one thing. Then we have, I think this has really turned for the defense in the last hour. What do you think, Simone?
Yes, I think so. What I don't like is the way that the jury honestly is being treated, which ultimately could impact the final decision. Because I'm actually, while I'm watching this trial, I'm also watching the Parkland school shooting trial, and I cannot tell you how the judge is so different. And of course, it's a different case, obviously a horrendous crime that was committed. But she was literally talking about how, listen, when you go and you're going to get time to be sequestered and you're going to feel like celebrities. You're going to have all of the sheriff's department, and they're going to make you feel really special, and they're going to take you to an undisclosed location, and you'll have all the time that you need to make your decision, and nobody will bother you, and you're going to feel like a celebrity, this and that. And this is like the complete opposite. This is like, okay, here's your, here's the time limit, make sure that you make your decision fast. It's almost like a bullying of the jury process. And I don't like it. I think that it's unfair, and I hate to say it, but I think this 3-day weekend is factoring in, which is insane. The one thing that really got to me, when I was listening to Wayne talking about how he was feeling about this trial and how he was feeling after, I think it was day 2. And what was he thinking about? He was thinking about the same thing that, you or I or any of us would be thinking about, his dog. We know that dogs do not have the same, unfortunately, lifespan as humans do typically. And my gosh, 5 years, God forbid, or a little while ago, it was going to be up to 11 years potentially out of the life of your companion animal is a lifetime. And so, of course, that was heavy on his mind. How much time, if he happens to be sent to jail for this, which is insane, but like how that would impact not just him, but his family and his dog.
Wow. Yes. And Wayne testified that his dog was one of the reasons he became an animal rights activist, that he was bullied as a child, that because he was so poor, he had to wear his sister's hand-me-downs, and that encouraged the bullying, and that his dog was his only friend, and that's one of the main reasons he became an animal activist. I think a lot of us have those stories. I myself, my parents gave my dog away when I was a kid without telling me. I came home from school, my dog was gone. And it's to this day one of the worst things that's ever happened to me in my life. And of course, it did affect my relationship with my parents. Because even as a young child, I was in grade school, I didn't believe their explanations. And so I became an animal rights activist right then. So I think a lot of people can relate to Wayne's story. And he choked up a little bit when he said that about his dog. He was trying to stay, but you could tell that he choked up. So we could even play that. It's about 3 minutes. It's at the end of the 3 minutes. But maybe we should play that while we're waiting, because it seems like we may not know. If it turns out that we will know, I will get right out of that statement. Actually, yes, it's 3:07.
I was the co-founder and lead organizer of a grassroots animal rights network by the name of Direct Action Everywhere. And despite the fact that it's called Direct Action Everywhere, the acronym is DXE. Complicated explanation for why it's DXE. It has to do with math. DX is a symbol for change in mathematics. But in my former employment and role as lead organizer of Direct Action Everywhere, our mission was to go where places where animals are being mistreated, where the government and corporations who are mistreating them have not been able to provide them aid or care, not have been accountable to our requests, at least for some degree of transparency, and try and shine some light on what we believe to be abuse. But you'll hear more about that soon, because that will be the subject of my testimony. What about your family? My parents were Taiwanese immigrants. They moved to this country in the 1970s after their families had fled from communist China in 1949. And they grew up in a very difficult environment, a war environment. And if you don't know Taiwan is a very, very small island with a lot of people and not much agricultural land. So for them growing up, eating food was a privilege. They didn't have any meat. They didn't have any sweets or candy.
Into a narrative. Could we have some questions pending?
So the question was what about your family?
I ask questions that don't call for a narrative response.
Okay. And one of the reasons my parents wanted to come to this country was because American GIs saved their lives. They did not have enough food to eat.
We're now into a narrative.
It's background testimony, Your Honor, about the basis for my beliefs, the credibility of my testimony about animal cruelty,
But try and ask a question that would maybe elicit a sentence or two response rather than getting into a narrative.
I was lucky enough to do something very different from what families do in China. What was that? Well, in China, for the most part, usually companion animals like dogs are not treated so well. They're not allowed to roam.
Relevance.
I agree with that. Try and focus on it a little bit more. I don't want to spend a lot of time. Sir, go ahead.
I understand more. How did I become an animal advocate? Well, I became an animal advocate first and foremost because I had a lot of struggles as a kid. I was overweight. My family was quite poor, and so I had to wear my sister's hand-me-down clothes. And an overweight child who's wearing his sister's clothes is not going to do so well. And so my dog and my neighbor's dog, first and foremost, became my best friend. And I think a lot of people have had this experience of being in a tough place and having their animals give them so much. It happened to me as a kid, and I still feel that way today.
Yeah, you could see he choked up, right, Simone? That's
Absolutely.
emotional.
We all feel that way. That's really the basis of how so many of us got into the movement. Although I will say that animal rights is a social justice movement. So I also know people in the movement that don't have any animal. And actually, sometimes when they see an animal, their inclination isn't to go up and kiss them on the nose, which so many of us, that is our inclination. And that's because just like any other social justice movement, it's about justice and it's about what's fair. So we actually don't all have to be obsessed with animals, although many of us are. It's so much bigger than that. We don't have to be. We know right from wrong. We know what's right and what's fair. And we know what's insane and inhumane.
But I want to ask everybody what they think of that emotional moment, because I think that when you communicate emotionally, it's much more effective than just facts. And I choked up a little bit when I saw him choke up, you know, it's like, oh, we're seeing this person. How powerful is that for the jury, Nathan?
Well, first and foremost, it was genuine. You know, how could you not be moved by it? The importance of it is, number one, it shows Wayne's humanity. This is a person, you know, I mean, often people are referred to as defendants or the accused in the courtroom, but they have names and they're people and they have stories. And when you hear him tell such a moving story, and you see his humanity and how, you know, how could any juror not be moved in some fashion by it? And, you know, juries aren't asked to explain their verdicts. They either find somebody guilty or not guilty. They don't say guilty because or not guilty because. And there's importance to showing a client, or in this case, Wayne, you know, representing himself, as a, you know, as a compassionate person. It's very hard to convict somebody like that. Sure, the prosecution is going to say you're supposed to put aside emotion and you should just follow the law and find the person guilty if the case has been met, if they've satisfied their burden. But, you know, when a person comes across as genuine the way Wayne did, I think it's very hard for somebody to not just convict, but know that they're probably sending that person to prison. And even if there's just one person on that jury who comes to the conclusion that, you know what, even if they met their burden, even if the prosecution met their burden, I can't do it. I can't convict this guy.
Is that jury nullification?
It is, but again, they don't have to explain their verdict. So they can do whatever they want to do. And that's the value of that from a legal standpoint, you know, why it's important for the jury to see that. So they could say not guilty, you know, if they're asked later and they choose to explain, they could say, well, I didn't feel the prosecution proved their case beyond a reasonable doubt. Or they'll say, because I wasn't going to convict this guy, he did a great thing.
And let's not talk about The other, let's talk about the other possibility. The jury could come back and say, we're unable to reach a verdict, Your Honor. And then, then he has to decide, do I just declare a mistrial or do I send them back to deliberate again? Try harder. We've heard that from judges. Well, no, because there's a clear divide, okay? We're seeing it here on our feed, okay? We have obviously a large audience of animal lovers, but we have people who are, particularly one who says, basically you do the time, you do the crime. And that's Joe Vegetable. Hello, Joe Vegetable from Texas. But he is not sympathetic, or maybe he's even sympathetic, but he's like, basically you do the crime, you do the time. So if you have a Joe Vegetable in the courtroom, in the jury pool, or the jurors, amongst the jurors, sorry, it's been a long day. If you have a Joe Vegetable and then you have some of the other folks here, you're going to have an argument. And what are the chances in a state like Utah, even here in LA, but a very agricultural state, right? That you wouldn't have at least some people who feel, well, the law's a law and they went in there, it's private property, and then you have somebody else going, no, but the animals, that some of the jurors are concerned about animal welfare because we've already heard that from the question. So I'm thinking there is a very good chance that even if they get this to deliberate today, it's going to be a long deliberation. What say you, Carla?
Look, even if you do have a Joe Vegetable on your jury who says the law is the law, first of all, the law is only the law for as long as it stands until somebody overturns, until somebody changes that law. It's not like laws don't change. So that's one. But also, fine, if you want to go by the letter of the current law, did they break the law? I mean, that is the question, right? I think the issue at hand with this is intent. Did they go in with the intention of removing those piglets? And so even if you strip all of the conditions away, all of the animal welfare issues, if those all are taken off the board and you just look at the facts about whether they went into the shed that they were talking about, the gestation versus the farrowing sheds, did they go in with the intent to do what they did? I think that is extremely important to keep that in mind.
I mentioned that so many pages have agreed to cross-post this live video of the trial coverage and every day of the trial coverage, and I thank them. One of them is Climate Healers, and the head of Climate Healers, Dr. Silas Rao, who we did a documentary on. He is working very hard to create a vegan world, and he's a brilliant internet scientist who accelerated internet speeds. You can watch our documentary, Countdown to Year Zero. It's on UnchainedTV for free. But he asked me, will you please read some of this? Over 450 academics have signed a statement opposing animal exploitation. Over 450 academics, many of whom work in moral and political philosophy, have signed on to the Montreal Declaration of animal exploitation. The declaration condemns treating animals as mere objects or commodities and acting in ways that seriously contravene their most fundamental interests. It was the idea of three researchers associated with the University of Montreal, now at another university. And I'll just read the first part. It was published in a Canadian newspaper. We are researchers in the field of moral and political philosophy. Our work is rooted in different philosophical traditions, and we rarely find ourselves in agreement with one another. We do agree, however, on the need for a profound transformation of our relationship with other animals. We condemn the practices that involve treating animals as objects or commodities. I mean, Simone Reyes, that is really the essence of this entire case.
Yes, it is the essence of the entire case. And that's why it's so important that this case, even if it's not being covered by mainstream media right now, this case, I truly believe, is going to go down in the history books. I really do believe that. I had a moment actually with Ingrid Newkirk once. And I said, you do understand that like one day in the history books, your image will be next to, you know, Malcolm X and Martin Luther King and every freedom fighter in history. And she said, oh, it's fun to dream, you know, but it's not a dream. That's the truth. As animal rights, you know, makes its way further and further into the consciousness of the entire world. So this case in and of itself, I truly believe is going to be a pivotal case, regardless of the outcome, because it is yet another example of animals being viewed as commodities, as machines, as property, instead of sentient beings that have the right to live free from harm by virtue of just being on this planet.
So we are now at the half-hour mark. My understanding is from people who are watching the trial that they should be coming back right now. And I would assume that that means that the closing arguments will begin. And then after the closing arguments, the jury gets the verdict. So we are waiting on, I don't want to say tenterhooks. We got to get all that out of our language. We are waiting on pins and needles for that to happen. And again, Wayne Hsiung and Paul Picklesimer are charged with, well, are they even still charged with stealing 2 piglets now that the one charge has been thrown out for each? Nathan?
Yes.
They are still charged with it.
So they're still charged with 1 count of burglary each for entering.
Which was the charge that was thrown out? What was that charge for?
To me?
Yeah.
That was the charge alleging that they entered the gestation barn for the purpose of stealing. And the judge dismissed that count as to both Wayne and Paul.
Yeah, and let me just say this. We can play a very short clip of Wayne describing, you know, why he was there, and essentially he's describing the wounds of one of the underweight piglets that he took out, one of 2.
Exhibit 32, as I said, was a close-up of the foot, and what I observed was significant inflammation in one of her toes and pus forming on the outside. And this was part of the reason we were already concerned just about her low body weight, but the fact that she had a very significant injury that was preventing her from walking properly led her to rush her that night to the emergency vet after taking her initially to an animal rescue for intake and diagnosis. So did Lily have any other injuries? Yes, she did. What other injuries did she have? She had significant facial scarring, and I'm going to move now to Exhibit 21. Tell us about Exhibit 21. Exhibit 21 is a photograph that I took on that same morning of Lily's face and just kind of the facial condition. And I shot it with a Sony camera that morning. I reviewed these photographs before I came to court today, and it true and accurately depicts Lily's facial scarring and wounds on the night and morning of March 7th and March 8th.
All right. So as you hear that, that is an animal who is clearly injured. That's the animal that one of 2 that he took out, and he essentially admits it 100%. So that raises the possibility that it could be a very quick deliberation, in that if they're only going to decide, did he take that animal out? He has essentially admitted that he took the animal out. So, Carla, your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I mean, you know, Direct Action Everywhere as an organization has always had the idea that we do what we do because it is necessary. We are proud of what we do. We do not wear masks. We don't hide ourselves. And so I don't think there's any question. Wayne has admitted several times in his opening statement, he said, I'm going to tell you, I did go in there and I did take Lily and Lizzie out. That is not what is at question. Really, the whole reason is
why did this happen? And that is what the prosecution doesn't want people to know, why it happened. And Wayne and Paul are trying very hard to make sure that the jury does understand why it happened, so that they can make an informed decision.
Wow. Okay. Well, there was supposed to be a half an hour break. It's now been almost 40 minutes. And what could be going on, Nathan?
My guess is that they're going through the jury instructions, trying, if the judge wants to do that first, they probably need to come to some agreement on what the instructions are going to be that the jury gets. I don't know what else there could be.
Yeah, that's probably it. And again, after that debate, they still don't have any time to prepare their closing statement. If they're in there talking about, well, no, you can't say this, and please don't say that during the jury instructions, which can be very complicated. I mean, this is such a rushed process. Jury instructions are kind of like reading over a contract. And the one thing you don't want to do with reading over a contract, which I've done, is just go, oh, this is too long, I'm just going to sign it. Never a good idea. I could say I've made that mistake myself. So, they're going over this. And so I just cannot believe this is going on, that for reasons of trying to end this before a 3-day weekend, you're going to read the jury instructions before you do the closing statements. And then, correct me if I'm wrong, what is the traditional order in which the closing statements are done normally by tradition?
Normally, the defense goes first. And the theory is that the prosecution has the burden of proof, so they get the last word. In some states and in most federal courts, the prosecution goes first, but they also get a chance at a rebuttal summation. So in those situations, the prosecution goes first and last. They get the final word after the defense presents its summation. It sounds like, I don't practice in Utah, but it sounds to me like it's more of a traditional state like New York, in which the defense goes first and then the prosecution will go.
So, yeah, the prosecution gets the last word. And I mean, this whole process has been so very strange. Did you have a sense that this was going to happen like that when, Carla, when you left your job, which was a good, top quality job, to join DXC, and then this happened? Now you're in a car in Utah, waiting for, we're all waiting, like, what's going to happen? And we're really wondering, did you have any idea that your life would take these kinds of turns just because you love animals and are invested in fairness and feel like what's happening to animals on a massive scale? As Dr. Silas Rouse says, more animals are killed in one day than all the human beings who have died in all the wars in human history. This is arguably the most important issue of our time, but it's being treated like as if it's completely irrelevant.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's the case because we live currently in a very speciesist world where everything is human-centric. And I think, of course, I could not have known this is where my life would have taken me, although my mother might disagree with that. I think from the time I was little, I was always running around doing things to help animals. So perhaps this shouldn't be a surprise, but certainly I did not expect this. I had a very different trajectory in my life, and I could not be happier. I would not want to be anywhere else right now, given the circumstances.
Yeah, me neither. I mean, I feel like I feel sorry for people actually who don't have a greater mission in life than their own personal happiness. And I know personally I couldn't enjoy myself just trying to put all that animal suffering out of my mind and say, well, I'm just going to live my life and enjoy my life. The images that I saw just downloading videos for this trial, Operation Death Star, they haunt me. I look at my own beautiful little dog and I think, what if somebody were to do something like this to my dog, I would be apoplectic. And I am also apoplectic of what's happening to these pigs, because even though they're not my pets, my companion animals, they are highly intelligent, highly sensitive. They have the capacity to suffer, and they are suffering on a monumental scale that is unheard of in human history. I mean, industrialized animal agriculture is a relatively new phenomenon. Certainly, it didn't exist in the Middle Ages. Industrial wasn't even a word. And it was maybe, 19th century, it might have started a little bit. 20th century, it really took off. And now we're in this nightmarish 21st century, absolute, I don't even know if there are words for what's happening. And it's hurting human health. 1 out of every 4 people die of heart disease, which is caused by arteries to the heart getting clogged. And it's systemic. Your vessels throughout your body get clogged. And that's from cholesterol, which only exists in animal products. There's no vegan products they all have 0 cholesterol. Every vegan product, go through the supermarket aisles. And then it's a leading cause of, we've got the pandemics, right? Which in all likelihood started at the wet market, which is a retail slaughter market where domestic and wild animals are slaughtered. And then you have antibiotic resistance, which is causing a lot of deaths because these animals in these factory farms are fed so many antibiotics. And then you have climate change. It's a leading cause of climate change. The United Nations itself said that. And responsible for more greenhouse gases than all transportation combined. So you could drive a Tesla, but if you're eating animal products, you're canceling yourself out at the very least. There's something sustainable we can do 3 times a day to reverse climate change. If we got rid of animal agriculture and transitioned to a smarter, more modern food system and reforested all that farmland that is growing crops to feed the 80 billion animals we kill every year, we could then have trees absorb carbon. We could actually begin to reverse climate change. And then you have, all of the tax dollars we pay. I mean, who wants a higher tax bill? Nobody. But this industry is being subsidized by hundreds of billions of dollars by the U.S. government, the United Nations, the European Union, and other governments around the world. So, I mean, the list goes on and on and on. And yet the powers that be want to make this a story about 2 people going in there and stealing a couple of piglets. I mean, I'm sorry, they are underestimating the jury. I believe they are wildly underestimating the jury. And the questions reveal that. They really do reveal that the people there in the jury box have questions about animal welfare. Does anybody remember any of the questions that were asked about animal welfare?
Well, I definitely remember that they wanted to know why more piglets were not taken out. And I think that speaks to the welfare conditions. They wanted to understand why even more would not be rescued.
Yeah. So that to me says that at least somebody on that jury is worried about animal welfare. I mean, what they're saying with that question is, well, they all look like they probably, it's so bad, you can't even show us the video. Why didn't you take them all out? And I'm sure, anybody who sees animals like that, they would love to take all those animals out. One of the hardest things about going to a pig vigil, which I do attend from time to time at the also Smithfield-owned Farmer John Slaughterhouse near downtown LA, which is closing down, by the way, because I believe it's in large part due to the fact that DXE did a very intense demonstration where they went in there to the slaughterhouse and they sort of locked themselves in there. And it was something that was controversial even within the animal rights community, because there had been traditional vigils where one just gave water and love to the animals as they went into slaughter, but did not do anything to disrupt the process of killing those animals. It was a bearing witness. That is the SAVE movement, which has allowed us to cross-post to their videos. And Anita Krines, who was also arrested for giving water to a pig bound for slaughter, is definitely one of my heroes. And she founded the Save movement based on the philosophy of Leo Tolstoy, who was an early animal rights activist, who said, if you see suffering, you have a moral obligation not to turn away and ignore it, but to get closer, see if you can help, and even if you can't help, to bear witness. So I'm a huge fan of the vigil concept, which is now all over the world. It started in Toronto. It's swept across the United States and Europe and Latin America and other parts of the world as well. And so that's an important piece of the puzzle. Direct Action Everywhere takes a different approach, a much more, I would say, confrontational approach. Do you have any thoughts on that, Carla? To just sort of distinguish, there's different spokes in the wheel.
Absolutely. And I believe that this is such a massive issue that affects everyone, whether they know it or not. This absolutely affects everybody. And so I think that because we are all so unique and we take in information differently, lots of people can look at a video, but we don't all see it the same way. We don't all take in information the same way. So I think it's extremely important to have so many different organizations tackling this issue from many different angles. And DXE just happened to resonate mostly with the way I feel about things morally and ethically, which is to take direct action, bold action to affect meaningful change. And I think that the way that you get to people is by showing them that bold action makes change. And so that's why we're here today, to help this trial go forward, and hopefully there will be radical change thanks to this trial. I recall that not so long ago, I was part of one group. We came here to Utah. We went to Circle 4 Farms and we did a live stream, and we followed a transport truck all the way from Circle 4 Farms to Farmer John's. It was right before we did the lockdown, and over 1 million people watched that live stream happen, because I don't think people realize on the road every day there are these transport trucks full of hundreds of pigs on their way to be slaughtered. They don't realize this is the first time they're getting out into fresh air, and they're on their way. It's their last day, and people pass them on the road, and they have no idea that those animals are in there screaming, defecating on themselves, urinating. I remember the day that we followed them, it was well over 100 degrees inside our car. Now imagine being trapped inside a metal cage for that entire time with no food, no water. They don't get any food or water for that entire trip. Sometimes the trucks stop because the truck driver may need to go to the bathroom or get a drink, and the pigs just have to sit there and wait. And it was just a horrible trip all the way across, but I think it was essential in showing what these beings have to go through.
Yeah, and I want to ask you, this being what I think the animal agriculture industry, and there are allegations that they kind of oversaw all of this. The FBI, 8 FBI agents crossing state lines to chase two piglets taken from a factory farm, that the animal agriculture industry had been looking to this trial as, here's a warning, you do this and this is what's going to happen to you. Well, guess what? That warning may have turned into, hey, you do this and you're at least two of the charges are going to get thrown out. And if Wayne and Paul are acquitted, what message does that send to the animal agriculture industry, Simone Reyes?
Well, it's honestly, it would be the worst news that they could ever get. And that's why they are doing everything that they can to make sure that that doesn't happen. This is obviously, I believe that they want to make an example of Wayne and Paul. That's what I believe. And then from that, you know, they will just think that this is a gateway, right? If we win this battle, well, then what's next? What are those animal rights, you know, terrorists going to do next? Just having this trial being put on social media is worrisome for Big Ag. Certainly having it on any mainstream media would be catastrophic for them. They don't want that. But this trial, again, even if we're not seeing it on, you know, the major networks, is getting out there. People are seeing it. You know, I'm sure that everybody watching on Unchained TV is going to be sharing it. Social media is a beast in the best way possible. And so animal agriculture is already having a problem with this trial, because even if it's not being seen, all of the videos, when people are posting about it, they're explaining what's happening, they're showing videos, you know, and, you know, Smithfield is one of so many factory farms that are all similar, right? It's not like you find a factory farm where the animals are all playing with each other and having these wonderful lives and they, you know, basking in the sun and having access to clean air and having belly rubs. That's not happening anywhere. And so Smithfield is one of God knows how many, and they will do everything that they can to keep humans from seeing what their meat had to go through before it got on their plate.
Wow. Does anybody else have thoughts on how big a trial? We've talked about how big a trial this is for the animal rights movement, but we really haven't talked about how big a trial this is for Big Ag. And that if Big Ag is shot down on this, they've already gotten a partial defeat where one of the charges for each of the defendants has been thrown out. So now the most that these defendants, Wayne Hsiung and Paul Picklesimer, can spend in prison is 5.5 years if they're convicted on the 2 remaining counts. But if there is an acquittal, I wonder what the repercussions are going to be in the animal agriculture industry and also in the U.S. government. Right now, Prop 12, which was passed by California voters, that bans those pig gestation crates. No meat, dead animals that come from pig gestation crates will be able to be sold in California, except that the pork industry is challenging that proposition that was passed into law by an overwhelming number of California voters, something like 65%. Right now, as we speak, that case is going before the Supreme Court, and our government shamefully is siding with the pork industry. Shame on our government. Okay? But these things are happening in tandem right now. This is a moment. This is a juncture. And these two big issues are right now being decided as we speak, Nathan.
Yeah, I mean, an acquittal emboldens the animal rights community. There's no question about it. A conviction, I suppose, if for Big Ag, it's a win, but they're being exposed, which is their biggest nightmare. And I think, I've been part of the animal rights world for probably about 10 years now, and one thing I know, that if there's a conviction, it's actually going to probably embolden the community even more. So I don't think there's any result here that benefits Big Ag, to be honest with you. I mean, I think taking Wayne, I suppose, out of the picture for a period of time, they probably see as a victory because he's such a big figure. But, this is a growing community, and there are people who will step in and will do the work. So it's not going to stop anybody from doing what needs to be done.
So right here, this woman says, Sabine Preston, it boils down to simple trespassing, a misdemeanor with no damages to anyone. Why is this a felon? I don't understand why it's not a felony. Why it's a felony? Why isn't this a misdemeanor? As I mentioned, here in California, you can actually shoplift, some say it's up to $1,000 and there's not going to be any prosecution.
Yeah, I mean, the theory from the prosecution is that they entered for the purpose of committing a crime. And that's what burglary is. Trespass is what we call a lesser included offense because it's an element of burglary. In order to commit a burglary, you have to commit a trespass. You have to be somewhere you're not allowed to be. So the prosecution has sort of stepped it up with the burglary charge because it's not just that they were where they weren't supposed to be, but that they were there to commit a crime once inside. You know, there's an interesting Wayne and Paul will have an interesting decision to make, and maybe that's one other thing that's being discussed right now is before a jury gets a case, there's potential that they could be asked to consider what we call lesser included offenses. And it's possible, and in order for that to happen, one of the sides has to ask for it and the judge has to agree. In this situation, the defense could ask that the jury be allowed to also consider the charge of trespassing, which is a misdemeanor, in addition to the burglary and the remaining burglary and larceny cases. And the thought is that juries sometimes compromise. Sometimes they feel like, well, you know, the person's they're not innocent, but they're not necessarily guilty of, you know, I don't want to convict them of such a serious offense. And this could be a situation where it might be a good decision to ask the jury to consider a trespass charge also, hoping that they will compromise. You know, if they were convicted of trespass, you know, it's a misdemeanor. Can't get 5 years for a misdemeanor. Maybe that's a victory.
You can't be put in jail, right?
You don't have to go to jail.
Right.
I mean, that would be up to the judge. That would be up to the judge. But a judge could give them time served, could give them some community service, could give them a fine, could give them 30 days, you know, something like that. Something that we know Wayne and Paul are brave enough to, you know, they were willing to go to prison for 11 years for this. They're certainly willing to go to prison for, you know, assuming a misdemeanor carries a sentence of up to a year. They're certainly willing to do that. You know, maybe that's a decision that they will make. I'm sure that Mary is having that discussion with Paul and with Wayne to decide whether they should ask.
Now, let me ask you this question. Yeah. If they suggest to that, then could they plead to that right in the judge's chambers and say, yeah, we plead to misdemeanor trespass. That's it. And then it's over.
Only if the prosecution offered it to them.
Oh, okay. Because, yeah, since the judge is so hell-bent on getting this done today, and you have no idea how long the jury would deliberate, and given the jurors' questions, there were at least some animal lovers, it appears, on the jury. And given where it is, Utah, there's probably people who are not that sympathetic. Not because there's anything wrong with Utah, but if it's an agricultural community, there may be people whose livelihoods are based on animal agriculture. So he could end up having a very long trial anyway, even despite his attempts to rush it through. That's why I would think if you were sitting in there, yes, you're either going over jury questions, you're also going over those lesser includeds. And so they're accused of theft and burglary. The theft would be a misdemeanor theft and the burglary would be thrown out or a misdemeanor?
Burglary is always going to be a felony. The trespass is a misdemeanor. I don't know whether the larceny here is a misdemeanor or a low-class felony. I'm not sure.
But what I mean is the theft, that's the one that could have a lesser included of misdemeanor theft, right? Or which one? There's two. Theft and burglary. Which ones could both of them have lesser includeds?
Yeah, trespass is a lesser included of burglary.
Okay.
in New York, because it's easier for me to speak in terms of New York. So, you have different larceny levels in New York. You have felony larceny based usually upon dollar amount. So if it's $1,000, it's an E felony. If it's 3,000, it's a D, and it goes up.
Yes.
There's a misdemeanor petty larceny charge. So if in Utah, the larceny charge that they're charged with, and I don't know what it is, but if it's a felony charge, potentially you could have a petty larceny type charge as a lesser included, but trespass is not a lesser charge of larceny. I will. So let me say one other thing. There's a benefit to asking for a lesser included in the sense that a jury could compromise and convict of the lesser charge. There's a risk. The risk is, you could have a jury potentially acquit you on everything, and now they end up convicting you of something that wasn't there originally. And that's a strategy. It's a very, very difficult decision to make. And you want to read the jury, you want to consider how the evidence went in, and you want to. Sometimes some people don't want so much risk out there, and they're willing to put the lesser charge on there. And then there are some people who say all or nothing, all in.
I think a judge would probably want to do that, but wouldn't that be decided a long time before this? Or is this something that happens right at the end?
At the lesser includeds are asked at the end.
Okay.
Before the jury gets the instruction.
Well, you have all the answers here in terms of what they're probably talking about behind closed doors. They said they were going to take a half an hour break. That's been well over almost an hour now that they said they were going to do a half hour break. It's now 4 o'clock in Utah, 4 p.m. in Utah. This judge wants the trial to end by the end of the day. Oh my gosh. They're still arguing about jury selection, jury instructions. They could be arguing about these lesser includeds. And, the judge sometimes does exert pressure to try to get like a settlement. I think, what if in his mind, I want this to end now. I want this over. Let's get these guys, let's force the prosecution to accept lesser includeds. Or is it just the judge who decides whether there are lesser includeds?
One party asks for it, and then the judge decides whether there's a reasonable view of the evidence that would allow the jury to consider that lesser included. But to your point, Jane, the judge, and I've seen this, the judge could, sort of lean on the prosecution and say, hey, why don't you can we get this over with? Why don't we work something out here? I mean, maybe the right thing here is, give them a misdemeanor. But I would be very surprised if the defense was willing to even take anything by plea. I'm sure plea bargains have been offered to Wayne and Paul before this case.
Yeah, but probably not a misdemeanor, right? Or am I wrong?
I don't know. It's possible. I mean, look.
I think, Carla, I don't know what you think, but at this point, I think it would be a huge victory. That one charge is thrown out. They plead guilty to a misdemeanor trespassing. Is that it? Misdemeanor trespassing? That is basically something that, like teenagers do it all the time. That's not a serious, like nobody takes that as a serious issue, really, compared to like burglary and theft. Do you think they'd be willing to take a plea bargain, Carla?
That's a great question. I don't know, because Wayne and Paul are committed to elevating right to rescue. And that is really what this comes down to, the right to have rescued these piglets from this horrible condition in which they were born. And so I don't know if they would be okay with taking just a misdemeanor charge, because again, that just, I think they want the jury to say to the world that the conditions were so horrible that it was right for these activists to rescue these piglets from that situation. Obviously, I don't know for sure, but I will say that Wayne and Paul made it clear to all of us that no matter what the outcome was, they wanted to make sure that the way that we all support them is by continuing this fight to continue forward with animal liberation. And, you know, if they think that they're going to silence Wayne and Paul by putting them behind bars, then they don't know Wayne and Paul. The message is going to get out regardless. And, you know, whether they're in prison or out, we are with them 100%. So, you know, I can't say for sure that they wouldn't take a plea at this point, but my inclination is that they would not.
Okay, yeah, and somebody said, I can't confirm this, but somebody who says the other defendants took a plea bargain years ago, but on condition they couldn't talk about Smithfield. So there were other people who went in, but they're not charged anymore.
That's
yeah,
true.
I agree, but sometimes, you know, I mean, look, it really depends on your philosophy and what risks you're willing to take. Because still 5 years is a long time, and you're in Utah, and even if you think you're going to win on appeal, it's still Utah. It's the court system. Look at how the court system has behaved right now. So if you lose on appeal and they want to make an example of you, and, you know, Wayne has alleged, and I have no way of independently confirming this, that there's some court documents indicate that, you know, there was communication between the corporations and the FBI, and that this is essentially, he has said, being orchestrated by the meat industry. And so if that's true, and I have no independent knowledge whether that's true, and I invite anybody from the meat industry, any company on any time, but if that's true, 5 years is still a long time behind bars. So, you know, it's like you got to know when to hold them and know when to fold them, right, Simone?
Yes, and I also, you know, going back to the idea of intent, I never understood even like a charge of that. It's so obvious that, you know, a group like DXE had no intent to take out like a number of animals from that facility, you know, which goes back to Wayne, you know, describing their low body weight and the bleeding and all of this, and how they felt that, you know, these animals were definitely not going to make it. But when we look at, you know, historically what's happened with animal rights groups going into slaughterhouses or laboratories, when they plan on, you know, the intent is to take animals out, they are very, very prepared for this, right? We've all seen the videos of the Animal Liberation Front, for example. Their intention was to go in and take out as many animals as they could, basically all animals. There were very few circumstances back in the 80s and the early 90s when they were forced to leave any animals behind. And I believe the only ones that they heartbreakingly had to leave behind were monkeys that had AIDS. But, you know, the idea that like, oh, our intention was to go in and steal as many as pigs as possible, it's obvious, you know, there weren't a bunch of, you know, stock trailers behind them. So I never really understood that whole idea. It didn't make any sense to me. You know, if the intent was that, then I'm sure that that's what they would have done, and they would have taken out a lot more.
Yeah. So somebody's tweeting that Wayne is about to do his closing arguments. So, but that just flies in the face of what we've been told, that the jury instructions are going to happen first. It's a little bit strange. So we have to see what happens. I don't know how long everybody's willing to hang out. I guess if Wayne could, you know, risk going to prison for, first 11, now 5.5 years, I'm certainly willing to hang out and just see what happens, so that when the jury gets the case, we would end the broadcast. And then if we found out that the jury had made a decision, we'd come right back on. But, you know, I personally feel like I should stay here until it's done, because I feel like it's a cliffhanger. Maybe we can get, why don't you join why don't you join Mick on your laptop? Because you could and join us. Yeah, I don't know. I know you're very busy, Nathan, and I don't want to ask you to sort of like, I don't want to exploit and abuse you. Carla is stuck in her car. What is she going to do? She's not going to go to a penny arcade and play, games. She's waiting.
I can get out and walk around, but there's really nothing incredible going on right now. I've got about 3 or 4 things open with different people trying to make sure that as soon as anything happens, I let you guys know.
Yes. Well, we'll talk to Mick again and on the phone because he's been monitoring, and what he's saying is that the court's still not back in session on WebEx. So yes, we have you live, Mick.
Hi.
Yes. Can you speak up and tell us what are you seeing on your WebEx feed?
Well, very, very exciting stuff. I'm seeing 3 very large gray screens.
Hold on. Say it again. Say it again.
I'm being facetious. I'm saying it's very exciting because I'm seeing the 3 gray boxes on the court live stream. So from where I am, I cannot tell what's happening there.
Well, nothing's happening. I mean, it's happening outside the jury's presence. I would guess that once the jury's inside, the WebEx has to go on. Otherwise,
correct.
Yeah. So last we left off, they said it was just they were going to take a short break.
Right. And just like earlier when they did the break at lunchtime, and it was 2 hours and 15 minutes.
Yeah. For somebody who,
they're going to wrap this up today. I mean, Nathan's on your panel. I just don't see this happening. I mean, the time is a time. The clock is a clock. I don't know.
Well, yeah, it's 4 o'clock already, but how long do you expect? Okay, closing arguments, I would say what? Even if it was 45 minutes per, that's pretty long, isn't it, Nathan?
I think that actually sounds about right. I mean, I think you're probably looking at anywhere from, 30 minutes to an hour for a closing argument on a case like this. You don't want to just, repeat your the story. You want to talk about how the evidence supports your story, and you want to go methodically through each witness and each piece of evidence and show why it supports your case. And in the defense situation, you want to say why there's reasonable doubt, and you want to point to each piece of evidence that this establishes reasonable doubt. We've talked a lot about jury nullification and pulling on the jurors' heartstrings and hope that that they at least one and hopefully all acquit because they feel bad. They feel bad for the activists. They feel bad for the piglets. But there are real defenses to the charges here. There is a real defense to the larceny charge in terms of value, and there's real defenses to the burglary in terms of whether it was a trespass in the first place, but more significantly, what their intent was in going into the farrowing barn. That is a real big issue. So you're going to want to go through again methodically each witness, each piece of evidence, and show why this is not a burglary, why this is not larceny, and that takes time, especially when the prosecution is going to object like crazy and cause delay. So it's not just going to be 45 minutes of making your points. It's going to be 45 minutes. You're also going to be responding to the objection. So, like everything else, you can sort of try to predict how long it's going to take, and it will take much longer than that.
Wow. So yeah, I think, and then, so the whole idea was to get this done today, but I guess that means that the sad fact is for those who, are sympathetic to Wayne's side, if Wayne gets to do his close, but then they break for the day and then the prosecution gets to do their close like Tuesday or tomorrow. I mean, isn't it hard to keep a court open on Saturday? You have to have, I remember this from some of the other trials I covered. it has to go through a whole administrative process, because you can't just it's not like, here, come into my apartment, we're going to decide this case. There's a building that has to be opened, and you've got to have all these people put on overtime, and you've got to make sure that the lights are on and that the keys to the bathroom are available, blah, blah, blah. I mean, there's a million things that have to be done that are bureaucratic that make it expensive to do. I remember hearing this, and it came up in another trial I covered. It's very expensive to keep the courthouse open on a Saturday for the overtime and a lot of the other reasons. And so that could be a factor too. I think the judge feels wedged in, because it's like, either we go Saturday, which is really expensive, that's going to make me look bad maybe, or we wait till Tuesday, which also puts the jurors in a situation where now they're in the second week after a long holiday weekend. So I'm just trying to get into the judge's head. But if it's not going to happen, it's not going to happen. And it's just going to happen the way it's going to happen. And that's, he's powerless over certain things. He has some power, Carla, but his power is limited. He can't necessarily dictate how long an opening statement can go, right, Nathan? I mean,
yeah, I mean, judges will often give attorneys a time. They will rarely cut them off, but they will remind them that, listen, you've got 45 minutes, you've got an hour. That usually what will happen is the judge will ask the attorney, how long do you anticipate your summation will be? And usually we have a pretty good sense, because we've had an opportunity to practice it. That is not going to happen here, but you usually have a pretty good idea how much time you're going to take. And then the judge might say, I'm not giving you an hour and a half. I'll give you 45 minutes. I'll give you an hour. And, you negotiate it a little bit.
And then the judge can really cut you off after that time?
They can, but, they run the risk. They run the risk of an appellate issue. I mean, defendant has a right to try their case. And if you cut them off and prevent them from making arguments to the jury, you create an appellate issue. Now, I've seen situations where attorneys repeat the same thing over and over and over again. And that's not a great appellate issue, because you're just saying the same thing over and over again. But if you're continuing to make points and the judge cuts you off, I mean, that's not due process. So, but in the instant, in the moment, yeah, I mean, the judge can do whatever the judge, I suppose, wants to do.
I think Sarah.
I have a question for Nathan. Do you think he could hear me?
Yes, he can hear you.
Yeah.
So Nathan, what Jane was asking earlier is a bit concerning. So we're almost at the end of the day, but not quite, right? So what if the judge brings the jury in and gives the instructions within a few minutes and tells Wayne, yeah, you get to do your closing, but we're going to come back, let's say, as Jane said, Saturday or Tuesday, and give extra time, in essence, to the prosecution to prepare. He can't force, in any way, I can't imagine, Wayne to do his closing. I mean, if I was in Wayne's shoes, I say, hey, I got a stomachache. I got something in my eye. I can't do it, right? What is he going to do? Can you explain how that works?
Sure. I mean, the judge is going to give equal time to both sides. I'm not worried about that, or to each attorney. But in terms of making them go today, if they don't want to, the judge can make them do whatever the judge wants to make them do. I don't think Wayne or Mary are going to ignore the judge's order. It like anything else, it creates an appellate issue. But if the judge says you got to do it today, then you got to do it today. I don't think it would necessarily be grounds for a reversal if the prosecution got the night, got to do it tomorrow. But it's unfair. It stinks. But hopefully what the judge is saying to them right now is, look, it's 6:15 here, so it's 4:15 there. Look, I'm willing to go until 6:30 p.m. or 7 p.m. Does that give both sides enough time to make your arguments? And I think they'll both probably say that's enough time. I anticipate everybody will go today because 4:15 is not that late. I don't think this is a case where it's 2-hour summations.
Well, this Alicia Santurio, and I don't know Alicia, maybe you do, Carla, but she says, just got word, still in chambers working on jury instructions. So that really does tell you where they're at. They're really arguing. Jury instructions are so important, and the prosecution is going to try to keep it super narrow, and you cannot consider animal welfare, and you cannot consider the condition of the pigs that they took out, and you cannot consider, and of course, the defense is arguing, yeah, we have to be able to consider that. So that's why it's taking so long, because they say the case is won on jury selection. Then other people say the case is won on opening statements. Then other people say the case is won on closing statements. And then other people say the case is won on jury selection. These are some of the key issues, the moments that determine which way a trial is going to go. And, then when you think about jury deliberation, I bet the judge is going to say to them, do you want to deliberate tomorrow, or would you like to come back Tuesday? That's what I think the judge would do. Because if I was a juror, I'd rather come back Tuesday, than necessarily come back on Saturday and spend all day Saturday. But it depends. Even though these jurors are not supposed to discuss the case amongst themselves, it's very obvious when you're in a jury. Not that I've managed to avoid it. Sorry to say that, but I have not been on a jury. But you can tell, and I've heard anecdotal evidence that they kind of know how everybody, they're getting a sense of, okay, this guy here, he doesn't seem too sympathetic to Wayne. I'm sympathetic to Wayne. This lady here, she seems like, she had, what I'm saying is, like, you can get a vibe on when you're in a jury pool, what your fellow jurors are thinking. So if they think we're all on one side, we can get this done. Let's come in Saturday and we'll just spend a couple hours here. We'll have some pastry and coffee and we'll be done. Or they're going to say, oh no, this is going to be a slog. This guy here, he's going to be that person who won't budge. He doesn't seem very compromising. It's going to be a long time. Let's come back Tuesday. So there you go. I mean, we don't know. These are some of the possibilities as we wait for the jury instructions in this trial to be completed, both sides and the judge in chambers right now on this extraordinary trial of Wayne Hsiung and Paul Picklesimer, who went into a factory farm and rescued 2 sick piglets. And I think we could say they're sick because the evidence that he showed was documentary, photographic evidence that was not contested by the prosecution in terms of its validity. And let's listen.
Exhibit 32, as I said, was a close-up of the foot. And what I observed was significant inflammation in one of her toes and pus forming on the outside. And this was part of the reason we were already concerned just about her low body weight. But the fact that she had a very significant injury that was preventing her from walking properly led her to rush her that night to the emergency vet after taking her initially to an animal rescue for intake and diagnosis. So did Lily have any other injuries? Yes, she did. What other injuries did she have? She had significant facial scarring. And I'm going to move now to Exhibit 21. Tell us about Exhibit 21. Exhibit 21 is a photograph that I took on that same morning of Lily's face and just kind of the facial condition. And I shot it with a Sony camera that morning. I reviewed these photographs before I came to court today, and it true and accurately depicts Lily's facial scarring and wounds on the night and morning of March 7th and March 8th.
All right. So that is a description of how badly injured and sick one of the piglets they took out was. And there was similar testimony offered for the other pig. And to recap and review, we're on what was supposed to be the final day of the trial, and it may well become the final day of the trial. We don't know yet. It's occurring in Utah, which is on Mountain Time, which means it is now 4:22. They are still in the judge's chambers going over the jury instructions, probably battling it out because jury instructions will limit how much information or leeway this jury has to make its decision. And aren't there two juries? Am I wrong about that? Just further complicating this, Carla?
I'm not sure what you mean by two juries. There is only one jury. There were a few extra jury members in case something happened, and if one got sick or something, I believe they would be able to switch out and bring another juror in, but it's not two separate juries. It's one jury for the two defendants.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that. Yes. Well, it's a complicated case because two people are being tried at once, which is also not that usual. Tell us about that, Nathan, in terms of, when two people are charged, sometimes they're tried together, but sometimes they're tried separately.
Yeah. When two people are charged together, the jury has to reach a verdict as to each of them. There's not one verdict for both. So they'll be asked to consider whether Wayne is guilty of the charges, and they'll be asked to consider whether Paul is guilty of the charges. An interesting thing happened during the trial when counsel for Paul brought up what she called a potential conflict of interest, in that as Paul's attorney, it was her advice that, Paul not testify. And, she wanted to get the case to the jury at that time because she felt like the prosecution didn't prove its case, that they didn't even prove that he was there. We know that Wayne subsequently testified and, does place Paul there, which eliminated that argument. But often what happens in cases where two people are charged together is counsel for one, sometimes for both, will make what's called a severance motion to try to get separate trials for their clients because of that very situation in which one may actually end up incriminating the other. That the prosecution might not be able to do such a great job, but the truth is that their co-defendant could do that. The judge, so Mary, Paul's attorney, made an application. She offered some remedies for the judge, including making Paul's case a bench trial and not a jury trial. But the judge denied the application, saying that it should have been done, that the motion for severance should have been done much earlier. But short of that, it happens. People are, you have co-defendants in cases. And again, the jury has to reach a verdict as to each of them. So you could have a situation where, Paul is acquitted of all counts and Wayne is convicted of all counts, or Wayne is convicted, or Wayne is acquitted and Paul is convicted, or Paul is convicted of some and Wayne is convicted of others. That can happen.
Or they're both acquitted of all counts.
Actually, I remember seeing Wayne when he goes live a lot, like after the day, to say how it was. And he was like, it's looking pretty good for Paul. Me, not as good. He actually said that.
That's funny.
That the other day. Mm-hmm.
That's interesting. Mick Davutian, who's been watching the trial, and as he mentioned the last time, he's watching a gray screen because the trial is not resumed. Presumably, according to somebody else, they're working on jury questions, and then I guess simultaneously, with the other hand, the defense and prosecution are figuring out their closing arguments because the judge is hell-bent on having it wrapped up today, and it's already almost 4:30 in Utah. You have a question, Mick.
So yeah, Nathan, I guess I'm getting a lot of free legal advice today, but I think this is really complicated, and I'm trying to wrap my head around this whole issue of the two defendants being tried together and kind of the conflicting cases, right? So you mentioned that Wayne basically said that Paul was there, but didn't one of the witnesses, Andrew Sharrow, who actually is part of the DXC and was investigating earlier, I believe he actually said that Paul was the videographer. So he already placed him there. So how does it play? Can you explain in more detail how this works?
Yeah, well, I mean, Sharrow was a defense witness, right? I just want to get my names right. So the defense is never obligated to present a case. And if at the end of the prosecution's case, they could not prove beyond a reasonable doubt that Paul was present, the jury would have to acquit, because you have to establish that the person charged with the crime was actually there, that it's them, that they've identified the correct person. So it wasn't until the defense case that you had confirmation. Now, the prosecution made allegations that it was Paul. You had the agent testify that he reviewed video that, in his opinion, it was Paul who was there. There wasn't no evidence. But what happened by the defense putting on a case, they firmed up the fact that it was Paul there. Now, in terms of Paul being the videographer, the reason that matters so much, the distinction matters so much, is because if the witness is to be believed that Paul didn't remove a piglet, then arguably he's not guilty of the larceny. And there's also an argument to be made that he's not guilty of the burglary, because he didn't go in there to commit a crime. All he did was, at worst, was trespass. That he, that there has to be an intent to commit a crime therein for there to be a burglary. So that's why that testimony is so important, that he's just a videographer.
Interesting, very interesting. So as the clock ticks away, and we've committed to staying on at least until the jury gets their instructions and the closing arguments, till the jury gets the case. Why are you laughing, Simone?
Because I think it could be fun if we go into the Guinness Book of World Records. Maybe we're going to be the longest live, and we get to push animal rights that way. I don't know.
Yeah, well, I mean,
we're going on almost hour 5, aren't we?
Yes, go ahead, Carla.
Case in point, earlier when I mentioned how we drove from Circle 4 Farms to Utah, we maxed out. We were over 8 hours of live streaming. We live streamed the entire thing. And I believe it was we were grappling with the idea that you could only live stream for about 8 hours or so on Facebook, and we went at least that long, driving the whole way.
I think Sarah Siegel has a very good point here. The judge doesn't want the jury to see the Death Star video over the holiday weekend. If, in fact, they come back Tuesday, that is 3 days. And I'm not saying the jurors would do anything untoward or against the instructions, but it's just human nature. And as Lisa Bloom said, she said, we know that jurors, even though they're not supposed to look at the paper, they're not supposed to look at videos, the curiosity factor is huge. And also, people really need to be online in order to function today. And it's so easy to just Google one little word, right? Or 2 words, Operation Death Star. I'm certainly not suggesting they do that. But what I'm saying is the risk of that happening, right? Yeah. Increases with 3-day vacation. Because how can you be, if I was in this jury and somebody said you got 3 days off, what would I think about the whole weekend? This trial. How could you do anything else but think about the trial? You've got the weight of the 2 lives on your shoulders. I mean, prisons are dangerous places too. Just because you're sentenced for 5 years doesn't mean that, oh, well, you're definitely going to get out in 5 years. We know how terrible conditions in prisons can be. So, those people might be inclined to, or a friend might say, well, did you see the video? If you saw the video, because even though people it's an anonymous jury, they might tell their friends, and their friends might be looking it up. I mean, if I knew, you're a very good friend of mine, Simone, if I knew you were on a high profile jury, most likely it would be a celebrity case involving a Hollywood celebrity doing something awful. I would be inclined to look up, and Google what's the dirt on this case that Simone, and then if I found something, I'd be like, can you believe? So that's human nature. You can't totally shut down. This is not a sequestered jury. So that would have been the ultimate, I would say, surreal idiocy if they had said, yes, it's an anonymous jury, but if they had sequestered the jury like in a hotel room, right? I mean, that would have just taken it to it's already at a crazy level.
You have to be careful though nowadays, because I was actually surprised. Some people are on the opposite end, right? So you have some friends who are like, oh, you know what? Let me just show you what I saw, right? And like show something really quickly. But on the same hand, there's people, which I learned from the Johnny Depp trial, that do the opposite. And they go and they're like, oh, I saw that person talking to her friend about this and that. And then they call the prosecutor on the other side and they rat him out, which happened actually on the Johnny
rat him out speciesist.
What? Oh, rat him out. Yeah, no, they smoke him out, or whatever you want to call it.
Yeah, there you go.
And they literally did that. And they, you're under oath and you hope that people do respect the process, to be honest. And they were like, did you watch any clips of this trial? And the person on the stand was like, I mean, on Instagram, just like, not really, and they were like, I'm sorry, you're dismissed. And that was the end of it. So people do have to be really careful nowadays.
Oh, yeah. This could end up being the longest trial if they go out for 3 days and then they come back and they're questioned, because the judge does admonish the jury, don't look at any TV, don't discuss this case with anybody. And if it turns out that a number of people have actually looked at it, then you could have those jurors dismissed, and then that would make the trial even longer. So, look, we're being lighthearted, but at the heart of it is a horrific tragedy. And I hate to be a downer, but I think that as we wait, we owe it to the pigs still trapped in these farms, these factory farms, to remember what they are going through right now. Those 2 piglets got out, but there are so many more who are suffering right now as we speak. Look at this.
So you can see most of these crates are intact, but some of them have literally been busted open because these poor mother pigs are so desperate to escape, they smash their faces up against these steel bars until there's a hole that's broken open, and they had to jury rig this crate door shut with tape. And you can see she's falling on the side of her face. She's got a nasty cut.
It's just so awful. And that's happening to thousands of pigs, tens of thousands of pigs, and hundreds of thousands of pigs, millions of pigs, if you consider that this is happening it's not just Smithfield. It's the entire industry. Industrialized animal agriculture there's no nice way to do it. There's no nice way to raise 80 billion land animals: cows, pigs, chickens, turkeys, goats, and lambs. This is happening on a scale that is unprecedented in human history. Okay?
So Circle 4 is a farm that processes and kills 1.2 million pigs every year. We're about to head into Circle 4. This is the heart of evil. You can already hear the screams of the mother pigs inside. They're cramped, they're suffering, and we're going to try and expose what's actually happening inside. You guys ready to go? Mm-hmm. Let's put our lights on.
And the screams and the noise. I mean, my God, I would think if these jurors had seen even a minute of the hours of the Death Star video, that they would have a completely new perspective on it. In fact, as Prop 12 goes before the Supreme Court, and we on Unchained TV interviewed Cheryl Leahy, who is the head of Animal Outlook, and she is an attorney. We interviewed and we wrote an article about it on Unchained TV about the whole battle over Prop 12. So you can read the article on UnchainedTV.com. But I asked her, are you able to show video and audio to the Supreme Court? Because you can write a book this thick about pig gestation crates, but 1 minute of video, like the video you just saw, is much more informative than no matter how much you write about it. It hits you on a level that is nothing to do with intellect. It is obviously morally wrong, obviously. And honestly, if you don't think there's a problem with it, go see a psychiatrist right now. That's my feeling. So she said, yes, they had included links to video. And, I think that's really important because they're human beings too. And I think this is a human issue. And again, you can read that article on UnchainedTV.com. And also we did an interview with Cheryl Leahy of Animal Outlook. Do you think something's gone wrong, Nathan? And do you think there's something suspicious about the fact that this discussion is going on so long now, even though the judge was the one who made the point of, we've got to end this today, something's going on behind closed doors? I mean, look, they don't just start from scratch with the jury questionnaire. It's like other things. You have a boilerplate contract and you mark it up and then you fix it. He's not starting from dear jurors. This is, a lot of it is boilerplate. And then you make little red adjustments in red ink, and then you fix it, and that's it. So the idea that this is taking so very long makes me wonder what is going on in this jury, in the judges' chambers.
It's peculiar. Yeah, you're right. And, every attorney knows that you're going to come to this moment where you're discussing the charges that'll be submitted to the jury. So it's no surprise. I mean, 95% of the work is pretty much done. You just have certain situations that are specific to the case. I don't know what could possibly be taking, this long, to be honest with you. I'm not sure.
God, are you getting any hints or comments from your peeps, Carla, because you are tapped into the DXE thread where people are talking? Is there any activity outside the courthouse? How many DXE supporters are inside the courthouse?
The judge is only allowing 10 people to be present for Paul and Wayne. So there are 10 DXE or adjacent individuals inside the courtroom. There are several people that are out here at the park across the street waiting. I have our chat going. Nobody knows what's going on. There's no updates even from the people inside other than to say they are simply waiting. I also have the WebEx open. The moment that goes live, I'll know it. It's just 3 gray screens, as was mentioned before. One police officer did come over to the people who are waiting over here, and so we were concerned about that. I asked what was going on. Apparently, the officer was just being nice, coming over, asking if the hospitality was good from everybody here in the town, which it has been wonderful. Everybody has been great, but we did warn people to not speak with the officer. Oftentimes they disguise being nice and friendly, having, just banter about
non-important things, and in fact they can slip stuff in. And one of the people from the legal team actually came over and said that it was very interesting because the officer let them know that in fact they had been shown the footage between Curtis Vollmer and Sergeant Woolsey that happened in Beaver County. The officers here had been shown the footage so that they were informed not to do anything like that, to make sure that everybody's rights were being upheld. And I thought that was very interesting.
Excellent point. And if you're trying to figure out who those people are, this trial was originally supposed to occur in Beaver County, Utah, which Smithfield is the largest, or was the largest employer there. They're reducing their operations there, right? Correct. But so it can be a tense situation. There were members of DXC and supporters of Wayne in the town, walking around, talking to people. They had some leaflets, and the sheriff's department, some members were caught on tape saying basically, we don't want you here. And I remember seeing one clip where he said, "You don't have a permit to sell your products here." And the guy says, "I'm not selling anything. I'm just talking to people." Anyway, a lawsuit is now in progress over that. And there's a lawsuit filed by some people who are associated with DXC against the treatment in Beaver County. And voila, all of a sudden, there was a change of venue to this county, which I believe is Washington County, which is where St. George, Utah is, which was considered, good for the defense in that it's not as connected to Smithfield. And also it seems like could be, I don't like to generalize or characterize because I'm often wrong, but it seems like it might be, some have suggested it's a more progressive community that might have a lot of artists. I know that it's kind of an artsy community in that a lot of people go there because it's so beautiful, correct? Yeah.
Yeah,
So
it is a very beautiful place. In fact, last night we all went up to Dixie Hill, which we've named DXE Hill, to sing some songs and just enjoy being in the atmosphere. The landscape is incredible out here, and the people have been very kind. And it is a very quaint and clean and very nice town, St. George. And there is a lot of art on the street. There's a lot of art. So I do believe that, yes, this is a very artsy town. The theater where we have been watching the WebEx adjacent has an art gallery full of beautiful art by local artists. So, yeah.
Yeah. And as somebody said, St. George is more progressive than the other area where the factory farm is located. And they said tons of Californians and college people go to St. George. It's true. I know somebody here from LA who owns property in St. George because it's such a beautiful area and it's kind of a getaway kind of area. So what we want to do now, we have a bunch of questions, but what I'd like to do while we're waiting is to play Wayne Hsiung talking to the jury. Remember, he's defending himself and he's also testifying. So he asks questions of himself and he's telling his life story of why he is so passionate about animals and how he ended up in that courtroom.
So what happened on March 7th, 2017? We came to Southern Utah because to site of Smithfield Foods' single largest facility in the nation. And we decided, and after consultation with many lawyers, concluded that we needed to check in on the mother pigs. We believed, why did you believe that? Well, we believed that the public had the right to know what was actually happening inside the farms.
Objection, Your Honor. This is beyond the scope of this case.
Sustained.
And so what did you do there? Well, we did what I've been training people to do for the last 15 years, which is undertaking an undercover investigation. So what we did was we had scouted the facility previously. There were obvious identifications outside the barns. in buildings as to which were gestation barns. In other words, barns. What is a gestation barn? Well, a gestation barn is a barn where there should not be any baby pigs. It's for the gestating mothers, and they're only mothers in crates, or not necessarily in crates, ideally not in crates, but in Spifield's case, is in crates. What is the difference between a gestation and a farrowing barn? Well, in a farrowing barn, they remove the mothers before they give birth to the babies into a separate facility that is warmer and more appropriate for baby pigs. So, I think as the state's own witness testified, no one who's looking for a piglet or trying to steal a piglet would ever end up in a gestation barn. What do you do when you're inside of a gestation barn? Well, first and foremost, we did not try to remove any piglets because there should not have been any piglets there. And what we were there to do was merely to document what we were seeing inside. So, in particular, we had a very kind of elaborate
Can
camera.
I have some foundation, please? Objection out of lack of foundation. He's moved from being in the farm to talking about documentation. I'd like some foundation for that.
Why don't you lay some foundation, Mr. Shaw?
Thank you. What did you do after you entered the farm? Well, our intent, as I described, in moving into a gestation barn was just to document what was happening inside. And as someone who has done many undercover investigations over the last 15 years of my life, I'm very familiar with the techniques and technology required. What was different about this investigation? Well, we had some very fancy technology that I am honestly still flabbergasted the company loaned us. It was a virtual reality camera that would shoot at 360 degrees. Why was this important to you? It was important to use this camera because very often when you do undercover investigations, companies will say it's just a narrow slice, you're pointing out one little thing. And so we had a virtual reality camera to shoot our entire time in the farm in full 360 degrees. So you could see exactly what we saw. And our goal was to eventually create a short documentary where someone could put on a VR headset and walk through a factory farm with us. And so that was our goal. It was not to remove any piglets. It was to use this extraordinarily expensive piece of equipment that had been loaned to us just to show people what it actually feels like inside of a modern pig farm. And
Okay, we've got an update. Carla Cabral is outside with somebody. Can you tell us what's going on? Carla?
Yeah, we're having trouble hearing you a little bit.
Okay. Just go.
Can you
Tell
hear us
us
okay?
Okay, if you can hear us, we'll just start talking here. But basically what they've been doing is hashing out jury instructions this whole time. So what's going to happen is they're going to have the defense give their closing statements, then the prosecution will go. This will all be tonight. Then the prosecution will go, then the defense again, I believe, and then the judge will give them their jury instructions, tell them to deliberate, and give them the option of either bringing in food tonight or they can go home and return tomorrow to finish deliberating. That's so I'm not 100% sure that's what's going on, but that's kind of word that I've gotten from the inside.
So thank you for that update. I appreciate it. And stay right there if you can for a minute or two. What do you make of it, Nathan?
Judge wants this done today, at least wants the jury to have the case. It sounds like he's okay with them coming back tomorrow to deliberate if they want, but he wants all the work done today.
Yeah. And he's stayed late before, so.
How late have you stayed before?
When was it, like 7 o'clock at night? When they were picking the jury, they stayed. The judge was like, "We're getting this done tonight," and everybody was starving and no food until it was finished. So
now, Dr. Crystal Heath, you are a veterinarian and you run this organization called Our Honor, which basically wants to give veterinarians who actually love animals the opportunity to stay true to their beliefs, because so many go into the veterinarian world to help animals and they end up being part of the animal exploitation system. We were told that Smithfield, Wayne Hsiung has said Smithfield had said they were getting rid of pig gestation crates. And obviously, from what we've seen inside the footage of inside Smithfield, they did not get rid of pig gestation crates. They're all over the place. So is that your understanding that this big company, Smithfield, which is owned now by a Chinese company that is arguably the largest meat producer or certainly largest pig producer in the world, had said they were getting rid of these torture devices? And so one of the reasons to go in is to establish, no, they're still here. Tell us what you know about all that.
Yeah, I've heard that Smithfield since has gotten rid of gestation crates. I don't know if anybody's been able to confirm that. I mean, I was one of the signers of an amicus brief supporting Prop 12. And, you know, we were discussing the companies that had gotten rid of gestation crates, Smithfield being one of those. I don't know if actually in all of their farms they have or not, but they said they have. I'm assuming since this investigation and all the pressure from the New York Times and all the other outlets who showed this, maybe they have, but who knows?
But
I wonder if their veterinarians will tell us. Like, wouldn't that be great if the two vets at Smithfield would tell us?
Yeah, I mean, look, when they went in, they were supposed to have already gotten rid of them. Yeah. In other words, this was in 2017. I think, correct me if I'm wrong, Carla, but one of the reasons that they went in is that I think I heard Wayne say this, that they had been assured that these pig gestation crates were going away, but obviously they hadn't at the time that they went in 2017.
Yeah, that's absolutely correct. So in 2007, Smithfield made pretty big news about the fact that they were absolutely going to phase out all gestation crates within 10 years, which is the reason that DXE did this investigation and went in 2017. Over the time between 2007 and 2017, they had been investigating through various means, which Wayne talked about on the stand, to see if they felt that any changes were being made. They had inside information that, in fact, the gestation crates had not been removed, and that's what led to their ultimately going in and where they saw hundreds of gestation crates with mother pigs still in there suffering.
So what is the mood out there? We've heard from you, Carla, and you've done such a great job. We're very, very happy that you have joined us today. But Crystal, as a veterinarian, some of the key testimony that created this uproar in the court was about what the veterinarian was characterizing Smithfield as. Can you lay that out as a vet listening to this? What did you hear and why did it cause such a storm?
You know, there was so much that was said, and I, love Schurston and everything that she's done for animals. And I think she was right on in exactly what she was saying. And then, I have a lot of problems with what the veterinarian Dr. Dean Taylor was saying, and just to have him kind of discredit his fellow colleague that way was really discouraging, saying that, she was exaggerating. Definitely not true. He was saying that an infected baby pig's leg would need a regional limb perfusion in order to be treated. Really not necessary in all cases, and some can definitely heal from antibiotics. And I even think Schurston's pig, Edna, who she was taking care of for a long time, had a bone infection that was being treated with antibiotics. And there was other things, like he was saying the Piglet, if it was severe, needed IV fluids. That's definitely not the case. They would have still decided to cull this Piglet just with these conditions, even if these piglets were very, very sick. There were definitely piglets that would have been culled anyway by the company. He was also saying that the cost was exaggerated, and then he was recommending x-rays and IV fluids and cultures. And he was saying Schurston's estimate of $300 for veterinary care was too much when he was recommending x-rays and cultures and IV fluids, which x-rays alone would be more than $300. You know, culture is another $150. And then he was claiming that you have to culture all diarrhea in order to determine a proper treatment plan. I guarantee you this company was not culturing every case of piglet diarrhea at the farm. They'd have protocols. The only way two veterinarians could take care of this many pigs would be to set protocols in place. If there's diarrhea, we're going to give them antibiotics. If this happens, if the diarrhea doesn't resolve, or we have this percentage of our population with diarrhea, then we're going to do cultures. They don't culture, and they certainly don't even examine every piglet. Schurston examining this piglet via video was far more than these piglets probably got with regard to like a veterinarian.
And when you say Schurston, you're talking about the veterinarian who testified for the defense.
Yeah, she's a friend, so I call her first name, which is totally unprofessional. But Dr. Rosenberg.
No, she's a vet, and she testified for the defense. Go ahead, Carla. Carla, you were
sorry. I just wanted to clarify something really quickly because I saw people in the chat were asking what cull means. Can you expand on what it means to cull an animal?
To kill, and I would say, in some cases, some people might say euthanize, but euthanize is a term that many people should reserve for ending the life of one who is suffering from a terminal or incurable disease. And most of these piglets are not suffering from a terminal disease. It's a disease that can be treated. So in this case, I call it cull or killed.
So it's very interesting because you're a vet, and it was the vet's testimony that created the uproar in the case, where the defense was, I think, somewhat successfully able to argue that the prosecution opened the door to the overall issue of animal welfare. And tell us about that. Like, as a vet, the state has done everything it can to limit this to just two guys going into a farm and taking some pigs. And indeed, this is about animal welfare. And you can try to suppress that, but it will come out. And it did come out. And do you think it's ironic, Dr. Heath, that it came out during the testimony of the prosecution's veterinarian, as a vet yourself?
It just shows how important a role the veterinary profession plays, and how the corporations have kind of co-opted our profession to be used as kind of this moral authority in these cases. They have gotten in the habit of like, oh, let's just bring in the state vet. He's going to make it all look okay. And now finally we're getting more and more vets who realize that the system is really not helping animals. Like, these state vets are not working for the best interests of the animals. They're working for the best interests of corporations. And like he said, animal agriculture as a whole. So it just shows how these animal rights cases are hinged on the testimony of veterinarians, and how important this is, and how, the industry is so fearful of this. If we have an uprising of a bunch of veterinarians who are sympathetic to the cause, it's going to definitely pull that pillar out from underneath them. And these cases are definitely going to go our way in the future. But I do think we have a lot more work to do on the ground, doing research, writing textbooks, putting organizations together of veterinarians who can work in an organized fashion to help this cause.
Well, I know you were very instrumental in trying to stop the main veterinarian organization from endorsing or saying that ventilation shutdown is okay. And this is a horrific, hellish nightmare Freddy Krueger movie shutdown, where they're basically they're boiled to death practically in heat. And yet the main veterinarian organization, correct me if I'm wrong, has said that it's permissible in certain circumstances, when it should never be permissible. And it came up when during the COVID pandemic, there was a backlog because COVID had swept through the slaughterhouses in the United States, and so many people who are the slaughterhouse workers who are also exploited were dying. Oxfam has reported that slaughterhouse workers have to wear diapers because they get such few bathroom breaks. And the slaughterhouse workers then were dying of COVID. And that's when the backup in the killing pipeline occurred. And that's when they brought in ventilation shutdown to kill mass amounts of pigs and other animals. And that's when you may have been involved beforehand, but you really stepped up your campaign against it.
Yeah, I'm on the founding committee of Veterinarians Against Ventilation Shutdown. We have over 1,500 veterinarians who have signed on asking the AVMA to reclassify ventilation shutdown as a not recommended form of depopulation. Unfortunately, even though we submitted the resolution, they voted 99.1% to push it back to the House of Delegates, or push it back to the committee, the depopulation committee, the panel on depopulation, to make that decision. So 99.1% couldn't take a firm stance on roasting animals alive. And they said, avian influenza is coming, African swine fever. This is a quote from a veterinarian on the House of Delegates. We are going to need this whether you like it or not. And sure enough, they were right. Avian influenza came and hit the United States. Now 47 million birds have been killed, and the vast majority of those birds have been killed by ventilation shutdown. And this is a technique that's to be used in constrained circumstances only, but now it's becoming industry standard. And just last week, the USDA met, and a bunch of state ag secretaries pushed to pass a resolution basically doing some studies to ask the USDA to kind of subvert the AVMA, because the USDA used to rely on the AVMA guidelines on depopulation for their policies and protocols. So now the USDA is basically asking, they're asking the USDA to put ventilation shutdown as a preferred method, because they're already using it as a preferred method. The vast majority of birds are being killed this way. So why don't we get rid of all this extra paperwork we have to do because it's listed as constrained circumstances only, and just make it the preferred method, subverting the AVMA and everything else. And the AVMA is having their meeting on depopulation in the beginning, I think it's the end of January in Chicago, and they're going to be, a bunch of people are presenting papers on various methods of euthanasia, depopulation, etc. So it should be a big conversation there as well. And unfortunately, this is very disturbing news that I want to share with you too. In June, at the Animal Mortality Management Conference in North Carolina, the director of the AVMA's Animal Welfare Division said in her discussion on humane endings that they were looking for data to support leaving ventilation shutdown in the guidelines, because, and she said this specifically to a friendly audience. She's like, I realize you are a friendly audience. She didn't realize people like us would hear. So I'm going to put this out to you. She says, we need data from you, because there are some techniques that are at risk of leaving the guidelines. And she says, I think you know which ones those are. And so she's asking—
Did you get that on camera?
It's recorded, and anybody who is registered to view that conference can see her say this.
Well, get it on tape.
And there's also going to be several stories coming out that's quoting her as—
because I watched like 30 seconds of that and I had nightmares. I mean, they are roasting these animals alive. It is, we are in a sick system, people. And this trial is an opportunity for average people who are kind and caring. As Dr. Silas Rouse says, the people aren't evil. The system is evil and morally bankrupt, to rise up. So many veterinarians love and care about animals, but they get into this system. They are forced to do experiments on animals. They are forced to work in places like laboratory breeding facilities. I've talked to them myself. They end up working in factory farms where they're artificially inseminating animals for practice that are about to be slaughtered. It's beyond. It's Dante's Inferno. And, this trial is an opportunity to have some of these conversations. And yes, that's much better lighting. And can you tell us a little bit about what's going on behind you in terms of who's gathered there? It seems like everybody is gathering.
Yeah, we have a whole bunch of supporters here kind of waiting for people to leave the courthouse, but they don't know that it's going to be a late night tonight and nobody's going to end up leaving anytime soon, unfortunately. But we've got podcasters, we've got documentary filmmakers out here recording this whole thing.
Trying to get everybody.
So, yeah.
Yeah, and here's an interesting thing that was just mentioned. Hugo Hackenbush says, my guess is they're not discussing jury instructions. I think they're trying to rein in Wayne's closing statement, what he can say and what he can't say. What is your reaction, Dr. Heath, to that?
I watched the North Carolina trial and I watched this one, and I am so grateful for how much more leeway Wayne has been given to speak. I mean, in the case of North Carolina, they didn't let him finish his opening statement at all. And, they kind of reined him in maybe a little bit on his testimony, but still he got much more leeway than he did in North Carolina. I'm sure they are going to rein in what he's going to say, but I think Wayne's smart enough to know how to know the rules of the game now, and he knows what he can get away with and what not. And either way, I think he's going to make a really compelling argument. But the state is as well. And I have so many predictions as to what the state will say. And they'll basically say, these are vigilantes. We can't allow vigilantism. They'll go through, they admitted even to committing crimes. This is an organization with a history of breaking the law. And we can't just let them continue to break the law like this. And the jury is going to be either rule followers and sympathetic to that, or they're going to realize, these corporations have been getting away with atrocities for far too long and they have nobody regulating them. I don't think we told the story well enough of just how the Department of Agriculture is really regulating itself. Everybody's under the impression there's somebody who would do something about this if they were breaking any rules, something would be done. We're all under the impression that there's all these regulations, but I don't think we need to tell the story that there's not, and these animals don't have any hope except for activists.
Well, wasn't there testimony that there's only 2 vets and there's how many pigs there? Can you nail that down? Because, we're all trying to do many things at once, but that one just knocked me on my heels.
They slaughter from Circle 4 Farms 1.2 million pigs a year, and they have 2 veterinarians to care for this. And I'm a shelter veterinarian, so I know how it is like to handle large populations of animals. One of my shelters, we adopted out 1,000 animals a year, and everybody was shocked. Oh my God, you're the only vet, and you adopt out 1,000 animals a year, and you do so many spays and neuters for the public a week. How do you do that? And actually, that's nothing compared to some shelters who have many more, but we have protocols. And our staff implements those protocols based on exam findings. I've talked to people who worked at these pig facilities, and they go in, they get very little training, and right away, they're tasked with doing things like castrations and clipping needle teeth and docking tails. All with just most of the training is actually, don't talk to animal rights activists. You can't bring in your phones. You can't bring in your cameras, and washing in, washing out, showering and showering out, the importance of biosecurity. And then it's here you go. Now you're going to castrate and dock tails, and you're going to give these antibiotic injections to anybody with diarrhea and these vaccines and all this. So
now let me ask you a question while we're on this, because what DXC is known for is thinking outside the box. I mean, look what's happening here. And I didn't think it was a good idea for Wayne to represent himself, and yet he has done a brilliant job. I was wrong. He did a great job. We'll see what the outcome of the trial is. They are still back there in the judges' chambers, as one said, probably arguing over what Wayne could say. But getting to your point of how veterinarians go into the field because they love animals, and then they are gradually indoctrinated and channeled into industries that exploit animals. Have you thought of because I know that many of them fear getting blackballed. So if they speak out, they fear, well, I'll never work again. And it's a very realistic fear. Have you thought of a secret, either a secret channel of some sort? I was reading an article about a major tech company that was basically pretending that they had a new technology, which they did not. And now it's all over the news. But the people who worked there were afraid of blowing the whistle because they were afraid of getting fired, getting sued. So somebody created a secret communications thread where they could talk, and a reporter was on that communications thread and started seeing that, oh, they're lying about the technology. They're covering labels. They're taking other people's equipment and they're calling it their own, and they're jerry-rigging something. And even to the point where they supposedly had some kind of autonomous vehicle and they pushed it down a hill to make it look like it was driving on its own. And none of this would have come out unless they had this secret thread. I think you could start a secret thread, because I've talked to many veterinarians, vet students in particular, who are horrified that they're going to have to go out and exploit animals. They didn't know it when they got involved in the veterinary world. Have you thought of something like that? Because there's strength in numbers. And if they do feel that they're safe, they're more likely to come out and say, we won't do this anymore.
That's a great idea, especially for like an anonymous channel, because we do have our groups of vet students and veterinarians who are talking. Many are so scared to come out and be public about these things. But I think a secret channel would be fantastic, and that's definitely a great idea. It is so sad what's going on in vet schools right now, and like even from professors who are making vegan and vegetarian students stand up in front of the class and bullying them and criticizing them for their beliefs. I've heard things like that. Still, terminal surgeries where students practice on animals and then the animals are killed afterwards. That's still being done. But I'm like, somebody needs to come forward. I need a student on the inside who's willing to give me the syllabus and who's willing to speak out. And they're always like, once I graduate, I will. And then it becomes, once I finish my internship, or once I finish my residency, I will. Once I get board certified, I will. And so it just keeps dragging on. We just need to up the courage a little bit to know that, don't worry, you will be a hero if you speak out and you bring this to the public's attention. We will not let the school come down hard on you. You can still be a veterinarian, and times are changing, but they're so scared. But I love that idea too. And our group, our honor, we definitely support. If there's any veterinarians or vet students out there, we support and provide support for anybody who wants to confront these systems. But I just want to go on to how the swine industry lures these students in. They give scholarships, so many research opportunities, which we all need opportunities in research, right? As a part of our resume, it's I need to check that box. And the swine people are like, welcome, come join our lab, and get them on the ground floor, just kind of petting pigs and being nice. And then gradually they up it to more and more invasive procedures on the pigs, weeding out the ones who might not be good for it. And, further, the first cut is always the hardest, they say, and once they make that cut, then they're in.
How did you get through vet school?
Luckily, I got through because my veterinary school does not perform, terminal surgeries aren't part of our program, thanks to Dr. Kirsten Rosenberg, actually, who ended up being a conscientious objector in the 90s to terminal surgeries. And there was a lightning rod moment that happened in Dr. Kirsten Rosenberg's class, where she had her cadaver dog. Her and two or three other students were conscientious objectors, had their cadaver dogs. The other students were bringing in their dogs, wagging their tails, panting, all happy.
And one of the dogs that came into the lab, and these are dogs that are going to be anesthetized, operated on, and then killed afterwards. One of the dogs was Becky, who was an Australian Shepherd, who was rescued by the previous lab the year before, and then adopted out. But Becky ended up getting out of her adoptive home, ended up back in the shelter, and then back in the terminal surgery lab. And they all recognized this dog, Becky, because she was kind of famous for being saved. And they're like, we have to save Becky. We can't let her die. And, Shurston went to the professor and is like, what can we do? How can we save Becky? And the professor said, what you can do is you can take an F and give, as long as another group will take your cadaver dog, then you can save Becky. And she had to go up in front of the class and beg the class to take her cadaver dog so that she can take an F. Unfortunately, none of the students in the class would take her cadaver dog. I mean, they were all led to believe that they had to do this to become veterinarians. Any sign of weakness and soft-heartedness would mean that they weren't fit to become a veterinarian. And they would lose out on this valuable opportunity to practice surgery on a real-life bleeding patient. So nobody took her up on that, and Becky had to die that day. But of course, it caused an uproar. She was called into the dean's office. The dean begged her not to go to PETA. And eventually, though, they changed the system and no longer required terminal surgery. So I didn't have to
In
be
that one school, though, it's still required in other places.
Yes, in that one school, but it's changing. I mean, Colorado State just got rid of their terminal surgery program. Tufts doesn't do it. Midwestern, I think, doesn't do it. Western University. But the ag industry, every time a school announces that they're not doing this program anymore, the ag industry puts out these articles that say things like, whatever school, CSU, Colorado State, bows to activist pressure, and now students won't get the surgery training that they need, with no rebuttal. And the schools kind of don't say anything. The schools are just shut up,
Well,
and
aren't there alternatives? Like, there's obviously PETA's working and very successfully to get medical institutions and medical training schools to use alternatives to experimenting on live animals. And they have, all sorts of alternatives they offer. Don't you have those same kinds of mock-ups and all sorts of things that allow them to actually test on an animal without killing an animal? Don't those exist?
Absolutely. And how I learned was an access to care model. We did surgery on animals who actually needed it at the shelter or otherwise under the guidance of experienced surgeons. So I felt very comfortable doing surgery after I graduated. My first job was doing high quality, high volume spay neuter out of a van. Now surgery is my favorite part. And it's just because we actually do surgery on real live patients who need it under guidance of an experienced surgeon. And you practice all your knot tying and your suturing, on models. That's easy enough. But you do have to feel a real life patient who's under anesthesia, whose muscles move, who's, all the things. It's all very important to the surgical experience. But most important is how the animal wakes up afterwards and managing their pain and talking to their people about how to take care of them afterwards. And students who do terminal surgeries miss out on all that. And that's the most valuable part of surgery.
Wow. We are talking to Dr. Crystal Heath, who is there outside the courthouse in Utah. Can you give us just another look at everybody gathered, Crystal? Or
let me see an update of what's going on.
Carla, if you could maybe show us what's going on there. It seems like a lot of people are showing up now, and there's this sense as the evening progresses. I mean, it's 5:20, and the court is still not back in session. These are some of the DXC members who have come here from all around the United States and probably the world also to basically bear witness to this trial, to offer support to Wayne and Paul, who each they were up until a little while ago facing 11 years in prison each. Now they each face up to 5.5 years in prison each for going into the Smithfield slaughterhouse and removing some sick piglets. They call it open rescue. The prosecution is trying to say it's a crime. Carla, you've been so good to us. Maybe you could see if there's one of the people who just came here to support Wayne, who's behind you, who might want to talk to us.
Hold on, we have some news.
One more little bit of Cornell. I don't know how true this is. I think it's mostly true, but the judge literally said that if this trial had 1 to 2 more days, he would strongly consider opening it up to animal cruelty evidence. It's like, why don't you just do that straight from the beginning? You know?
What? Can you say that again?
So if there was 1 to 2 more days of, if this trial had 1 to 2 more days, so if for, you know, he had planned on this trial lasting longer. It sounds like he won't make it last more than 1 to 2 days. But had it then he would strongly consider opening it up to animal cruelty evidence.
That's cray.
They should have just allowed it from the beginning. Like, why waffle on this back and forth? And really, this isn't an animal cruelty, animal welfare, theft, burglary case. This is a freedom of speech case, and this is what this is about. The only reason that they ended up prosecuting these people is because they released it to the New York Times and social media, and literally the police officer said 1 to 2 days later, after that was released, that's when they started this investigation to build this case against them.
This is the article in the New York Times that set it off. In this article, Operation Death Star is linked. So even today, if you pull up that article in the New York Times, you can then see the video that the jurors are not allowed to see, Operation Death Star, which is Wayne and Paul going into the Smithfield massive pig producing facility and documenting what was going on inside the crates, and then taking out these 2 sick piglets. Absolutely unbelievable. And again, what is at stake here? Well, the future for all of these animals. Like, they were supposed to get rid of pig gestation crates a long time ago. And then in 2017, Wayne and Paul went into the farm to see if they had, and guess what? They had not.
So you can see most of these crates are intact, but some of them have literally been busted open because these poor mother pigs are so desperate to escape, they smash their faces up against these steel bars until there's a hole that's broken open, and they had to jury rig this crate door shut with tape. And you can see she's falling on the side of her face. She's got a nasty cut.
Wow. So again, now, Nathan, I want to hear what you and Simone have to say about the fact that we're getting word that now the judge is saying, well, if this had been a longer case, we would have included animal cruelty. That makes no sense.
You know, I got to tell you, the amount of time that has been spent arguing whether there should be animal cruelty evidence in this case has taken more time than the trial itself. And if the judge just allowed the whole narrative to come in, you know, like in any other trial that all of us have seen, and there have been, you know, trials involving, you know, children being murdered in schools. The Parkland trial is going on. The sentencing phase is going on right now, where juries are entrusted with seeing the evidence, seeing the whole picture. But, you know, instead, there's been this whole dance around what's really at the crux of the case. And the irony is that that very judge is putting a clock on the case. You know, if he just, and making statements like, well, if we had 1 or 2 more days, you know, then I think we could have put that evidence in. There's no time limit on trials. You know, you try to respect the jury's schedules. You try to respect people's times. But, you know, people are facing prison time. And that's what the Constitution talks about, is protecting the rights of the accused, not the time that, you know, people have to spend doing their their jury duty. You know, most people don't really want to be on jury duty. I know the people in this on this telecast that have talked about not really wanting to do jury duty, and I'm one of them, because it really is giving up a lot of your time. But we're supposed to be protecting the accused, and there should not be a shot clock on a trial. So I just find it just so amazing that yeah.
Yes, I have a thought. Could it be, Simone, that just like the jurors may have walked in very unsympathetic, but then after listening to Wayne and seeing the photo of the pigs and hearing his side, maybe the judge is now like, we know he softened a little bit. And I want to play this one clip where he compliments the defense after being extremely negative toward the defense. Listen to this, and we're going to discuss that.
After the jury was dismissed and after the state rested its case, we heard a motion for directed verdict for Mr. Picklesimer. I noted then, and I'll note again, it was well made. And the counsel did a masterful advocacy job. And I indicated she'd have the ability to do that in front of the jury, that I wasn't going to grant a directed verdict. It's the same thing and so I'm just putting that on the record.
So there, he said the defense did a masterful job, in this case referring to Mary Corcoran, the defense attorney for Paul Picklesimer, who's the other person charged along with Wayne Hsiung. What do you make of it, Simone? Do you think he could be having a change of heart or sort of almost having embarrassment over how this is going?
Well, my understanding is that the jury is an anonymous jury, right? But the judge isn't. And we may not be, the animal rights community may not be the largest social justice movement, but we're arguably one of the loudest. And so when all of this is said and done, all of his decisions can be dissected over and over again on social media. And he might get a lot of backlash for that. And he might actually be considering that now. So it could be a combination of his heart sort of softening after seeing that these defendants were just trying to do what was right and just and kind. Or it could be that he's like, wow, I'm not coming across so great here. And in a time when social media is very prevalent, everybody knows his name.
All right. Well, somebody asked, what happened? I had to leave for a while. What happened? What happened is that they were supposed to get underway a long time ago. We've decided to remain live, and with the help of Carla Cabral and Dr. Crystal Heath, who are on the ground in Utah, doing an amazing job of bringing us there virtually, giving us a sense of what's happening. And we've got Simone Reyes in Hollywood, and we've got Nathan Semmel in New York City, and I'm here in Venice, California, and we are bringing you the latest. We were going to do a show from 11 to 1, but then what happened was there was a huge uproar in the court. A state veterinarian, testifying for the prosecution, opened the door with his testimony to the whole animal welfare issue. And then the defense said, well, you've opened the door. We can talk about animal welfare, because they had been precluded from talking about that. And then the judge kind of had what I describe as kind of a hissy fit and said, we want to end this trial today. If you insist on talking about animal welfare, we can declare a mistrial. So then everybody went kind of like bonkers. And then they went back into the judge's chambers after a lunch break, and they've been hammering it out. There's 3 things left, unless you want to say, you never know what could happen to judges' chambers. They could plead, although that's very unlikely. They could have lesser includeds of misdemeanor charges that the jury can opt for instead, or they could be entirely acquitted. But they're figuring out the jury instructions. They're also trying to create ground rules for what the prosecution and the defense can say in their closing arguments. And so somebody here made a very good point. I think it was Hugo Hackenbush. What they're doing in there, he suggested, is trying to stop Wayne from telling the whole story and the real reason why they went in there. So let me ask you, Crystal, can you talk a little bit about the closing argument that you think Wayne should make? And even though, and you're muted right now, so you'd have to unmute, but yeah.
I think he has to really describe the law quite well to people. He has to tell the history of activism. Why are we doing what we're doing? Why the people are left with no other choice, and why this is our constitutional right to do this, because these corporations are running amok and they're getting away with things that the average citizen would not allow, and there's nobody regulating them. So that this is a point in his, he used to bring up historical issues that have been resolved in such a way. Like when you think of children in orphanages being exploited, child labor problems, when you think of like dog fighting and cockfighting, but dog fighting, cockfighting are legal now, but they weren't always. And thankfully it was people bringing awareness and raising attention. Thankfully, the dog and cockfighting rings didn't pass laws preventing people from exposing their practices. That was before that was a thing. So this is how change happens, and it just has to describe how the system was set up in such an unfair way. And he also just has to describe the law and, really hammer home that these piglets had no value. Because they had no value, they cannot say that they are guilty of this crime, because the law hinges on that since these pigs had no value, then they did not commit a crime. These pigs were abandoned. And he has to give the jury something that they can use in the jury room to argue their case, those who are sympathetic, because other people might not be sympathetic, and they have to bring them around to their side. So it's going to be super, super tough. If anybody can do it, Wayne can, and Mary, they're both extremely talented. But I'd love to hear from somebody with legal expertise on what they think what would be the best tactic.
I think what you're describing, Dr. Heath, a veterinarian who is there supporting the defense in Utah and is talking to us live from outside the courthouse, that's a best case scenario. But throughout this trial, every 5 seconds, the prosecution is objection, Your Honor, sustained. Objection, Your Honor, sustained. So how is that going to happen if every time he tries to make a point in his closing, it's objected to, Nathan?
Yeah, he's going to be limited to what the judge, will let him, I suppose, do. But, we've seen from Wayne throughout this case, and defense attorneys, we do it all the time, which is we say something, there's an objection, the judge tells us not to do it, and then we do it again. Because the stakes are so high, a person's liberty is at jeopardy. It's worth towing the line and making your point. And if it gets objected to and it gets stricken from the record, so be it. The jury's heard it, and it's important. You want to be careful. You want to still be respectful of the court. And Wayne has been. I mean, he has really proven to be the exception to the rule, because most attorneys would really, really suggest that, Wayne be represented by counsel. But he's really proven to be the exception.
We've got an update from Wayne, according to Carla Cabral, who is there with Dr. Crystal Heath. What's the update from Wayne?
The update is just confirming our speculation that the judge wants this to go to jury tonight and going to allow the jury to decide whether to deliberate or to go home. So, yeah, it's already 5:35, and at this point, the jury is going to hear it. Hopefully, we'll hear from the WebEx soon. But I just want to say the judge, I think, has been more sympathetic, especially when Dr. Rosenberg took the stand. We are all laughing, because the way he looked at her, he seemed to be really quite infatuated with her, and really, he let her say a lot more than I think anybody else could. So
really interesting.
Run over.
I honestly think that he might be softening as this trial occurred. He might have been sold a bill of goods from the prosecution, or whoever he's talking to, that a bunch of smart Alex. I know he did not like the activism stunts, whatever you want to call it, when the DXC activists, some of whom are friends of mine, went and disrupted the NFL games. That didn't sit well with him. We'll play a little of that. That was DXC disrupting games. Several of them have been disrupted where they wear right to rescue T-shirts. Here's a photo of two of the women who did that, and they were dragged off the field wearing right to rescue T-shirts because, look, where is the news coverage? Honestly, I believe, and I would like to be wrong, and please correct me if I'm wrong. I want to be wrong. But aside from Marina Bolotnikova, who is covering this trial for The Intercept, posting clips from the trial on her Twitter feed, I think we're the only ones who are providing footage of inside the courtroom. The St. George News Press, which is the pool camera that has been gathering that footage, has not, to my knowledge, and I talked to them last night, published a story on the trial itself. They have done stories about the protesters outside, but not showing the testimony inside.
I move to introduce Exhibit 2, Defense Exhibit 2, as evidence relating to the size of Lily Piglet.
State,
Just a minute, we're trying to keep up, so it's Exhibit 2 and it is a video.
It's a video of Lily Piglet.
Is it taken from the Death Star video?
It is not taken from the Death Star video.
No, I'm going to ask him to lay some foundation.
I think he's laid some foundation. Is there any foundation that you think he needs to make other than what he's made? Tell us what you think that he needs to lay.
I think I'd like some foundation as to what device was used to make the video and who the person was that was operating the device.
I think I testified that I used a Sony camera and that I was the one who shot this video.
I think that, in my personal opinion, and I may be biased, I think the prosecution comes off as unsympathetic, trying to censor, essentially operating a censorship strategy with absolute sort of almost superfluous insistence that he ask himself a question and please establish, foundation. Well, he already said, I shot this video on a Sony, blah, blah, blah. And then she says, please establish foundation, who shot it and where. And he goes, he politely, a lot more politely than I would be. I would have lost it already. But he politely said, I think I already mentioned that I shot it on a Sony, blah, blah, blah. Have you been inside court, Dr. Heath? Can you tell us, what is the mood in there? None of us are allowed in. We're not in the state. The WebEx doesn't give you a very good sense of what's going on. You just basically get the facts. What's the mood in there?
I was in there on Tuesday, and I really wish I was in there yesterday because I think the mood was a lot more positive. Are you trying to what sense do you have of the jury and what they're feeling?
Well, let me give you an example. When I was covering the Jodi Arias trial, there were families from both sides there. That was very awkward. There were both people using the bathrooms during the breaks, and they would see each other. And then there were reporters. The family members were weeping. The family members of the victim were weeping. I was sitting next to a woman who was very uncomfortable because it happened to be a very highly sexualized trial with phone sex tapes. I mean, it was really uncomfortable. Okay. And it was a weird vibe, and especially because of the two families, the family representing the defendant who was convicted and the family representing the victim. And it was a heinous crime of many, many stab wounds, etc. You could cut the tension with a knife. What's it like in there?
it's a little bit more relaxed than that for sure. It's our 10 observers that we have. That makes up the majority of the courtroom. Then you have Officer Woolsey, who's from, I don't know if you've discussed him at all.
We have.
He shows up to court every day and watches the proceedings. Then there's a couple other people who I don't know. And then there's the St. George's reporter with his camera. So it's mostly supporters, and then just maybe a few people on the other side who we don't really know. The jury seemed very intrigued. They all seemed like lovely people. I was the day when they were talking to the FBI agent, and the jury asked, questions about the FBI. I think one of them was like, "What led you to investigate this?" I think there were questions that are kind of like are suspicious of the FBI.
Are we allowed to ask how many men and how many women are on this jury? Because I know it's an anonymous jury. I don't want to get anybody in trouble, but it's all, there's always a lot of concern sometimes. And I'm not saying always, but sometimes, no offense, Nathan, but women might be more sympathetic to the situation of rescuing pigs, but I don't like to generalize. And often when you generalize, you're wrong. But it's always good to know, the makeup. I mean, whenever I've covered a trial, but I haven't covered a trial with an anonymous jury. Again, that's normally reserved for organized crime or terrorism cases. That's why it's so outrageous, in my opinion, that this is an anonymous jury. I mean, I have to ask you, Nathan, could that alone be grounds for appeal?
Yeah, I think so. Whether it would be reversed, I can't say, but it's certainly a grounds for appeal. But it seemed like there was really no foundation laid for why it should be an anonymous jury. I mean, we know why in certain organized crime cases, terrorism cases, why it happens. But here, there's just no evidence that, jurors would be at risk by having their identities, their names known. I mean, that happens in cases all the time.
Yeah. I mean, it's crazy. But in any way, so Dr. Heath, could you characterize the mood? Like, you did tell us who was involved, but again, I have been in courtrooms where the Arias case was one of the most intense, but numerous courtrooms where, there's no reporters in there, right? So every time I've been in a courtroom, it's been as a reporter. And that's also another experience. But so it's sort of sanitized because there's no reporters in there, right?
Well, there is the one reporter from St. George, the local newspaper, from the St. George newspaper. There's one reporter who is in there. And I did want to share one incident that happened that I thought was very moving with the jury, which was Dr. Rosenberg was on the stand, and Wayne was questioning her about her daughter, Zoe Rosenberg, and all the activism that Zoe does. And, a lot of us were very concerned about whether that was really fair for them to bring up Zoe and Zoe's activism, to try to discredit Dr. Rosenberg. But Wayne
to lay it, it's like Dr. Rosenberg, Kirsten Rosenberg, testified for the defense as a veterinarian, and her daughter is a very well-known animal activist by the name of Zoe, who has also worked with DXC, and there's videos, thousands of them across the internet that establish that. Continue on.
Yeah, so, I think that the prosecution wanted to somehow discredit Dr. Rosenberg by saying that perhaps she had some sort of bias, or that she might say things that weren't true just because Zoe is an activist and part of DXC. But Wayne asked Dr. Rosenberg, do you agree at all times with what Zoe does? And she said, no, of course not. And the jury laughed. It was one of the times that really softened everybody. It was the first time that I had seen all the jurors laughing, even one juror that I had not seen really engage very much with anything. So that was a really good moment.
What would you say are your top moments so far of the trial? Like, for me, it's when Wayne talked about how he was a kid. He was so poor. He had to wear his sister's hand-me-downs and he was bullied as a result. And his dog was his only friend. I choked up when he choked up. That was a key moment for me. What are your key moments in this trial?
For me, I think, one key moment was just the judge stating that this was a historic trial, that this was the most interesting and historic trial in St. George court history. Probably the biggest moment was when Rick Pittman, the turkey farmer from Norbest Turkey Farm, stated that there was a big difference between stealing a turkey and rescuing a turkey who was suffering. That was huge. That is probably my favorite moment.
Did you see the reaction of the jury at that time?
No, I could not see the jury at that time.
No. Okay. Wow. Now, can you just do us a favor? And this better start soon or it's going to be like midnight at the Oasis. Can you just show us what the scene is there again? Because again, you're right outside the courthouse and you've done such an incredible job. Thank you, Carla, for hanging with us. Yeah, and you're really showing us.
Oh, I'm sorry. Hold on just a second. Let me bring Mr. Curtis Vollmer himself on here.
Oh, hey, how are you? Thank you for joining us. And it just froze up. So both of you go back to where you were, where it's better video.
It's here in North Carolina at the Vets Fest in
Yeah, guys, can you just go back toward where you were because you're freezing up? We're gonna ask you to go back to where you were.
Here.
Hey, Carla, can you go back to where you were?
Are we visible to you?
Yeah, it's better now. Yeah, it was just froze up.
Now
tell us again. Yeah. We've met, I think, once before. Tell us who you are. But you are the young man who got into it, I think, with the sheriff's department, right?
Yeah, in Beaver County. It's funny. That was about a month ago in July. Myself and some others went to Beaver County, Utah, to do outreach about the trial, and that's where the trial was supposed to be originally, in Beaver County. And I've been the police liaison here. My name is Curtis Vollmer. I'm with Direct Action Everywhere, and I work on our social media team. I also work on legislation. But the police here in St. George, they actually recognized me and recognized or were aware of the video that subsequently went up as a result of that altercation with the police.
Tell us about the altercation. Tell us about the altercation.
Sure. Yeah, it was a really bizarre moment. So there was about 4 of us that went to Beaver to do outreach on Pioneer Day. It's basically like the day that people settled in Utah back in whenever. It's almost like 4th of July all over again for the residents in Utah. So we knew that there was going to be a lot of people out. There was this parade planned and everything. And we went there because we knew there was going to be a lot of people out. We were going to be able to have a lot of outreach conversations and kind of get a vibe from the community as to how they were feeling about the trial, how they were feeling about Smithfield Foods, and that sort of thing. And not long after we were there, just walking around, having conversations with people in the park and on the sidewalk and in the street, they had the street closed off. One of the sheriffs came up to me and was like, "You're not supposed to be here. You're not welcome here. You're not wanted in the community." And so I started filming. And, the police are supposed to be unbiased, not putting their opinion in it. He was telling passerbys that were walking by, don't talk to these people. These are the people that are trying to shut down Smithfield. And I couldn't believe it. I told him in the moment, I was like, thank you for this. This is great footage for us. And lo and behold, some other media outlet, this popular YouTube page that deals with police interactions. It's called Audit the Audit. Our press guy, Matt Johnson, sent this guy the video footage that I and some others had recorded of this interaction. And that video now has like 1.6 million views on their page. It drew a bunch of even more attention to this trial. And it also played a small part in getting the trial moved from Beaver to St. George here, because it got back to the judge. There was a lot of press around it. There was the Salt Lake City Tribune and the Fox Network in Salt Lake City ran a piece on my altercation and the subsequent, the charges that were laid against me. The cops charged me with disorderly conduct, and all I was doing was leafleting on a public sidewalk. So, yeah, I guess that's a long-winded thing. I only came over here to talk about Rick Pittman's testimony.
Didn't you file a lawsuit?
Yeah, so we filed a free speech lawsuit against them, and that's still pending. The legal system is very slow. Things take a long time, but yeah. So there's two suits right now. The Beaver County against me, disorderly conduct for leafleting on a public sidewalk, and then myself, another individual, DXC, the Utah Animal Rights Coalition, suing them for violating our First Amendment rights. And the cops here. So I was saying, I've been doing this police liaison role outside of the courthouse, and the first thing the cop said when I got here, he's like, "You look familiar." I saw that video. And he also mentioned that he's played the video in a training for other officers as to how not to interact with people.
You may be the key to this case, because you're the one who got the change of venue, right?
Again, I can't say for sure, but we think that it played a part.
Of course. You have this confrontation. I saw the video when the sheriff's guy says, you have no permit to sell your products here on the street.
Right. Yeah.
And then you said, I'm not selling products. I'm just talking to people. It was unintentionally hilarious. Wow.
Yeah.
So have you been inside the courtroom?
Just on the first day, when they were doing like pretrial motion stuff before they even started, up until the point where we couldn't have everybody in there. That was the only day that I was in there.
But you do know about it. But you were going to say about Rick Pittman.
Yeah. So the reason that I came over here was Carla was talking about Rick Pittman's testimony. I overheard you all talking about Rick Pittman's testimony. I was definitely glued to the WebEx today while watching that, and yeah, Janice McCannis asked him, have you ever been a victim of economic damage as a result of any interaction or investigation by Wayne? And he said, no, there is a difference between stealing a turkey and rescuing a turkey that is suffering. And from my reports, everybody in all the members of the jury were smiling.
Wow. Well, that's really interesting. Nathan Semmel, you're an attorney. What do you make of that?
Yeah, I saw the Mr. Pittman's testimony, and it was fantastic for so many reasons. Not just what was just mentioned, but also, this is a person who has a turkey farm, and he profits from the killing of turkeys. We don't like that, but it shows what a diplomatic person Wayne really is, and that his methodology is to engage, to try to have a diplomatic solution. That he is someone who you can speak with, and it just shows how Smithfield is just the complete opposite of a Mr. Pittman. That Wayne isn't doing. Nobody in DXC wants to have to do this, right? Nobody wants to have to do these investigations, but they're necessary because you can't engage with Smithfield. So I thought that it not only showed just how diplomatic he is and how honest and trustworthy he is. I mean, he was called as a character witness. But he was such a powerful witness, and he was a defense witness. I mean, this is a turkey farmer, and he was a defense witness.
Yeah, and that's because several years ago, a DXE went to protest outside his turkey farm and ended up having a dialogue with him, did a tour of the turkey farm. And that man, Mr. Pittman, decided to give 100 turkeys to DXE. I was there when they were removed. It was a very emotional day. There was singing. I think that DXE and all the people there, they were so much kinder, more gentler, less confrontational than Mr. Pittman had expected. I think he expected a bunch of thugs. And what he found were a bunch of mostly highly educated young people, but also some older people who have one thing in common. They don't want to see animals be killed for no reason. And obviously, in our opinion, there is no reason to kill an animal. 26 years vegan, and I'm always accused of having too much energy. So I could certainly testify if there was a court hearing on this that I'm doing fine from a vegan diet. So that's the kind of thing that I think the judge is experiencing too. I think the judge is having the same kind of evolution. His eyes are being opened. He sees how articulate Wayne is. He sees how thoughtful and polite Wayne is. He sees how intelligent Wayne is. He sees how incredibly well planned his testimony, his statements to the jury, everything is done meticulously. And you got to be inside the judge's head, kind of like Mr. Pittman, the turkey farmer, going, these people aren't what I expected. He might have been told by somebody, these are a bunch of thugs, we got to put them away. You never know. I mean, obviously, Wayne had said publicly outside court that the FBI had been talking to members of the meat industry and, coordinating. So sure, judges are people. I'm not saying anything untoward happened. I'm not saying that at all. I'm saying that you can hear, oh, this is a rough case, or this is a case. Well, if these people were painted as thugs, they came across as, more like bookworm geek nerds who are more likely to do coding than they are to do something vile or nasty. Do you sense that? It's Kurt, right?
Curtis.
Yeah. Do you sense that the judge might be having his own personal evolution about who are these people? He might have come in with a very negative attitude and started to see that, wow, they're not what I thought they were.
Yeah, I definitely think that his demeanor has changed, especially since Sherston's testimony, Dr. Rosenberg. I think that was, he kind of like loosened up a little bit, and you could tell that, okay, there's more to this than just this theft, case closed. Because it wasn't looking good, in the months leading up to this, especially when he ruled out that we're not allowing the Death Star video. We're not going to talk about animal cruelty at all. I remember he asked, why is there so much media attention in a burglary case or a theft case? It was like last month or a couple months ago during one of the pretrial motion hearings. So, it's definitely interesting to see where his mind has went from, this is just a simple felony burglary thing to something a lot larger than that. And I definitely think that he can sense the passion behind Wayne and behind people that have testified from him. I'll just say one more thing here, and then I'm going to take off and you can chat with Carl again. But this might be a little bit outside of the scope of just this case and more to the broader animal rights movement. But, Rick Pittman, I think, is a really good example of this. I think that we, a lot of times as vegans or as activists or animal rights activists or whatever you want to call it, we feel like people need to be vegan or need to necessarily not eat animals to be a part of this movement or help out in some way. And I think Rick Pittman is a perfect example of that being an exception to this rule. We need to build bridges with other movements, and we need to build bridges with other people, including people within the animal agribusiness, if we're going to catch on to a broader, catch on to the mainstream. And I would definitely encourage people that are, hardcore, you need to be vegan, or the hardcore purists, that we need to get out of that mentality, and we need to try to work with anyone and everyone that will work with us.
Absolutely. As Gene Bauer, considered the founder of the Farm Sanctuary movement, and certainly the founder of Farm Sanctuary, says, we need to accept people wherever they are on the journey. And I think that's a very good way of putting it. We don't want to be an exclusive club. That's the last thing I want to be a member of. I don't even care if the word vegan is ever uttered again. As long as we end this horrific mass animal slaughter happening on an unprecedented scale. And I do believe we are close to the tipping point. I believe, as they say, it's always darkest before the dawn. At Unchained TV, we do interviews with tech leaders in the alt protein space, and 2023 is going to be a gangbusters year. You can go to UnchainedTV.com and see a story about a Belgium company called Paleo. Paleo is making bioidentical meat without any animal biopsy, essentially using the DNA structure, copying it, and they can make 100% vegan, certified vegan, without any animal biopsy. And it tastes like pork, it tastes like meat, it tastes like chicken, it tastes like steak, whatever. And then that's an ingredient that gets injected into another plant-based product, let's say soy, and it together becomes meat. It becomes bioidentical to meat. It smells like meat. It looks like meat. It tastes like meat. It has the texture of meat, and there's no meat involved. And I interviewed the head of Paleo, and he said it's coming to market in 2023. I'm not looking forward to it. I don't crave meat. I don't desire meat. It's not my thing. But for all of us who have spent hours trying to convince people who say they're environmentalists, humanitarians, feminists, what have you, that they should take a change with their diet to align their values with their actions and get nowhere, this is the product. And what they're going to do is they're going to start, well, not just, but among other things, start with actual meat and this product, and gradually, very quickly, hopefully, the alternative product will take over. The paleo alternative bioidentical meat will take over, and there will be no meat. But for those who are resistant to it, they're going to start it as an ingredient in meat to kind of cut the meat, like you cut drugs, right? So that is very exciting. In Israel right now, there is another company that is doing microalgae, which is the most abundant substance on earth. It's a perfect protein, and nobody's been able to use it because of the very bitter taste. They've eliminated the taste problem, and they're going to start producing and fermenting massive vats of microalgae, which could also feed people. So there is so much happening. Having been to the Vegan Women's Summit recently, been very inspired by all the entrepreneurs that I met there. There's pineapple leather, mushroom leather. It's across the board. We are just right before this major shift. Whatever you think of Elon Musk or Tesla, I don't have a Tesla, I drive a Prius, but he did make vegan leather chic, to the point where I saw a TV commercial the other day where it said leather free. I thought for a car, like, wow, that's progress. So will you please thank Kurt for us? Say thank you, Curtis. I can't believe this is going on so long. Are you like scratching your head at this point, Nathan? I mean, thank you, Kurt. Thank you. Are you scratching your head? Like, have you ever seen anything like this?
No, I mean, delays happen, but I can't help but think, what is the jury doing right now? I mean, they're not sitting in, while these conferences are happening, they're not all on, Unchained TV, and what are they doing? I mean, they're sitting in a room for hours and hours and hours wondering, why are we still here? Or shouldn't we be going home now? And I can't help but think that, in the judge's mind, he wants to do the charge and 3 summations still. And the jury doesn't know that's coming. I mean, can you imagine it's almost time for them to go home, and then they're going to have that dropped on them. So
well, there's another factor here that's very significant, and that is that jurors get tired. I mean, we've been on the air for a while. I don't know about you, but it's been quite a day. I'm fascinated by all this and what's happening over here, and seeing all these folks from DXC in the parking lot, and all sorts of things. I don't know what that is, but some kind of it's like a painting. It's a painting of a pig. Yes, I see it now. But I mean, you can imagine how the jurors are feeling, and they must be exhausted at this point, because it's a lot easier to be talking and animated or marching around. You get fueled by the energy of it all. But if you're just in a room waiting, you're going to get frustrated. You're going to get resentful. You're going to get angry. The question is, who are they going to get angry at, Simone Reyes? Are they going to get angry at the prosecution or the defense?
I mean, it's impossible to really say, but if I were on the jury, I think I'd be most angry at the judge, because after watching a lot of trials, I have to say, for the most part, judges are very, 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 very respectful of the jury. They don't want to have them, sorry, I drank this wrong. They don't want to have them uncomfortable. They want to make sure that they have their enough time to get their breaks and get the food that they want and the snacks that they want, and that they're hydrated and that they're feeling good. This does not seem to be the case in this trial. Excuse me.
All right, we'll come back to you, but very good point. So, Carla, we're back to you. Are the folks there on the ground? It was really great to be able to talk to Curtis. He was very instrumental in this case. It takes a village. Everybody's doing their part. But are the folks there who are waiting, are they just having a good time sitting on the grass, or are they getting also antsy?
No, they are definitely having a good time. I mean, of course, everybody's a little bit antsy. We all care deeply about Wayne and Paul and their future. And we all are concerned. But, this is also part of the DXC culture, is to come together as a community to try and enjoy the time that we do have together, simply because something like this could happen to any one of us, where we could be imprisoned and then we're not together anymore. So we have a big sense of community. And so we do all get together. I could show everybody again. We get together and just talk, and there's always good food provided and usually music going on. Right now, there's actually some sort of a fair that might be happening in a little bit. I'm not sure how much you can see. There are a bunch of white tents all back there.
Yeah, I see them.
Yeah, and all on the side of the street there. So there must be, I can ask somebody, but there must be some fair or something that I guess is happening tonight, because they started setting up a little while ago. So maybe we'll even get to meet more of the locals and enjoy that later.
Yeah, you could go there and proselytize and leaflet, and then make sure Kurt is right there in the way, because he knows how to deal with it. But are people who are not protesters coming up to you, people from the village, and just asking or curious? Do you get curious stares?
Well, I do. When I've spent the entire day now sitting out here in front of the courthouse, mostly inside my car in the morning before I joined you, and there were no less than 5 people that came up and took pictures of my car. Not sure if I could turn this around. So I have righttorescue.com and Smithfield Trial, and I have that painted on all over my car on different sides. There's Crystal. So yeah, I have that on my car, and so people have been noticing it. Also, we have several, a lot of the activists actually carpooled up here. This really large white van.
Wow. I'm kind of losing you, but I get the idea. It's yeah. Yeah, we get the idea. We lose you when you walk too far, because
and
there's obviously, yeah. there's a good spot for Wi-Fi, and then as you move, it kind of.
I don't know if you can hear me.
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah, I really.
Yeah, I keep forgetting to bring my phone with me.
Yeah, but you're doing a great job. I love the fact that we're in Utah, like experiencing it with the DXC members. And there you go, I love piglets. Oh, that's funny. Hate torture, righttorescue.org. Hashtag Smithfield trial, love animals, eat peace. Wow, that's really fantastic. Well, I think, wow, woo, Death Star.
Yeah.
Yes, so everybody's got their writings on there. That's really interesting. That's interesting. Simone, I know you're going to be copying that and putting that on your Tesla tomorrow. But just getting back to this, there is a point where it crosses over to really cray-cray for the jury. I mean, they had a lunch break. They probably want a dinner break. I'll be honest with you. I had a little bit of Dave's bread here with some peanut butter just a minute ago. I haven't eaten anything today, so they got to be getting really hungry. And that's for Nathan. Like, how do you deal with this? At a certain point, the jury won't be able to really perceive these opening statements. They won't be listening.
No, and Jane, I mean, you talked about it a little earlier that, legal charges is like reading the fine print on a contract. Can you imagine at 6 o'clock after a full day, they're going to have to, I guess, listen to what's probably going to be an hour worth of legalese. And, those charges are very important. I mean, that is the law they have to follow in terms of rendering a verdict here. It is crucial. And to expect them to not only sit and listen to it, but absorb it and then apply it is just, it's asking too much. And honestly, the judge, this is on the judge. And I agree that I think if the jury is to blame anybody, it's going to be the judge, because the judge made a promise at the beginning of this trial, which was essentially, don't worry, we'll be done by Friday. Should never have been done. You should never make a promise like that you cannot control. This judge has been doing this, I imagine, long enough to know that crazy things happen during trials. And, if anything, tell them it's going to be longer than it probably will be, so that they'll be pleasantly surprised when it's shorter. But never tell them the other way.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. Hugo says, anybody thinking mistrial, could that come back in?
I don't think there's anything yet that would trigger that. I mean, I guess we'll see what happens when the jury comes back in. Too soon to say.
And Julie has a great question. Aren't there laws about how long they can be kept? I mean, at a certain point, this becomes abusive of the jury. Nathan, I guess I have to ask you that because you're the attorney.
Yeah, I mean, it is. I think it is abusive. I just can't help but think about these people sitting in a room wondering what the hell's going on out there. I mean, if I was in, I'd be thinking, did they forget about us? I mean, this is hours going on. So
they must have fed them, though, right? I mean, you can't legally keep people from food. They must have.
I'm sure they went to lunch or however they've been. I don't know, whether they've had food brought into them each day and have sat in a jury room, or whether they're free to just go about, walking around and go get lunch, that's normal. But right now, I imagine they're just sitting in a room waiting.
Yeah, because I mean, I assume that the jury maybe they don't go out to lunch. Maybe the lunch is brought in to them, but yeah, it's now 6:15 their time. They got in it started at 9. So this is now 9 hours today. And we're getting a little fried, but hey, we started at 11 a.m. Pacific. So we started pretty late for them. We started it was noon their time. So we've been at this for 5 hours now. They've been at it for 9 hours. I love that painting. I would love, it's not even a painting. It's like a 3D collage. Whoa, look at
That's actually one of the still images from the Death Star video from when they were inside. That's one of the piglets that they found. And then, you know, this is the conditions that we're, let me get out of the way. This is the conditions we're talking about. This is, you know, this is from inside Circle 4 Farms. That is a, you know, a mother who gave birth, and, you know, the piglets are covered in feces. A lot of them are deceased already. The mother cannot turn around to clean them or get to them or interact with them at all. It's horrifying.
It's abominable. I'm sorry, there's no excuse. There is no excuse for this. This is beyond comprehension. That's why I think the prosecution made a terrible, terrible, terrible decision to try to refute Schurston's Dr. I forget her last name right now, but Rosenberg, Schurston Rosenberg, Dr. Schurston Rosenberg, the veterinarian for the defense. They decided they were going to refute it. How can you refute it? Look at these images. I mean, come on. Didn't the prosecution see the video? Didn't they watch Operation Death Star? How could you look at that video and not be horrified?
It's unthinkable. This is an image of one of the female pigs from inside that was down because they could not even stand up on their front limbs. They were trying to get up. They were on their hind limbs were up, and their front limbs were unable to hold them up. So they just gave up and ended up down like this. And all around them is feces. They were just eating feces because that's all they could get to. That's all that was around them. They couldn't get to food or water. Unbelievable.
Unbelievable. Just really, really, really not acceptable in any civilized society or any society. I don't care what you're talking about. Now, people in the town are seeing this imagery. You can't miss it. So there's a big fair over there. People are showing up. Presumably they're parking nearby. I mean, are people seeing this?
So right now there are very few people from the town that are walking by here. You might be able to see right behind me, there are police officers that are here by the barricade, and the barricade is there. Let me see, which way am I going? The barricade is there because there are people setting up. So there are stands and there are people setting up their wares. You know, I'm not sure what all is going to be sold. I hope they all have their permits. I'm not sure what's being sold, but the actual people from the town are not here yet. But as they start to arrive, they're going to be met by us. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, you buried the lead on that one. I knew you had a plan to get those people who live in that community to see. Of course, they need to see those paintings. And wow. That's going to be powerful. Listen, these small towns, you know, news travels fast. And I'm sure they're all aware that a very big trial is in their neighborhood. And they're all probably discussing it. And, you know, I just think that you're right, Nathan. The judge made a big mistake by basically promising this trial would be over. Now it's almost 6:30 at night there, and they haven't gotten the jury instructions. They haven't gotten the closing arguments, and they haven't started to deliberate. So I don't know. I would say call it a day. That's what I would say if I was the judge. I would say, I'm sorry we kept you so long. We thought we could get to it today. We can't. See you in the morning, and just leave it at that. Or say, do you want to come back tomorrow, or would you like to come back Tuesday? I mean, they could do this whole thing on Tuesday. They could have they could be fresh from the weekend, and everybody could do the jury instructions, the closing arguments, and deliberate Tuesday, and then they probably would have a verdict that day. That's the smart thing to do. I don't know why he's keeping them there.
We might have something very soon. I just got word from Almira that they are back in the courtroom. So they are still waiting, but at least they have let them back into the courtroom. So we could have something soon.
All right. So have they opened the WebEx feed, Mick Davudian? Oh, he's
No.
gone.
Yes, Jane.
Oh.
Yeah, I'm on the WebEx as well. I've got the WebEx going.
Oh,
Wait,
yeah.
it is. Yes, the judge. Yes, the WebEx has started. I can see the judge.
Okay, so Mick, you're our eyes and ears as well inside the courtroom. Mick Davudian, who has been watching this trial, and he's giving us updates. Just text me when there's something big, okay?
I will, Jane.
Okay, thanks. Bye. Okay, so yes, I have to say that this is a very, very, very unusual case all the way around. Let's recap some of the crazier aspects of this case. First of all, this should be in Judge Judy's court, small claims. These pigs, at best, if they were fully healthy, apparently would be worth like $42. But they were very sick. We know that these pigs routinely are tossed in dumpsters, even though they tried to stop them from saying that. And I don't think the jury saw this. They heard the word dumpster and pigs thrown in dumpsters, and 18 million tons of pig remains, along with a bunch of garbage, is thrown in, disposed somewhere. And additionally, the jury is a anonymous jury, which is usually reserved for organized crime cases. Additionally, and as we listen, we can listen to some of these people. They're gathered around to watch the trial. You can tell. Look at the intensity. Additionally, the video of the trial of the alleged crime in progress that the defendant himself recorded is not allowed to be shown to the jurors. So they do not see the entire reason why Wayne and Paul went in there, which is to document horrific conditions and just show the world what is going on in these massive these factory farms. And then you have a defendant, Wayne Hsiung, representing himself in court. So he's his own attorney. The list goes on and on and on. This is one of the craziest cases I have ever covered, in the sense that it's so unusual. Then you have the judge saying, oh, we got to wrap it up today, or I'm going to declare a mistrial, or words to that effect. And then you have 2 charges being thrown out, one against each defendant. And now for the remaining charges, for which they could spend 5.5 years in prison, we're at the point where there's going to be jury instructions and closing arguments. They are all listening to the WebEx feed, so we have muted, because we could easily have shown you everything in court, but we would be held in contempt of court. Okay, pause is putting on. Okay, so let's Mick, if you mute yourself. If you mute yourself, we can hear. We don't want to hear the court. That's definitely. Let me mute while I put him on, so we don't do. We are not in. Okay.
Yeah. So,
go ahead.
Sure. I cannot give you the details because they're going very fast, but I can tell you that Paul's attorney just finished going through 5 or 6 separate items that she called objections against the court for failing to do XYZ. And they were enumerated one after the other. She wanted it on the record, and they all related to specific failures by the court to put in certain instructions to the jury.
So the guy who said they're arguing over jury instructions was right. And so now it seems like it's going to get dragged on even more. Is the judge responding?
The judge actually went to Wayne to ask him if he concurs or if he has additional objections, but then I muted it.
Okay. Thank you, Mick. Great update. All right. Now, can we go to Carla? And we don't want to get the audio of the, yeah, go ahead. Go ahead. If you have no audio, we don't want to get in violation of the court by playing the audio.
I moved away from everybody, and my WebEx is muted, so you won't be able to hear. Oh, so.
All right, I think I heard them that they're going to put it on a speaker so that everybody can hear.
Oh,
I hear that. Yeah. So, well, we know we're getting this information any way we can, as we here at Unchained TV do an end run around the mainstream media blackout, and we are, to our knowledge, the only news organization, except for the internet's Twitter feed, playing these clips of the trial in progress. So, Carla, can you speak up?
Yeah, so sorry. So actually we might be able to see behind me. We've set up a speaker. So the WebEx is not visually, but we can all hear what's being said on the WebEx.
And we don't want to hear it because we're media and we don't want to get in trouble with the court. So
no, can you hear it?
I can. I hope nobody else can. But maybe for the purposes of this, just walk across the street briefly, just to assure us that you can't hear it. If we can do that safely. He's about to bring the jury on. Okay, Mick, can we have you again? I don't know.
I was about to walk across the street, but I'll be considered loitering if I'm across the street. I'll be considered loitering.
Okay,
so
all right. Okay,
I don't think
I
you'll
get
be able
it.
to hear this. I don't think you'll be able to hear it.
I can't hear anything. Mick, you were saying they're bringing the jury in now?
The judge said he's bringing the jury in, and he just got off his chair. The other two boxes are grayed out, so I can't tell what's happening. Okay. And the judge's chair is currently empty.
So they're going to bring in the jury. Do we know if they're going to do the jury instructions, or are they going to go right?
I believe so. The defense put on record several objections to, I guess, certain things they wanted in the jury instructions that the judge declined to include. So those are on the record, and they're done. So he said he's going to bring the jury in.
He's what you call a shapeshifter. 1 minute, he seems like he's sympathetic, and the next minute he issues a ruling that is very negative for the defense. You don't know when he said, like, well, if we had more time, we would have included animal cruelty, if he was just trying to placate the defense to get them to go along with whatever. But it seems like the defense doesn't seem happy about the jury instructions. So that is really, really, really disturbing. This is like a roller coaster. They're coming in. The jury's coming in right now.
It said all rise.
Okay, all rise. Thank you for giving us the play-by-play. And so this is a unique situation. A bunch of people outside court listening on a loudspeaker to the WebEx feed of the trial. We're live. There's the group. They've got a loudspeaker over there, but we're being very careful so that we can't hear anything of that feed, because just like technologically, I could easily put on the web feed and do a screen share and show you the entire trial. That would have me held in contempt of court. It's not allowed. We cannot, the decorum order and the rule is that we cannot show the video live or from a WebEx feed. We can only get it from the video camera that is inside the courtroom, which means that we can only show you yesterday's court footage because he sends it late at night. Okay, nothing against him. He's doing a great job for the St. George News. Jeff Richards, very nice person, been very cooperative, but why make it so that we can't show you? I could literally in 30 seconds put on the feed, do a screen share, and you could see the entire trial, but we can't even hear it.
The judge right now is telling the jury that he's going to give them instructions shortly and that he expects them to start deliberating the case, but he's about to either have them discuss among themselves or take a poll among the jury to see if they want to continue to work through the night or come back tomorrow.
Wow. And he didn't say anything about Tuesday, huh?
He did not.
That's so interesting because I would have thought Tuesday is the best solution. It's a business day, but I guess we're going to find out any second now.
Yeah, my gut is putting pressure on the juries to actually come up with a verdict.
Oh, well, okay.
What about closing? I'm sorry to interrupt, but what about closing statements, though? Are they going to get the closing statements? They can't do that.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I skipped that.
Yeah.
So he's going to do jury instructions, closing statements, and then hand the case to the jurors.
Is he going to try to find out if they want to deliberate tonight after closing statements or before closing statements?
It looks like he's talking to the jury right now about what they want to do afterwards.
Got it. So odd, the whole thing. It's a really strange situation. I mean, what do you make of how the judge is handling this, Nathan, as an attorney?
Well, what I'm just learning now is that the jury was given the opportunity to continue tonight or continue tomorrow, and that they voted amongst themselves to continue tonight. The judge said it'll take another 1.5 to 2 hours. Now that might be optimistic, but I guess that's possible. Like, sounds like the jury wants to get it done with.
Where did you get that from?
I got that from somebody watching the WebEx who is involved with the DXC legal, legal consultants.
Okay, did you hear that? Did you hear that, Mick? That they've already decided to stay. The jury?
I did not, because it's possible I was talking at that moment.
Okay. All right. Well, we'll see. Okay.
We'll see. It's unusual to start this late. I could see if they were in the middle of it, Jane, if the defense went and then the prosecution still was yet to go. But to start this late is a little bit unusual. But, look, if the jury prefers it, then so be it.
Well, I guess they too want to get it over with, which could mean that they're ready to do a quick verdict. Because if you think you have a long night of arguing ahead, would you want to do that, or would you say we'll deal with it? They seem to want. What is your take, Simone?
It seems to me that they might feel like it's going to be a quick decision, and I'm not sure that that's always the best situation. But I guess the question is, like, worst case scenario that they're found guilty. It's up to the judge technically how much jail time they would get in sentencing, right? I mean, they don't decide that.
Well,
correct?
sentencing would not happen right away anyway.
Right.
Sentencing would happen maybe in God only knows. Now, does the appeals process start before sentencing, Nathan? If in fact they are convicted, they could be acquitted on all counts.
Sure. If they're convicted, then it would be adjourned for sentencing. The appeal wouldn't come until, at least in New York, I know the appeal wouldn't come until later. I don't know what the law is in Utah, but assuming it's the same, the appeal probably won't happen for a very long time. What can happen, though, is that if they were convicted, it's a burglary charge, not of a dwelling, not of somebody's home. I don't think the judge has to sentence anybody to jail in this case. And if the judge is softening somewhat, which it seems like he may be, if they're convicted, it doesn't necessarily mean jail time. If it's going to mean jail time, they could be, detained until sentencing. Sometimes judges will let people stay out pending appeal.
Yes, I would
that
hope
could happen here too.
Yeah. Wow. So now the jury, the jury instructions, and Nathan, and Simone and Carla, I appreciate you sticking with me, and Mick on the phone. I know he's probably like, I'll never answer that woman's phone again. Phone call again. Oh, here we go. We got something from, yes, go ahead.
Quick update. The jury has decided they're deliberating tonight.
Yeah.
Deliberating tonight.
Definitely.
That's their decision.
I can hear a muffled. Thank you for that, Dr. Eve. I can hear a muffled. So I'm going to, thank you. I couldn't
Nick here. Can you ask Nathan what it means if the jury thinks they're going to have a quick verdict? Does he think that's a positive for the defendants or the other way around?
Well, I don't know that the jury has said that they're going to have a quick verdict. I don't. They wouldn't say that. There would be a real problem if that would mean that they've discussed the case amongst themselves. Now, but in terms of what if there's a quick verdict, does that tend to work in the defense's favor or the prosecution? I don't really like to speculate. I mean, I've seen both. I've seen quick verdicts for the prosecution. I've seen quick verdicts for the defense. So I think, we could drive ourselves crazy if we try to speculate on that, because both could happen.
But let me say this. A very, very crucial question is, what's in that jury instructions? Wouldn't that be when we find out whether the lesser includeds are in there, so that they have misdemeanors? Because honestly, if the jury wants to get home fast, which obviously it seems like they want this over, you got to ask yourself, and certainly I would like to see them acquitted on all counts, if that's some kind of compromise that they could achieve. That's something that jurors do. The juries do compromise.
Yeah, we'll learn that with the jury instructions, because the jury is going to be instructed in part on the elements that they would need to look at for each charge that's submitted to them. So we'll know whether trespass is one of those charges. If so, then yes, the judge granted a request by one of the parties to allow a lesser included offense. I don't know if one of the objections is that maybe they asked for it and the judge denied it, and that's one of the things they're objecting to. That I don't know. Mick might be able to speak to that, because I don't know what's going on now.
Have they started reading the jury instructions yet?
Jane, yes, he's on instruction number 21, and I mean, I haven't felt so much sympathy for the judge until now. He's losing his voice, but he's still going.
Well, somebody give him a lozenge. Okay. Well, I'll let you listen and come back. I'm going to mute you. Come back when you hear if there are any lesser included. That's really important.
I'll see if it's going on from now on. Okay.
Okay. Thanks, Mick. So, unfortunately, Carla, we kind of hear, let me just go here a little bit. Do I hear anything? I mean, you can't tell what's being said. I don't know if they want to, make an issue out of it, but you never know. These are sticklers, major sticklers. And what's happening is Carla, who's been with us all day long, deserves an award for hanging in there day after day, coming to us along with some of our team members from DXC to bring us the situation on the ground. Now they put up loudspeakers to play the WebEx feed. And because they've put up loudspeakers to play the WebEx feed, we don't want to be held in contempt of court. If we were to hear that, then, that could have us held in contempt. I don't think we hear them now. Perfect.
I moved away so that there's no chance that you'll hear anything.
Yeah. So what did you hear before you moved away? This is such a weird situation. We have to talk to people about what they hear, but they can't talk to us while they're hearing it. Go ahead.
Exactly. I can hear the judge giving the jury the instructions, right? So he's going through all the instructions. That's what's happening.
I wonder if there's going to be different set of instructions for each defendant, because that would drag on. What do you think, Nathan?
No, it'll probably be the same as to both, but just an instruction that they're to consider each of them separately.
Yeah, but now usually instructions may be like 4 pages, right? I mean, this shouldn't take them that long to read. I think it's usually not like 20 or 30 pages, right? Maybe usually 4 or 5 pages, jury instructions.
Somewhere in between.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
It can be. Wow. It can be lengthy, and then when you get into the elements of the of each charge, that can take some time, because explaining what intent means, explaining what value means, explaining what knowingly means, and entering and remaining, and it's painful. It is, even for us lawyers.
Wow. So let's say, it's probably going to be an hour and a half before they get the case. That's it. I can't imagine. Well, look, Look at her. Carla's like, oh no.
I'm in it for the long haul. I mean, regardless of whether we stay live, obviously, all of us that are here, you know, as activists, we've done overnight vigils, we've done 24-hour vigils, we've done 48-hour vigils. You know, this is not any issue for us. This is not that long.
Right. And I'm committed to staying. I mean, I don't know. Simone, are you committed to staying?
I'm here.
Okay. Nathan, I don't want to put you on the spot. If you have to go, I mean, I just asked you to come on for 2 hours this morning. And here you are 8 hours later.
You knew what you were doing. Yeah.
No, I had no idea.
We're all a team.
Yeah, you're amazing. And it's always great to have a lawyer because, you know, he's guiding us through this. But so he reads with that raspy voice, that judge. He does sound like he's losing his voice, but he sounded like that on day one, to be honest with you. I think he's just got a raspy voice. And then once he's done, and I'll show you a picture of him. This is the guy here, Jeffrey Wilcox. Once he is done, then Wayne begins his opening statement, his closing comments. Sorry, I'm a little punch drunk here at this point. But yeah, there we go. There we go. Okay. Once this judge, Jeffrey Wilcox, finishes reading the instructions, then it's going to go to Wayne Hsiung to do his closing statement. And then it's going to go to the prosecution, who has the last word. But I have a question for you, Nathan. Isn't there a chance for the defense to rebut? I saw in high-profile cases in the past that the defense gets to rebut the closing statement of the prosecution.
No, and what I'm hearing is that Utah happens to be one of those states in which the prosecution goes first and last. That they will actually, so add that to the schedule tonight. That that they're going to give their summation first. This is if this is correct. But if it's correct, they'll go first, then Wayne and Mary in whatever order they choose. And then the prosecution will have some rebuttal time if they choose to use it, which I'm sure they will.
Paige wants to know. Well, go ahead. Go ahead.
I was just going to interject because I think, and you know, I will verify this, but I swear that I heard the judge say that the defense was going to go first and then the prosecution, and that the defense would be able to rebut what they, you know, so I will verify that.
Well, then Utah's not a bad place then.
Wow. What are lesser includeds? Paige wants to know.
Lesser includeds are when you have a situation, we'll use burglary as a prime example. There are two elements to burglary. Basically, that you first unlawfully enter a premises. The second is with the intent to commit a crime therein. So looking at the first element, which is unlawfully entering. Unlawfully entering somewhere is also the crime of trespassing. So say that element is met, but the second one isn't, then the crime of trespass has been committed. So that's considered a lesser included of burglary. But in order for the jury to consider it, one of the parties has to ask for it and the judge has to grant it.
Okay, so wait, I'm trying to understand this. What has to be for it to be a misdemeanor again?
In order to commit the crime of burglary, here's another way to say it. In order to commit the crime of burglary, you have to commit the crime of trespass. Trespass is a misdemeanor. Burglary is a felony because there's additional elements that turn it into a felony. So, you know, you could argue if you're the defense that, okay, we'll give you that we were not supposed to be there. It was a trespass, but we will not give you that we entered for the purpose of committing a crime therein. We went in there to rescue, not to steal. So they could ask for that it just trespass, the misdemeanor, be submitted to the jury. I don't know whether they're doing that or not, but that's what a lesser included is.
Well, we just got from Mick that instruction 28 to the jury is do not take Paul's decision not to testify for himself against him. That's pretty standard. If somebody refuses to testify, that's not an indication of guilt, and you shouldn't be allowed to do so. And when do you think the lesser includeds will be revealed? Is that like the end of this, or could it just come anytime?
Probably towards the end, when the judge reads to them the charges that they're going to be asked to consider. The judge will read them burglary. He'll read them larceny. Then we'll find out whether trespass has been is something that they should be asked to consider. One thing, remember, they're now only going to be read one burglary count, not two, because the judge dismissed one of them.
Right. And now trespass is like a subset, lesser included of burglary. Of burglary. What about the other charge? What is that lesser included?
There may not be one, because I think the larceny charge is the misdemeanor larceny charge. So I don't think there would be a lesser included. If it is a felony charge, then a lesser included could be, I suppose something like petty larceny. So like, for example, in New York, I'll give you a simple example. If you steal something worth over $1,000, it's an e-felony. A lesser included of that would be petty larceny, which does not have a value component, doesn't have a value element. It's just straight up a theft, just stealing. So petty larceny is a lesser included offense of grand larceny, of the $1,000 grand larceny.
What about this? Mick just says, instruction 31 says motive is not part of your decision making. You cannot consider motive for why they committed a crime. What? I mean, okay, Simone, take that one away.
Well, that seems very pro prosecution state. I mean, it's obvious, even though they threw out their, they were just trying to get donations. I mean, putting your freedom on the line to get a couple $10 donations from a bunch of broke activists, because we give all our money to animals, right? It seems a little far-fetched. But the fact that not allowed to consider motive it's awful. It's awful, because motive is to educate, and it wasn't even to go in there and save a bunch of animals. It was to educate the public on what happens inside of a horrendous situation. So that's a really, 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 that's not good news, I don't think.
I mean, where did that come from, Nathan? That doesn't seem like it's standard. Wouldn't people be able to, hold on, instructing the jury not to give into pressure to change their mind to meet a group decision. Your decision is yours. That I get. In other words, don't just say, I want to go home. I'll agree with everybody. But this one where you're not allowed to consider motive, I don't know why. Why is that? Wouldn't that be a mitigating factor?
I mean, generally speaking, the motive charge goes to the prosecution, that the prosecution is not obligated to prove what a defendant's motive was in committing a crime, that it's not their burden. They don't have to do it. Jury doesn't have to consider it. Here, if the judge gave some sort of motive charge as to why you're not to consider the defendant's mental state as to why they went in there, I think that goes to, I suppose, like that necessity defense that the defense wanted to offer, or the right of claim defense that the defense wanted to, that the judge has said all along is not going to happen here. So maybe that's what he's talking about. And I'm sure those were some of the objections that Mary and Wayne put on the record for appellate purposes, that the jury should be hearing the necessity defense and should be hearing the right of claim.
Absolutely. This is why I say all of our kumbaya and being so happy about this and some of the victories in court today, they could get squashed by that one sentence.
Yep.
Now he's reviewing each specific charge against each defendant. This follows after he mentioned that charge 1 was dropped against both defendants. So at least he mentioned that at least he mentioned that the first charge against both defendants was dropped. So now we're getting more information. It's coming in literally from somebody, Mick Davudian, who is listening to the trial. He's bringing us as it goes through. Lesser included is key. Wow, this is, and I see the 3 dots. I'm wondering what's going to happen next with this crazy case. Where dot 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 dot. This is a key moment, because if there's lesser included, I think that will bode well. That will bode well for them. Although I understand what you've said all along, Carla, is that they don't want to compromise. They don't want to just walk away with, but when it's something like trespassing, that's so minuscule. I mean, trespassing is something that's almost like a slap on the wrist. And listen, it's past the point where he can do a plea bargain, really. I mean, I guess you can do a plea bargain at any moment, but I think it's kind of, that ship has sailed. So we'll see. We'll see what happens. We'll see if lesser includeds are included. Because
I think it's worth noting that Paul was given a plea deal. Paul was given a plea deal. He could have walked away from this, like Andrew and Sammer. They took plea deals because they had careers, things that they really need, licenses that they needed to worry about. And Paul also was given that choice. He was given a plea deal. And part of that deal was, though, that he would have to testify he would have to turn against Wayne. And he would not take that. He wouldn't do that.
But the others didn't have to testify against Wayne.
No.
So they just had Paul. What was it about Paul that made them target Paul? Like, I could take one look at Paul and say, this is not a compromiser. Just his physique, the way he talks, he's not somebody who's going to say, okay, I'll go along with that. It's weird that they offered it to him and not the others. Right?
I think he held out longer. And so I think that they were trying to sweeten the deal, so to speak, in less charges. It was Paul who said that he was given the plea deal, but that he would have to turn against Wayne.
So
maybe
they
after
want
the
to
fact,
get Wayne.
talk to them. Yeah,
that's the key. They want to get Wayne. They're not really worried about Paul. Wayne is the threat. Wayne is the threat because he's the leader of this new style movement. The animal rights movement takes many many spokes in the wheel, as you might say. Let's say the Humane Society or the ASPCA, very conservative, right? Definitely a completely different playbook. Then you have organizations that are more proactive, but still have a less confrontational approach, like the Animal Save Movement, a plant-based treaty, right? You have groups that do a lot of legislation. In Defense of Animals does a lot of legislation, and organizations like that. Then you and then you have
social compassion.
well, yes, I was going to mention you're with social compassion legislation, and they do a lot of legislation. So yes. There's DXE, and DXE is got a very unique approach. And Wayne, even though he's not running the organization now, is the co-founder and the biggest face on DXE. He certainly would easily be a target for the meat and dairy industry. Correct, Carla?
absolutely. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. Let's see what else we got here. Okay. Huh? We've actually run out of things to say. It's very scary. That's a first. I remember when I was getting divorced from my husband many years ago, the last thing he said was, "Will you just stop talking?" We're friends.
I can talk forever, but I don't want to. I feel like I'm the lowest on the totem pole here. I want to.
No, you're not at all.
There's no totem pole.
I have such
no
respect.
totem pole.
I'm in such awe. It's such a privilege to even be part of this and to help in any way. And so I try to keep my mouth
closed as much as possible.
No. You're at the center of the action. You're bringing us what's happening there. You're absolutely crucial. I mean, and you've stuck with us all day. We're so grateful to you and for your observations. I mean, does Wayne feel that he is a target? Like, in other words, they're out to get me? You think?
We all feel like targets. I mean, how can he not feel like a target knowing that the FBI has investigated him as well as others? I mean, when the FBI is on your case, when you are being labeled a terrorist, how can you not feel, how can you not feel that?
It's irresponsible to throw that word around when there's actual terrorism happening around the world and it's threatening a lot of lives. One hallmark of our movement is nobody has died as a result of anything that any animal activist has done. We're all about nonviolence. We're about not killing. That's our mantra. Do not. Nonviolence. And there's a daily act of nonviolence you can take every day, and that's to eat a plant-based meal 3 times a day or as many times as you want to eat, but make it plant-based. So the idea that somehow we would be labeled as dangerous is sort of Orwellian. That's how I would put it.
And let us not forget those of us, the activists who have been killed, like Regan Russell.
Yes,
violence comes from the other side.
Yes, Regan Russell, who was an activist in Toronto, who was very well known. And just a statuesque woman who would go to a lot of the vigils, the save vigils, where you give water and love to pigs heading into the slaughterhouse. And she was run over by a slaughter truck. And on Unchained TV, we have a documentary about that, about the entire killing of Regan Russell. You can see it, and you can download our app on your iPhone. All you have to do is put in Unchained TV in your app store. It comes right up. We don't even ask for an email or anything. Your name, nothing. You're anonymous, just like this anonymous jury. And we also available to watch online at UnchainedTV.com. In fact, this is streaming right now on UnchainedTV.com. And you can also access the app on TV via Amazon Fire Stick, Roku device, and Apple TV device. If you have an Apple TV device or a Roku device or an Amazon Fire Stick, just type in Unchained TV into the streaming channel search bar, and it will pop right up. Hundreds. We have more than 700 free videos, including classic documentaries, cooking shows, and the like. So I really do hope you check it out. All right, we've got some more information coming in. Instruction 42, description of what his property, read a long list, including domestic animals. Oh, he said, in short, they must treat animals as property. That's mixed analysis of the instruction. Well, right there, you're not allowed to talk motive and you have to treat animals as property. Those are 2 big blows against the defense. That's disheartening. What do you make of it, Nathan?
Yeah, it's unfortunate. It's contrary to everything that we all believe. And we just hope that, the jury's humanity comes out. Judge Wayne, in his opening statement, said that he believed in the people on this jury. And you just hope by their questions where they've asked the judge, why weren't more, they asked the witness, why weren't more piglets taken? And we now know that there have been a lot of welfare type questions. So, you just hope that shines through, and that despite what the law might say, the jury cannot accept that these poor animals are just property, like as if they were, just some inanimate object in the courtroom.
Now, what do you make of it, Simone? You can't consider them. You have to consider them as property, and you can't discuss or take motive into consideration.
Well, the motive thing I think is awful. I think it's terrible because it's the only reason why, we as animal rights activists go into places like that, right? So that's number one. That's terrible. The property one is terrible in the big scheme of things, right? In the way that people view animals and the way that they're desensitized to their suffering. However, if we're looking at real punishment in terms of law and the outcome of this trial, how much do you want to punish somebody that's stolen, if that's perhaps what they decide? We hope that they don't. Something, two beings that are property that add up to less than $100. How much, trouble are you going to get people in when there's, lots of kids that go down to the local mall and steal more than that and don't get, the book thrown at them. So I don't know if the property thing will work for or against in that, but the motive definitely is a blow, in my opinion.
Okay. He says another instruction. He tells the jury your sole purpose is to reach the truth. Well, how can you reach the truth if you can't talk about motive?
Right.
You want to take that one, Carla?
Yeah, I mean, it just, the idea of truth, the first thing I thought of was, of course, with Trump and, alternative facts and what is truth anymore. What the truth is has become so muddled over the past few years. Hopefully the jury can see the actual truth, though, through everything that's been presented to them. And as a layperson, I guess I have a question for Nate, that with burglary, is not the issue the intent? So whether the intent was there, and so even if they don't take into consideration any of the animal welfare aspects, if they have to think of the piglets as property, really it comes down to whether the intention was to go in and steal them. Is that not correct?
You're right. The jury will have to find that they had the intent to steal, whereas Wayne, in his opening argument, gave the jury a mnemonic device, PPP. And the second P, I remember, was purpose. What was my purpose? What was our purpose in going in? And he said, look, I admit it's me. I took these piglets. I didn't return these piglets. That's not the issue. My purpose, my intent of going in there was to document, was to do an investigation. So when I entered that building, it was not for the purpose of taking pigs. It was for the purpose of documenting. But once I was inside and once I saw what I saw, essentially, how could I not? That's why I did it, because of what I saw. So that goes straight to the intent issue. And if a jury were to conclude, or at least have reasonable doubt, because that's all they have to have is reasonable doubt on the issue of intent, then it's not guilty.
Okay, that's a good explanation. We've got Mick Davudian, trial watcher. Again, we are not allowed. We'd be held in contempt of court if we played the audio. So he's listening to it and telling us what happened. What's the latest, Mick?
So he just finished, I believe it was 51 different items in the instruction. He just finished that. And basically right now I see the prosecution. I think Vaughn Christensen is doing his closing statements, which I have muted right now. And from what I understood, he's going to go first, and then the defense will go. So I guess it'll be probably the order of maybe Paul's attorney and then Wayne. And then according to the judge, the prosecution will have a rebuttal. I believe Nathan already mentioned this earlier.
Wow, well done. You're a good reporter out there in WebEx land. Thank you, Mick. So maybe you want to listen to a little of the prosecution's closing and let us know what's going on?
Sure.
Thank you. Wow, so good to have him listening so that we can get these updates. Again, what is this all about? If for some reason you're just joining us, you've gotten home from work, not that anybody goes to work. Most people are working remotely. It seems like a lot of people are. But those of you who go to work, you're coming back, you just toss on Unchained TV. What's going on? We're going to tell you right now. And that is that we've got live coverage of this trial. Two men, Paul Picklesimer and Wayne Hsiung, who could go to prison now for 5.5 years. It was 11 years this morning. It got reduced after the prosecution's veterinarian in their examination opened the door to animal welfare issues. And there was all sorts of uproar in the courtroom. And the judge just decided to throw out two of the charges, one against each defendant, and they're charged with going into Smithfield Factory Farm and documenting all the horrors. There's just one screen grab of a whole bunch of dead piglets and a dead mama pig, or just a dead pig, just vile, disgusting. And I can even show you more disgusting, but I don't want to upset you. This is one of the pigs. You see one of the piglets they took out. You see she has bloody snout. Okay, she's got a bloody snout. All right, so Wayne did a good job showing that these animals were sickly, and they would likely have ended up in that dead pile if they hadn't taken them. So they're saying that there's no value in terms of property value to these animals, and that they didn't go in there to steal. It's just an incredible emotional trial. Listen to this from one of the most famous people in the animal rights movement.
Hi, I'm Peter Singer. I'm Professor of Bioethics at Princeton University, and I'm concerned about the fact that Wayne Hsiung is facing prison for rescuing 2 sick and dying piglets from one of the nation's largest pig farms run by Smithfield. People who do this, try to stop this cruelty, should be applauded, not convicted of crimes. And what's particularly absurd is that the court has ruled that the footage of the conditions of the pigs is too horrific for the jury to see. It's so horrific, and yet the court is protecting the pig farms that do that, instead of allowing the jury to see the truth about how pig meat is produced. Thanks for listening, and I hope you'll join me in supporting Wayne Hsiung.
That's pretty big. He's basically considered like the father of the animal rights movement. He wrote the seminal work, Animal Liberation, Princeton philosophy. He's got a lot of credentials. So this has been a trial that should be getting mainstream media attention. We're going live for the duration till the jury gets the verdict, and then we'll keep monitoring it. I mean, if I find out at 2 a.m. that they've come to a verdict, I guess we'll figure out what we're going to do. But what he's saying is that this is just patently unfair. The very notion of a trial, not is the trial details unfair, that the very notion of trying to punish somebody who's showing the world the horrors from inside this factory farm should be applauded. And just to show you, oh my God, the prosecution right now is reviewing records of mobile phones rings from Paul and Wayne. Okay, that's not good for the prosecution, in my opinion, because if they're reviewing records of mobile phone rings from Paul and Wayne's cell phone, they're still trying to prove what Wayne admitted. Okay, yeah, we were in there. We took the piglets. Here's why. So this reminds me of the Casey Anthony case. Now, Casey Anthony was a pathological lawyer, according to the prosecution. I have to say that because she was acquitted on all counts. It was considered an open and shut case. Her baby, Kaylee, vanished, and for 31 days, basically, where's Kaylee? And Casey was giving her mother one story after the next that turned out to all be lies. And Casey was doing hot body contests and various other things during that time. And so it looked like it would be an absolute open and shut case. So really what happened was the prosecution got up and did a whole thing where they did day 1, Kaylee's missing, da-da-da-da, where's Kaylee? Day 2, blah-da-da, Kaylee's missing. Casey's doing something else. Where's Kaylee? And they thought that was brilliant. And the defense attorney pulled the rug right out from under them in the opening statement of his opening statement. He said, Jose Baez, he said, Kaylee was dead from day 1. Okay. Kaylee died in the swimming pool that morning. The entire case, basically all of this, where's Kaylee? He just had an explanation at the start of it that made that whole opening statement by the prosecution moot. So what they did prove is that she's a liar. And guess what she was convicted of? Lying. So right here, that reminds me of this. if you're reviewing the records of mobile phone rings from Paul and Wayne's cell phone, you're basically proving something that Wayne has already admitted. He goes, I'm going to tell you. In fact, we have that. We have that statement. I can play it for you right now, where Wayne basically says, where was it? I think it was here. I'm going to tell you right here. Let's see if it's this one. Wayne explains mode.
So what happened on March 7th, 2017? We came to Southern Utah because it's a site of Smithfield Foods' single largest facility in the nation. And we decided, and after consultation with many lawyers, concluded that we needed to check in on the mother pigs. We believed, why did you believe that? Well, we believed that the public had the right to know what was actually happening inside the farms.
Objection, Your Honor. This is beyond the scope of this case.
Sustained.
And so what did you do there? Well, we did what I've been training people to do for the last 15 years, which is undertake an undercover investigation. So what we did was we had scouted the facility previously. There were obvious identifications outside the barns and buildings as to which were gestation barns. In other words, barns. What is a gestation barn? Well, a gestation barn is a barn where there should not be any baby pigs. It's for the gestating mothers, and they're only mothers in crates, or not necessarily in crates, ideally not in crates, but in Smithfield's case, it's in crates. What is the difference between a gestation and a farrowing barn? Well, in a farrowing barn, they remove the mothers before they give birth to the babies into a separate facility that is warmer and more appropriate for baby pigs. So I think as the state's own witness testified, no one who's looking for a piglet or trying to steal a piglet would ever end up in a gestation barn. What do you do when you're inside of a gestation barn? Well, first and foremost, we did not try to remove any piglets because there should not have been any piglets there. And what we were there to do was merely to document what we were seeing inside. So in particular, we had a very kind of elaborate
Madam, can I have some foundation, please? Objection, Your Honor, lack of foundation. He's moved from being in the farm to talking about documentation. I'd like some foundation for that.
Why do you lay some foundation, Mr. Shaw?
Thank you. What did you do after you entered the farm? Well, our intent, as I described, in moving into the gestation barn was just to document what was happening inside. And as someone who has done many undercover investigations over the last 15 years of my life, I'm very familiar with the techniques and technology required. What was different about this investigation? Well, we had some very fancy technology that I am honestly still flabbergasted the company loaned us. It was a virtual reality camera that would shoot at 360 degrees. Why was this important to you? It was important to use this camera because very often when you do undercover investigations, companies will say it's just a narrow slice, you're pointing out one little thing. And so we had a virtual reality camera to shoot our entire time in the farm in full 360 degrees. So you could see exactly what we saw. And our goal was to eventually create a short documentary where someone could put on a VR headset and walk through a factory farm with us. And so that was our goal. It was not to remove any piglets. It was to use this extraordinarily expensive piece of equipment that had been loaned to us just to show people what it actually feels like inside of a modern pig farm, and in particular, the largest pig farm in the world.
Wow. Okay. So he admitted totally that he was there. So the idea that they're saying, look at the phone records, that doesn't really make a lot of sense to me. We've got some updates. Now, the prosecution is reviewing Schurston Rosenberg's testimony, discussing the advocacy of the Happy Hen Sanctuary, which Schurston is CEO of. And Zoe Rosenberg is also part of that. The prosecution says Schurston's testimony cannot be considered reliable. What do you make of that? What do you make of that they're saying Schurston's testimony? She's a veterinarian who runs an animal sanctuary called the Happy Hen Sanctuary, with her daughter, who is an activist. What do you make of that, Carla?
Yeah, actually, I was just watching the WebEx during all of that. The prosecutor he is very animated. Let me tell you, very animated during this, and he's definitely trying to discredit Dr. Rosenberg, mostly by guilty by association, because her daughter is an activist with DXE. Clearly, she has biases and can't be trusted to speak the truth about taking care of animals. I mean, that's all rubbish. We know that. Hopefully the jury can see through that. I'm sure, Wayne is taking a lot of notes during this. I'm sure he will talk about, as if the state veterinarian who has a vested interest in the increase of animal agriculture in the area, as if he doesn't have any stake in this, as if he doesn't have any biases. So I think it's ridiculous. I understand, the prosecutor has a job to do. It is his job to do the best that he can to try and poke holes in our case. So that's my take on it. I mean, I think, go ahead.
Well, we got some breaking news. I agree with everything you said. Okay. The defense has begun their closing statements, their closing arguments. Paul's attorney, Mary Corcoran, is about to begin. So we're getting there. Now, do you think that was a very short closing argument by the prosecution? And two more things that the prosecutor said about Paul. With regards to Paul, he's saying, regardless of the fact that he may not have even touched a pig, everyone present that night is part of the crime. And that Paul's pathetic excuse that he didn't touch a pig doesn't excuse his crime. What do you make of that, Nathan?
Well, I guess they're trying to, call him essentially everybody who was there accomplices, and that regardless of whether you believe or don't believe, he removed, one of the piglets from the Farrow barn. He's still just as guilty, because they all went in there with the same plan and the same goal, and it was all one operation. That's going to be the prosecution's theory. The defense has gone to great lengths to sort of, I don't want to say protect Paul, because there's no real evidence that he actually removed a piglet. We know of the video of him holding a piglet. That one photo still is kind of the photo of this case, with them with the lights on their head and holding the baby piglets. But I think that doesn't in and of itself mean that Paul carried a piglet out of the barn and therefore did not commit a larceny. Therefore, that's not evidence that he entered for the purpose of stealing. I'm sure the prosecution has, essentially said that Wayne is just trying to take the fall here for Paul. But the fact remains that they were all acting together with the same goal. That's their theory.
And do you think it was kind of short? Do you think his closing argument was kind of short? I guess, when did it start? It feels like it was one of the shorter things, like compared to the being behind the scenes, where they were talking for hours and hours. It seems like that was what it started. Let's make a note of when the defense starts. Okay. The defense started maybe about 3 minutes ago. So let's just say 6:15 to round it out. But that was pretty short closing.
Very short. I imagine the fact that under the Utah rules, the prosecution getting the last say, they probably are saving their best for last. So I'm not that surprised that their summation was on the shorter side, but I agree with you. I mean, any way you look at it, that's pretty quick. That's a pretty quick summation.
Wow. Now we're in Mary. Now, another thing that I didn't think of till just now, it's 2 against 1. The advantage of having 2 defendants is that you have 2 closing statements, closing arguments, however you want to say it, 2 closing arguments versus 1 closing argument, right? Because there's 2 defendants. So they get to kind of make their case twice, which I think is really interesting. And Deb Thompson says, it doesn't seem that the elements of burglary exist in this case at all. No intent to remove has been established. There you go. In fact, I mean, I think they made a pretty good argument that they did not intend to take anything, but they ran into these incredibly sick piglets and decided we're going to save these animals' lives. And yes, we're getting kudos from Omar, who I think is Alcardi. He's a friend of yours, Carla. He's like, hola, Carla. Okay. So we continue now as the first portion of the defense closing argument by Mary Corcoran, who represents Paul Picklesimer, happens. Let's meet Paul Picklesimer, get a sense of who he is. There we have a very short clip of him complaining about the jury selection.
The defense argued that because the questionnaire asks if you or someone who you know works within the animal production industry, yes or no. They were saying that that'll let you know if you have a bias or not. When we know that's not the case. People get tattoos of quote-unquote bacon. Like, we need to be able to really know what people are about, what they care about, how they feel about animals in general. And these are things we're just not going to be allowed to find out.
So what we hear now from Mick Davutian monitoring the trial coverage on WebEx is Paul's attorney, Mary Corcoran, is impressing upon the jury the importance of the presumption of innocence, the highest level of burden, which is beyond a reasonable doubt, and reminding her that the two defendants are two separate people with two separate conducts and two separate cases. That's important too, I guess, is that they are two different people, right, Carla? And admittedly, I think everybody agrees that the powers that be, if they're out for anybody, they're out for Wayne. He's the face of the DXE style animal activism, which is particularly popular amongst young people, which I consider myself young in spirit. So I'll throw myself in there, if not not demographically. But I mean, there are people who are not young, but it's overwhelmingly populated DXE by younger people. It's a new style of activism, and he's the face of that. And so, you know, if they're out to get him, it only makes sense for Paul to say, you know, I support him, but I'm not him, right?
Absolutely. I mean, from the beginning, it's been made clear that Paul's role in this was simply to document. In fact, everybody who went there, their role really was to document the conditions at Circle 4 Farms. And only if they happen to come across somebody in great need, only then would they perform a rescue. That's why they had medical supplies. We always have medical supplies with us, both for humans and non-humans, when we go on these investigations. And the prosecution really, in their closing statements, was trying to bring Paul back into the fold, make him seem accountable. In fact, earlier in the trial, they were asking whether he had some kind of responsibility because he didn't stop Paul and Andrew from taking out the piglets. And I thought that was an interesting take on it as well, that somehow Paul was to blame for this because he didn't stop them from doing the rescue. So I thought that was interesting.
Gee whiz. It's so incredible. We're here at the, the 11th hour, the denouement, Act 3, whatever. She's also reminding that, yes, the defendants are two separate people. She's also, this is Paul's attorney, reminding the jury of Wayne's testimony about Paul's role, the very large, heavy equipment that he had to carry in, and it was his job to carry that around. And I think that might be connected to the 360-degree camera. So, you know, if he's there as a videographer, that videographer isn't a burglar. But again, they're trying to criminalize undercover investigations. This is all part of the same thing with ag-gag rolls and everything else. The ag-gag laws basically criminalize if you take a photograph inside a factory farm. If you go into a factory farm, they try to make it like animal enterprise terrorism, which really, you know, it's so counterproductive today when the biggest problems we're facing right now are due to animal agriculture, climate change. Animal agriculture is a huge role that mainstream media doesn't discuss, but the UN itself has said numerous times that it is a major factor responsible for more greenhouse gases than all transportation combined. And we talk about pandemics. Obviously, meat and dairy, in all likelihood, the pandemic started at the Wuhan wet market, which is a retail slaughterhouse. You talk about antibiotic resistance. 80% or more of all antibiotics are fed to animals, creating widespread antibiotic resistance that's killing untold numbers of people who are often diagnosed as dying from something else, but they've died because the antibiotics aren't working, because we are all consuming too many antibiotics because of animal agriculture. It seeps into the system. Even if you're vegan, it will go in through to the fertilizer via the manure. So nobody can escape, unfortunately, antibiotic resistance. If you talk about habitat destruction, the 70% or more of the Amazon is being destroyed for cattle grazing. If you talk about wildlife extinction, the animals in the Amazon and around the world are being decimated. We literally could have no wild animals left in 10 years, with the exception of squirrels and, animals that sort of exist in our midst. But the classic wild animals, I just heard today, they were talking about an animal. There's only 7,000 of them left. And unfortunately, there was a baby born in a zoo, and the mainstream media was a gaga about that, even though that's not the solution. I mean, I could go on and on and on. Drought, okay? Water pollution, ocean dead zones. The list is endless of what this industry is creating in terms of wreckage. And yet, if you try to point it out, that this is unsanitary, it's disgusting, it's unappetizing at the very least, you're criminalized, and there's no other way to point it out. If you could point it out by somehow magically seeing what's inside, you can't see what's inside. You can't see what's inside without going inside. There's no other way to document it. Here we go. Here's more on we're talking about Mary Corcoran's testimony, closing arguments in defense of Paul Picklesimer, the other defendant. She's reminding the jury of Wayne's testimony about Paul's role. We already went through that. You don't carry all that around and also carry around a screaming pig. So what she's saying is, Paul's role was to carry the videotape and other equipment around. And so therefore he was not in a position to take a pig. There is apparently no evidence whatsoever that he removed the pig, that Paul removed the pig, even though Wayne admitted he removed the pig. Okay. Then she said, if for some reason you think Paul is culpable, this is Paul's attorney, for taking a pig, you must look at the value of the animals. There has to be some value greater than zero. Okay. Pigs taken clearly have no value. At best, they were garbage. Do you think these are good arguments, Nathan?
Yeah, I think they're very good arguments, and they're necessary arguments. The value argument is very, very important. And it is probably the most important part of, well, there was a lot of important parts of Dr. Rosenberg's testimony, but the value testimony is really, really important here because, there was evidence about the fair market value of $42 per piglet. But the reality is, and we all know, these piglets had absolutely no monetary value to Smithfield. If anything, they were a liability to the farm. They were so sick that they were, the germs that they were spreading actually would have affected other pigs, other piglets. So in a lot of ways, they were actually doing Smithfield a favor by removing these sick piglets. So I think it's a very important argument to make. Also, the fact that, I understand, Mary is trying to separate her client a bit from Wayne. And she has to. Mary wants to see both acquitted, I'm sure, but she also has to look out for her client, number one. And there are differences. There are differences in terms of the proof against both of them.
This, by the way, is Mary on the left, and next to her is Paul with the beard, and then Wayne is to the right of your screen. So Mary is the attorney for Paul, who's doing this closing argument right now in Utah in the Smithfield trial, also known as the pig rescue trial, also known as the open rescue trial. It's truly historic. And I have to say that it seems like there's been no real terrible mistakes by the defense. There was a terrible mistake. We like it, but for the prosecution, it was a terrible mistake by somehow thinking they could counteract the testimony that this place is a hellhole for animals and it's filled with cruelty, and they brought a vet on. And then that opened the door to bring all the animal welfare issues in that the judge had wanted to keep out. But Simone Reyes, do you see the defense making any mistakes? I mean, I know you're not able to watch these closers, but you've watched a lot of the trial.
No. The defense, I think, is incredible. I think that literally they've taken every single aspect and tried to get in as much as they can about why it is that they did what they did. And I don't think that, the original arguments, by the prosecution, by the state of, wanting to get donations or things like that, I think that that's not even going to come into play when they actually go into the deliberation room. But I think that those 52 items or whatever it is in the instructions are potentially problematic. And I'm just hoping that that the jurors can look at all of the facts and, while they have to follow the instructions, also look at common sense and let that prevail.
She's also saying, please take a note, jurors, that the prosecution's witness is a state employee. And if the defendant's veterinarian testimony was biased, well, you have two veterinarians with bias. What she's basically saying is the state has accused the defense veterinarian, Dr. Rosenberg, of being biased. So Paul Picklesimer's attorney, Mary Corcoran, is saying, well, the veterinarian for the prosecution works for the state. He's biased. And in fact, they were instructed to disregard, I don't know if it was all of his testimony, but maybe was it all of his testimony or just some of it, Carla?
Yeah, no, they were just to all of his rebuttal. So he was speaking after Dr. Shearston. He gave testimony, and then Dr. Shearston gave her testimony, and then they called him back to rebut what Dr. Shearston was saying. And that is when the door got open, and that is when the judge struck all of his rebuttal testimony.
Oh, wow. Okay, that's a lot. So why are they, so she's bringing it up. Do you think it's a mistake for her to bring it up if it's been struck, Nathan?
Well, remember, he testified in direct also. So Dr. Rosenberg testified to really originally to rebut his testimony. I think it's a bit of a mistake from the prosecution to go after Dr. Rosenberg. Especially, the hypocrisy of because really what they're doing is they're calling her a liar. I mean, they can use all the words, biases and everything all they want, but what they're saying is don't believe her. She's exaggerating, she's lying. The judge was taken by Dr. Rosenberg, and you couldn't help be taken by Dr. Rosenberg. She's experienced, she's compassionate, and this notion that because her daughter is an activist, that somehow impugns to her. I get that it was on their website, so I think to some extent, being objective, it's fair. It's fair game in a trial. But the notion that makes her a liar is, I think it's laughable. I hope that it is landing like a lead balloon for the prosecution. I mean, it's hard for me because I don't see it happening right now. Yeah. I don't see the jury, but I hope that this jury is just thinking like, how dare you? I mean, are you kidding me? I mean, this woman she could be making probably so much more money in private practice as a veterinarian, and instead she's doing something. She's following her heart, and she's giving care to to some of the most injured, sick animals. this is the person you're going to call a liar. I think that could really, really blow up on them.
Here's two other things that Mary Corcoran, the attorney for Paul Picklesimer, just said. If you have 2 veterinarians looking after 1 million pigs, do the math. I think that is the most powerful argument of all. Okay? I can't even imagine 1 million pigs being cared for by 2 veterinarians. And she adds, I submit to you that if the industry says 15% of these piglets die off, if you, I get the point. It trailed off, but you know, it's more than 15%. Whatever the industry says, add a lot more to it. Just the idea that 1 million pigs are taken care of by 2 vets is right there. I say case closed. That is so absolutely absurd and irresponsible. And there ought to be a law. I mean, there ought to be a law for a vet per 1,000 animals or whatever. Or my gosh, I've got 2 animals here and I'm always going to the vet. I mean, it's like, I can't even imagine 1 million pigs with 2 veterinarians. And apparently
also,
they're not. Go ahead, Simone.
Sorry, I don't want to interrupt you.
No.
Also, when they were talking about what you were just started to mention in the closing arguments about the percentage of piglets that pass away, they used the word pre-weaned. Well, and then they tried to make it seem like that was, natural selection or, survival of the fittest type thing. Only in a factory farm are animals pre-weaned, right? If they were allowed to live as they were, born to do, there would be no need to remove babies from their mothers until they are ready and strong enough to face the world, and given all of the benefits of having her milk for as long as they need it. So it's not even fair to use that terminology or that math, because at the end of the day, there's no reason to pre-wean an animal, leave them with their mother to have the best shot at having a long and healthy life start.
Absolutely. And we can tell you Wayne Hsiung has begun his closing statement now. So, yes, be a slam dunk. Okay. We'll see, this is unbelievable. Absolutely unbelievable. It's been a long day. We went on live at 11 a.m. Pacific. It's now almost 7 p.m. Pacific. And the jury got started, 3 hours before we did. Okay. So it's been an very extraordinarily long day for them. And I just question the wisdom of doing all this at this late hour. It's 7:38 there. Wayne's finishing up. Then we have the prosecution come back for a rebuttal. And then, he's away from the podium. Mick says that Wayne is away from the podium at a whiteboard talking directly to the jury and that it's hard to hear him. But you saw him before at the whiteboard. We can play that shot where he explains and uses the whiteboard to kind of connect with the jury. Because one other thing I want to say is they've tried to keep Wayne away from the witnesses. And I've covered so many cases where, a lawyer says, may I approach the witness, Your Honor? I want to hand them a piece of paper to see, if this refreshes their recollection. And they do it. And the judge said, give it to the bailiff. Like what? Like he's dangerous to be around? Like he's contagious? I mean, that kind of stuff is dirty pool in my opinion. Now, Mick Davudian is saying that Wayne is saying, and let me go here and get this. So sorry, right here. He's saying, we did not enter the building with the intention of taking the pigs. We felt these animals were in dire need of medical attention and took them. That basically, repeats what he has said throughout the trial. We can listen to him talking about Lily, one of the 2 pigs. There's Lily and Lizzie. This is Lily's injuries.
Exhibit 32, as I said, was a close-up of the foot. And what I observed was significant inflammation in one of her toes and pus forming on the outside. And this was part of the reason we were already concerned just about her low body weight. But the fact that she had a very significant injury that was preventing her from walking properly led her to rush her that night to the emergency vet after taking her initially to an animal rescue for intake and diagnosis. So did Lily have any other injuries? Yes, she did. What other injuries did she have? She had significant facial scarring, and I'm going to move now to Exhibit 21. Tell us about Exhibit 21. Exhibit 21 is a photograph that I took on that same morning of Lily's face and just kind of the facial condition. And I shot it with a Sony camera that morning. I reviewed these photographs before I came to court today.
So that's Lily's wounds. Now, somebody's saying to me that the judge isn't, no, that can't be right, that the judge is in the courtroom.
That's me. That's me. I can see right now, I can see the judge is no longer in the courtroom. I'm not sure if it has to do with how ill he's been. From the beginning, he stated that he wasn't feeling well. He's been, eating cough drops all throughout. And we all heard that he was very raspy today. So I don't know if it has to do with how he feels, but he is not in the courtroom while I can see Wayne speaking and I can see the judge's camera and he's not there.
What?
Is it possible that while Wayne is writing on the board, the judge has positioned himself so that he can see? I mean, everything's been kind of wacky in this trial. We've covered that, but that would really be a first.
Look, there's nothing on that whiteboard. It's not, it's the 3 Ps. He just has all of that.
Let me show you what that is, the 3 Ps.
Probably already figured out this is a little bit of an unusual case. And I'm going to make things even more strange now because against the advice of my co-counsel and pretty much all the attorneys I've talked to, I'm going to tell you exactly what we did on the night in question. And the reason is because I believe in the people of this country and I believe in the people of Utah to make the right choice. So some things I'm going to admit and say to you right now. I was there on the night of March 7th, 2017. So there's no dispute about that fact now. You will hear evidence in this trial that I was there from me. I did remove 2 piglets from Smithfield Foods on the night of March 7th, 2017. And we did not return those 2 piglets to Smithfield Foods after we removed them on the night of March 7th, 2017. While the prosecution has tried to construe these facts as a burglary and theft, that's not what actually the story tells us. And this is where our stories diverge. Because this case is not about burglary and theft. It's not. It's about animal cruelty and animal rescue. So the 3 holes I'm going to try and put in the prosecution's story and fill with the actual facts of what happened on that night are reflected in these 3 questions. And I'll turn these questions into statements. And I find it easier to remember things if there's some sort of mnemonic device. So I remember, when I was thinking about what I wanted to say to all of you, just 3 Ps. And the 3 Ps are, 1, there are no piglets taken from a gestation crate building on the night of March 7, 2017. This is count 1. It just didn't happen. We did not expect to see piglets. We did not take any piglets. And we're there for one and only one reason. To find out what was happening to those mother pigs. What 2? While we did find piglets inside a farrowing crate barn, we never had any purpose to take anything of value from Smithfield Foods. Our purpose there was just to save 2 babies from certain death.
And I'm going to object. I think we're getting into exactly what we said we wouldn't, which is we have an order from the court that we would not talk about animal welfare.
And point 3 is that there's no fair market price at which anyone would have purchased these 2 piglets because they were in a condition that left them totally commercially unviable. In fact, they were a liability on the farm.
So what I'm noticing, this is similar to where he'd be standing with the whiteboard, the same whiteboard in his closing. And you could see in the chair behind him, the judge isn't there either, but you can hear the judge's voice. So I'm wondering if the judge just takes another perch at that time, because honestly, and Wayne has also said, according to Mick, if you have, we only take animals out when they were in dire need of help. And the reason is it's an act of mercy. We did not intend to take the pigs out or anything of value out. These pigs have no market value. And but I can't imagine. Reach a verdict of not guilty is what Wayne says. Reach a verdict of not guilty. I can't imagine the judge wouldn't be there. I've never heard of that. Somebody doing it. What if the prosecution had an objection? Objection, Your Honor. Oh, well, wait, where are you? Oh, you're gone? No, he wouldn't have. I don't imagine he could allow a closing argument without himself, the judge, being present. I mean, am I out of my mind or am I on the right track here?
No, I agree with you completely. I think it's just all I got word was that the judge wasn't there, and I looked up and I didn't see him in his chair.
Yeah.
And I was trying to get verification from anyone who's inside to just verify 100%. But I agree. I would think he has to be there.
Yeah, I mean, that has to be grounds for a mistrial if he were to walk out during. I mean, that would be equivalent. Well, it'd be a lot worse than me doing a live broadcast and then just walking out and leaving it. And you can all handle it. I'm busy. I got to walk my dog, which I do actually. Okay, so I pray and hope, just for the sake of that, we're not totally in La La Land, that the judge just moved his seat. But everybody who's watching it has the same reaction. So then somebody said he should be wearing a mask, especially if he's sick. Okay. We are moments away from the end, or maybe the end has happened already. If he said reach a verdict of not guilty, that sounds like a summary. And then we're going to hear a quick rebuttal. He's very emotional. Sounds like he's about to cry. We're talking about Wayne here. Wayne is very emotional. Sounds like he's about to cry, talking about the piglets and the future where he's done. He just disappeared. Yes.
He just finished. Wayne just finished.
Yes. Yeah. Wow. Okay. I want Mick, can you join us? That was a short closing too. Can you join us, please?
Yeah, it was a short closing.
Okay. Yeah.
Very emotional. Wow.
Say it again. Say again.
Yeah, super emotional. Sorry. Wayne's last sentences were very emotional.
Oh. It's so difficult right now for everybody. Yeah.
Yeah. I sent you a few things via text if you don't mind reading them.
Yeah, I will. And it is emotional for all of us. This man who is risking everything to just wake up the world to be prosecuted and persecuted this way. It's just, I know you're upset, and it is upsetting. It's so unfair. It's so unfair.
How strong he is. I don't know how he's doing this.
Yeah. It's upsetting. It's very upsetting. I guess at that moment, it just hits you all at once. Various other folks are saying Wayne was powerful. We're in tears here. Now the cold prosecution is on. He has to relive it. Yeah,
Yeah, I can read to you, if you haven't already read, some of the last couple of sentences. Just random notes I took. He said he was about to cry himself. He said the future. He started talking about a future where companies are more open to criticism of abuses, and that basically we're better people, where pigs like the two that were rescued will get at least more care. And he said we need to be good stewards of animals, and we all have a duty to be kind.
We all have a duty to be kind. Wow. How heavy.
If I can share also, somebody quoted Wayne on here saying that he said, I don't actually want you to acquit us on a legal technicality. I want you to acquit us as a matter of conscience. There's a big difference between stealing and rescue.
I want you to acquit us as a matter of conscience. There's a big difference between stealing and rescue. Wow, that really gets to the very essence of this. The very essence. What's your reaction, Simone, as somebody who is often in tears trying to rescue pigs who are dumped at the shelter, who are destined for slaughter? We ended up doing a reality show on Unchained TV called Pig Little Lies that involves rescuing a mama pig and a papa pig and a whole family that ensued. Wow.
I mean, in his closing statements, he's basically asking people who most likely, never even considered a pig to be anything else but something that they order, at the local restaurant. It's a tall order, but we all got there, and anybody can get there. We are all capable of making that connection. And Wayne has always been such an incredible, incredible speaker. And he's always kept his cool, and he's always been able to express himself without bullying or making other people feel less than, which is a gift to the animals. And so we can only hope, now that it's pretty much in the hands of the jury, or about to be. Certainly I guess there's going to be, the prosecution will come back, but giving them these words to look at the difference between rescue and stealing, huge difference, is really the best that he can do. And he just has to kind of, they say, let go and let God. He has to just do that, because he has expressed exactly what this whole movement is about.
Wow. Yes. And Mick, you are apologizing for losing your composure. No, you're being a human being. You're being compassionate. I wish some people who run these factory farms would lose their composure and get emotional. Being hard and being tough and denigrating animals because they're animals is not something to aspire to. It is, in my opinion, the worst character defect you could have. So, yes, Wayne, Mick, can you tell us what's happening now inside the courtroom?
Right now I'm seeing the prosecutor, I guess, doing his final rebuttal, as the judge said he would be allowed to. So I'm assuming that's going to be very short. Honestly, I kind of stopped paying attention to it when he started talking about the same nonsense over and over.
And we're getting something from Pamela Whitsley, who said the prosecution, I won't include how she describes him, is claiming that Smithfield cares because they put ear tags on the pigs. Yeah, that's an example of cruelty. How about if somebody came up to you and stapled a giant tag into your ear without anesthesia? Would that be a sign of caring? It's just,
or docking their tails or cutting their teeth, or all of that. And then he started talking about the fact that they were wearing DXC shirts. I have no idea where he was going with that.
Yeah,
I can tell you the whole DXE shirt has been a thing from the beginning. The prosecution has been trying to tie the fact that they were all wearing these Direct Action Everywhere t-shirts that say Animal Liberation Now on the back. It sort of turned us into those that were there. The fact that they all had these t-shirts on meant that they were all together doing the same thing, breaking the law together.
Wow. Yeah. Well, I mean, imagine if you applied that to other people who wear similar outfits. But I mean, it's just threatened by compassion. The word liberation, animal liberation, has been associated for a long time by powers that be with domestic terrorism. There was the Shack 7 years ago who went to prison. This is dangerous stuff. But meanwhile, I think the powers that be, the big powers that be, need to really look at how the society is changing, and look at how the fastest growing sector in the supermarket arena is plant-based. Okay. you know, they're behind the general public. The general public is embracing this lifestyle. It's skyrocketing. And so the idea that somehow, because we represent this alternative, that we're dangerous is medieval. That's what I'll call it. It's a medieval perspective, just like they burn people at the stake for being witches, or they killed visionaries who said the world was, you know, the sun wasn't the center of the earth wasn't the center of the universe. I mean, we have to realize we're dealing with a real quantum shift and evolution of the human species. We have to get rid of the kill or be killed mentality, because it's killing us. We could go extinct. And that's not me saying it. It's Sir David Attenborough, who has a great documentary that is streaming on Netflix called Breaking Boundaries. And once you break the 7 or 8 or 9 boundaries, I forget exactly how many, but they're just a handful, there's no going back. Okay? The collapse of the glaciers, the destruction of the wetlands, ocean desertification, ocean dead zones, desertification. There's a few, and he lists them better than I can. But the point is that in our arrogance as a species and our just attitude that whatever is good for us, animals be damned, it's getting us into some really serious problems. And
they just finished, just so you know. The prosecution just finished.
Wow. So now this is the moment of truth. The jury is going to get the verdict, the case to discuss. And you said generally there's some overlap jurors. There's a couple of extra people there in case some juror gets sick or decides to leave, or I can't take it anymore. So there's quite a few. I guess there's about a dozen people. I don't know, Carla.
I'm so sorry. I was just getting some. I guess
Good.
During the closing, the prosecution was kept equating the piglets to a can of soup. He said, "Say you go into a grocery store and you see a can of soup that has dents in it, and think, oh, I should save this can of soup."
What? Oh, wow. Wow.
My phone was blowing up with how he was equating the piglets to the can of soup.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
Gosh.
Oh my God.
What?
Well, that's a perfect illustration of the mentality. They're like things in his mind, in the prosecutor's mind. The question is, are they like things in the minds of the jurors? That's the big question, right, Nathan, or wrong?
Yeah, I mean, right. And you know what? Cans of soup, don't have names. They don't have lives. And, one thing that from my experience is juries hate disingenuous attorneys. I mean, they really hate them. And, Jane, you've covered a lot of trials and you've seen the eye rolls from jurors. During the trial, I remember the prosecutor, I don't remember who the witness was on the stand, but he referred to the piglets as our friends. And it was so phony, and it was so disingenuous. And now to hear him analogize, these two piglets as soup cans, isn't a jury going, you'd hope that a jury is just going to look at them and say, how can I trust you? You're the phoniest person in this courtroom. One last thing I want to say, because I'd be remiss if I didn't say it, is that I know there's been talk about whether it was a good idea or a bad idea for Wayne to represent himself. And, as an attorney, I initially thought, not a great idea. And I've gone back and forth with it in my own mind. But regardless of what I think or what anybody else thinks, I have to believe that his decision was for that moment at the end that brought tears, which is, when he talked about, why he does what he does. And, it was genuine. It was genuine. It wasn't somebody just, faking tears, because his words and his actions are consistent. And the photos show it. His life story shows it. and that's powerful stuff. And you know, we all know how brave he and Paul are, but to tell the jury, don't acquit me because, you know, of some technicality, because you feel like, oh, an element wasn't made. They're so brave, you know, that they're saying, no, acquit me because you know it's the right thing to do.
Guess what?
That's why he did it. This is why he wanted to represent himself. And I don't know that an attorney standing up on his behalf could do it with that type of genuineness.
Guess what?
A juror was just dismissed. They just dismissed one of the jurors.
Why?
I asked because I saw I guess the judge said that he felt torn up about sending a juror out, but apparently one of the jurors was just dismissed. So, it says judge released alternate juror. So does that matter?
No, I don't think so.
We have to find out more about this because it says judge said one of the jurors is too openly sympathetic to DXE. If they
What?
I don't want to speak out of turn. We'll get more, you know, I want to get more information about this, but I can't imagine. That cannot be correct. That just cannot be correct. I think it's
can
just
be. I mean, consider everything.
Because she's crying or he's crying. I mean, what? Jurors cry all the time.
And yes, we're still live on the website and on the app. Facebook only allows 8 hours. We hit the 8-hour mark, but we're live on our website and on our global streaming network. Wow. So yes,
that is insane.
What I'm hearing is that it was just the alternate who was
the jurors go, but it looks like something happened with at least one of the jurors that have been asked to leave.
Yes, but the question is it alternate juror, and is it because they're
showing emotion?
He was talking initially about alternate jurors being available to be called in at any time, but I think there's something else going on. Where he thinks there's a juror that's very prejudicial for the defense, perhaps? I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, what now? Now you're going to throw that person out?
Right. I think sympathetic, not prejudicial. Sympathetic
to DXC.
Yeah.
And oh my God.
What could they even be doing to show that they are so sympathetic?
Yeah, what was this person doing? Was he wearing an animal liberation T-shirt?
Yeah.
I actually don't, you know, I think it was just the alternate juror, I think it was only the alternate juror. So they were going to be dismissed anyway, if I'm understanding correctly.
Wow.
That's if I may, that's common that the alternates, you know, whether it's one or more, are released at this time. Usually the prosecution wants the alternates to stay and the defense wants the alternates to be released. I can explain that if you want, but it's, you know, it's a little bit of legalese. You know, essentially the reason why the defense would want the alternates to be excused is because if for some reason one of the remaining jurors, the remaining 12 jurors, you know, gets sick, can't come, it has to be a mistrial. And often the defense has no problem with that because there's always a decent chance that the prosecution won't retry the case.
Wow.
So, yeah, you can't go forward with less than, I mean, I don't know about Utah law, but at least in New York, you can't go forward without 12 jurors. So if this alternate was released, I think that's probably good for the defense. And we don't know if this is true. I mean, I think we're still all trying to learn it, but if the alternate was released and there's a juror, a sitting juror who seems sympathetic to DXC, well, that would be pretty terrific.
Wow.
But that's a big
All
effort.
right. Well, okay. The jury has the case, right? They're deliberating now. Let me just ask that one question. Mick, the jury has the case. They're deliberating now.
That's my understanding, yes.
Okay. So Yeah, the court went dark, and we are going to go dark. And thank you, Mick. Thank you so much. You were amazing. Okay, bye. We're going to go dark. We already went dark on Facebook, but on the app and on Unchained TV, our global streaming network, we can stay live indefinitely. So please tell your peeps that we're still live on the app. I want to thank Carla Cabral so much from DXC for guiding us through this whole day from Utah live. I want to thank Simone Reyes, amazing animal rescuer, for spending the entire day with us. I want to thank Nathan Semmel, who's a new friend. And I'm sure you're like, what did I do when I picked up the phone? But I so appreciate you as an attorney, a great attorney, staying with us the entire day. 8 hours we were on live. And the jury's deliberating, so we don't know. It's now 8 o'clock at night in Utah, and we'll find out when everybody else does. So thank you for joining us. Please, please, please download our app. Here's a perfect example. I have to say in closing, we are still live on our app, although we reached the Facebook limit. So this is another reason why our streaming network is the future, because there's no limits on it and we control it. We're not at anybody else's disposal. So thank you so much. Download the app on your phone. It's absolutely free. Go to your app store and download it on Amazon Fire Stick on your TV or your Apple TV device or your Roku device, or you can just go to UnchainedTV.com and watch through the online portal. Thank you very much, everybody, for joining us. We appreciate it. I think I'll end with a little video here that I put together. Wow. It is, I just have to say personally, Wayne has got courage. Grace under pressure. That's the definition of courage. And he has courage, the courage to ask the jury to make a moral decision and not let him off on a technicality. Of all the things that I've heard today, I think, or throughout this entire trial, that has been the most impressive. The most impressive. Thank you, everybody. Good night. Bye.
There's a broader pattern of suppression, for one. Ag-gag laws, the ATA, activists getting prosecuted in cases like ours.
This is the heart of evil. You can already hear the screams of the mother pigs inside.
Thanks to everyone on live. That was a very intense day. Really appreciate all you join in, and please share this. Go to righttorescue.com.
These mother pigs are desperate to get out of their crates. They're smashing their heads up against these crates to the point that they have swelling on their faces.